Hmm? Yep, but you said we have enough, right? Okay. Welcome back to day 2 of the CWCB meeting. Today is November 17th, 2022, and we will go ahead and start with agenda item number 9, information on the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. Kara, if you'd like to come up and join us.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. For the record, Kara Shields, CWCB staff. I have the pleasure of serving as the Endangered Species Recovery Program Manager. Today I'm presenting agenda item 9, an informational update on the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. It's been a little bit since we've talked about this, so I thought it would just be a good time to remind you all of the history and where we're headed in the future. So to do so, I thought we'd take it all the way back. Historical accounts often cited that the Platte River flowed a mile wide and a foot deep across the central plains of Nebraska. The channel was braided and wide, making the unvegetated sandbars a perfect resting spot for migratory birds. Fast forward to the 1990s and the channel looks a little different. 15 major dams and reservoirs exist upstream of the Central Platte. Flow patterns have dramatically changed. Vegetation has encroached on the channel, and 4 species that once relied on the Platte are listed as endangered. The species include the whooping crane, the tallest bird in North America, standing nearly 5 feet tall with a 7-foot wingspan. These birds use the Central Platte as a roosting spot on their long journey from the Gulf of Mexico to northern Alberta. In the 1940s, the whooping crane population was as low as 16 individuals. The interior leaves tern, who nest on the sandbars of the river, seeking a wide open space to have a view of their predators. The pallid sturgeon, who reside in the lower Platte and are often fondly referred to as the dinosaur fish. These fish are bottom feeders and can grow up to 60 inches long and weigh as much as 85 pounds. And finally, the piping plover, who, similar to the leaves tern, also nest on the sandbars of the river, their eggs camouflaged into the sand, and their tiny fuzzy chicks are enough to make even the most heartless squeal out of cuteness. Also in the 1990s, the water users of the Platte Basin were having difficulty obtaining environmental permits because they were struggling to comply with the requirements of the Endangered Species Act. This was especially true on the booming Front Range of Colorado. This prompted the 3 basin states of Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska, along with the Department of Interior, Fish and Wildlife Service, water users, and environmental groups to pursue a programmatic approach to compliance. After nearly a decade of negotiations, the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program was established in 2007 with the shared goal of assisting in the recovery of the species while also providing a shared approach to ESA compliance for water users in the Platte Basin. Success in the program is defined by achieving what we call milestones. During the first increment, which extended from 2007 to 2019, the program partners defined 10 milestones. Broadly, these included reducing the annual shortages to target flows by an average of 130 to 150,000 acre feet, and providing program protections on at least 10,000 acres of habitat in the Central Platte. Nearly all of the milestones were achieved in the first increment, including the habitat goal, with the program protecting over 12,000 acres of land. However, the program fell short of obtaining their water milestone by about 30,000 acre feet. This led program partners to pursue an extension of the first increment to allow for more time to meet their water milestone. In doing so brings us to where we are today in the first increment extension, which started in 2020 and will continue through 2032. The extension does not change the program objectives or governance framework. However, in the extension, the partners have realized the financial and implementation difficulties of obtaining that last portion of water and have committed to reaching 120,000 acre feet of annual reductions, and then doing the science necessary to determine if the additional 10,000 acre feet are needed. In addition, during the extension, the partners have committed to obtaining another 1,500 acres of habitat. The extension is critical to providing the program with the time necessary to complete and operate the water projects and then conduct the research and monitoring needed to inform a future second increment of the program. Colorado participates in the program through both our water and financial contributions. Water contributions could not be done without the help of our partners at SPRAP, which is a nonprofit organization made up of the basin's water users. SPRAP operates and maintains the Tamarack State Wildlife Facility that pumps water from the lower South Platte, stores it in recharge ponds, and then delivers it back to the critical habitat at times of shortages. This mechanism is able to meet Colorado's water obligations and retimes on average 10,000 acre feet every year. SPRAP is the exclusive vehicle for water user participation in the Platte River program. And membership in SPRAP affords ESA compliance for water users in the North and South Platte basins. Colorado also contributes a significant amount of funding to this program. Overall, the program is the 50-50 cost share, with federal funds being matched with state cash or cash equivalent contributions. Colorado has completely fulfilled our entire first increment funding obligations by providing more than $26 million during the first 13 years. In the first increment extension, Colorado has committed to providing $24.9 million over the 13-year increment. It's important to note that the $24.9 million is adjusted by inflation, and currently our cash ceiling is closer to $29 million. The majority of the funding comes from the Species Conservation Trust Fund, but as you will see here in a second, when funds are available through other pathways, we're able to allocate them to the program. So far through 2022, we've been able to provide $9.8 million in contributions. Success in the program reflects the partners' shared goal of species recovery and providing ESA compliance. Streamlined Section 7 consultations have provided water users with the ability to continue to develop their water projects without facing a regulatory burden. In total, 217 projects in the Platte River Basin have benefited from a streamlined ESA compliance. 160 of these are in Colorado. In addition, although program success is not tied directly to the success of the species due to their migratory nature, we've seen a great response from the target species. The interior leaves tern was federally delisted in 2021. The whooping crane numbers have greatly increased, and in 2019, there was a record 506 reported using program habitat lands. And lastly, the program has been able to greatly increase the amount of habitat available for piping plover and leaves tern nesting, and as a result, we've seen a steady increase in breeding pairs since the inception of the program. The future is not without challenges, however. Program partners continue to work diligently to meet our water and land objectives. Currently, the program has identified a handful of new leasing opportunities that will get us to 125,000 acre feet, meeting our extension target. The executive director's office is currently working out contracts for those, and I expect to have those signed by the end of 2023. Having these projects in place will allow us to conduct the science necessary to inform our second increment negotiations. We also continue to work towards our land goal. Currently, we have 1,200 acres of 1,500 acres, so almost there. The much lesser talked about pallid sturgeon continues to be a challenge for the program. The partners have committed to further understanding the species and have partnered with researchers at UNL to conduct research that better seeks to understand the pallid sturgeon habitat, spawning, and genetics. These activities will lay the scientific groundwork for better understanding the pallid sturgeon needs. And finally, the second increment. Although in theory is still 10 years away, when you start backing out the steps that need to be taken in order to accomplish our goals and potential permitting, we start to realize that these conversations are around the corner. I would be remiss here not to mention that we embark on the second increment with a strong but fairly new team. As many of you know, Don Ament, who represented the state of Colorado for the program since the program began, has retired from this position earlier this year. Don has set an extremely high bar for this Colorado team, and although his knowledge is irreplaceable, he continues to cheer us on as Amy, Emily Zemak, and I step into our new roles. So that's a lot of information about a complex program in a short amount of time. So if there's any time, happy to take questions.
Thank you, Kara. Are there any questions for Kara? Go ahead. Oh, Director Felt.
I'm just wondering, you kind of said there's a lot more you need to do to understand the pallid sturgeon, but is there a cache of information somewhere that we could look at?
Yeah,
just learn what you do know?
we've conducted literature reviews, and we're working with some of the top researchers at UNL who have focused on the pallid sturgeon. So we're trying to better understand what parts of the Platte they use and where they're spawning at, and know more about their populations.
Okay. Is there stuff available to us?
There's
then?
some available. There's been a lot of work done on the Missouri River, so we
Yeah.
can tap into some of those resources. But yeah, it's just a rare fish, and
Yeah.
there's not a ton of research out there.
Okay. Thanks. They look really cool.
Director Mitchell, welcome.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that on the record that we acknowledge Don Ament for his work on the Platte River Recovery Program. So off and on for decades, I would say Don's led the state in many ways on the governance committee of the Platte River Recovery Program. And he stepped down in the midst of some of the COVID stuff, so we didn't have time to formally acknowledge him in some sort of celebration, but he had sat on the governance committee multiple times and in multiple ways. And so I just want to take this opportunity to thank him for his service on that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Kara? Thank you for bringing this to us. It was really cool to hear. You did a great job with the short amount of time too.
Thank you.
That you had. Thanks. Okay, so next we'll move to consent agenda item 5A. Yeah, 5A, thank you. And do we have someone? No, I guess there's no one presenting. So there was a memo that didn't get included in the board packet. So we just needed to make sure that we pulled it and voted on it separately. So that's what the purpose of this is. Is there any discussion on this item? Staff recommendation is to fund the Boulder Valley Conservation District for pre-development of the Leggett Ditch for no more than $55,292. I would entertain a motion. Thank you, Director Brody.
I will move approval of staff recommendation on consent agenda 5E. Oh, sorry, 5A.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Director Dutton. Any discussion? Sorry. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The motion carries. Thank you. And now we will move on to director's reports. Looking over here, make sure you don't have any questions. Okay. All right, Director Brody, you're first. City and County of Denver.
Clicker.
Clicker?
Yeah. Yay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Before we get started, as is tradition, since it's November, pre-Thanksgiving break, if every director would like to share something they're grateful for, that is a tradition started way before my time, and I'd like to continue it if we can. Thanks.
So again, welcome and thank you for joining us here at Denver Waters campus. It's been great to have you all here, and hope we'll have opportunities to host again in the future. So I'm going to keep this brief in part because Jim Lockhead stole a little bit of my thunder yesterday. As you heard, we had an additional 25 water providers sign on to the Municipal Water Provider MOU, which is really exciting to see the momentum build and the commitments growing to really a variety of conservation strategies. The most notable and the headline grabbing one is the turf reduction goal of 30%, non-functional turf reduction goal. But there's a lot more that water providers are committing to in this MOU, including increasing our reuse and recycling, and in adopting, a variety of measures that will help us all achieve our conservation objectives. I'm really excited to see the municipal water provider community really coalesce around this, and I'm excited to see what we can do to build upon it. And Director Brown, I thought you asked some good questions yesterday about what does implementation look like? When will things start happening? How do we measure and monitor those efforts? And I'm committed to providing this board updates as we go forward. We want to make sure we do it the right way, because at the end of the day, to be successful in the long term really is going to require behavior changes and attitude changes about what landscape should look like along the Front Range and across the Arid West. And so we will likely start slowly as we build those efforts to make sure that we lay a solid foundation to be successful. But I'm happy to come back to you and let you know how things are going, and to share best practices and lessons learned from around the Colorado River Basin as we go. I also wanted to just give a quick update on our lead reduction program. You heard that the Water and Power Development Authority approved $76 million, which is a mix of loans and forgivable loans for Denver Water. That's huge. Every dollar that we get from the state and from the federal government through the bipartisan infrastructure law is going directly into lead line replacement. Denver Water is going to cover the administrative costs and the overhead costs of increasing our rate of lead line reduction, so that all of those federal dollars goes directly to benefiting customers by removing lead service lines. So our goal for next year is to ramp up to double our rate of line replacement for as long as we have that funding that can keep that going. We're happy to take more funding, but we also want to see other water providers around the state access it, and we're working with other providers to kind of build on what we've learned and what we've had to figure out with the state through the process. I also want to commend both the Water and Power Development Authority and also CDPHE. Both agencies have really recognized the historic opportunity we have as a state with this money and have really been amazing partners to figure out how do we implement it, how do we get those dollars out and into our economy and put them to good work as quickly as possible. So I do want to acknowledge both those agencies and their staffs for how quickly we were able to get that money awarded. We are still going through the final phases of the contracting process and final environmental clearance, but I'm really optimistic that we're going to close on the loan before year end and start awarding contracts probably early next year. So in terms of this year, we have already hit and actually exceeded our goal for lead line replacements. In our variance with EPA, we have an annual minimum target of 4,477 lines. We're already at 4,641 lines as of the beginning of November, and weather permitting, we'll keep going with that. We've achieved all of our other program metrics as well. We continue to see positive progress in getting that corrosion number down. We're down to under 4 parts per billion in terms of the lead concentration, which is really exciting and great news for our customers. And like I said, we're happy to work with other water providers that have lead lines throughout the state and frankly across the country to figure out how can they maybe learn from what we've done well and also from some of our missteps to set up their own programs and put that federal money to good use. And finally, this is my gratitude moment. My kids, both human and furry, the little puppy is a new addition to our family. That's Wrigley, and he just joined us last month. And I will say there's nothing better than warm, snuggly puppy cuddles. And so that's what I'm grateful for and looking forward to over the holiday season. Kid cuddles too, but mostly puppy cuddles. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Director Brody. I had a question on the agreement that was signed regarding turf removal. And that was when you, when everyone signs the memorandum, do you have square footage that Jim had said it was $10 approximately per square foot. What is 30% of turf? How many square feet is that? Is that like, can you put it into perspective for us at all?
We have rough estimates. I don't have that number off the top of my head. But really what we're looking at, just for context, would be primarily medians and tree lawns along right-of-ways and certainly commercial properties where you've got green manicured lawns that nobody is walking on or using. You know, what Jim will often say is if the only time you're walking on it is to mow it, that's what we're talking about. And so we're continuing to work with the parks departments and others across the city and county of Denver to put a finer, a more precise number on what that looks like. So I'm happy to come back and share that. But I don't want to give you a rough estimate off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think that's, we can definitely follow up about it. I think the curiosity, especially for those of us that live not in Denver, right, and don't kind of grapple with those same planning questions that you all do, is that 30% number is awesome. You start with 30% is the goal, then another 30% in the next round, or I think it's always interesting to understand how the 100% of turf kind of gets divided up. You know, is 30% of that 100% belonging to schools and parks and,
So that,
you know, and how you look at the overall picture and make a
Sure.
decision on, okay, 30%, that's a good place to
Right.
start.
and again, 30% is of non-functional. So when you think of most parks, when you think of most schools, a lot of their turf would probably fall into the functional bucket. It's used every day. Soccer fields, school play yards, whatever, playgrounds. That's not really what we're after here, although certainly if there are property owners that want to look at making their spaces more xeric, more naturalized, you know, that's certainly something we can talk about. But for this initial effort, we're really trying to go after the low-hanging fruit of, you know, where are there manicured lawns that no one is using, you know, for any practical purpose. Keep in mind too, Denver Water Service Area extends beyond the city and county of Denver. The city and county itself is quite dense. And frankly, there are limited opportunities within the city boundaries to go after non-functional turf, just because, you know, as you see driving all around town, there's cranes and pretty much every inch of usable developable space is being developed. But we do have some opportunities for sure within the city and county of Denver. We're talking to parks about partnership opportunities in ways that we can help them, you know, naturalize some of the parkland that they control. And then certainly in our distributor areas where you might have larger lots and more of those sort of commercial type office complexes, those are certainly opportunities that we are looking at as well.
Thank you for the education. Go ahead, Director Mitchell.
I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. I think that's one of the benefits of the MOU is you have a consortium of people looking to do better. And so they're able to share information and resources. So that question is so perfect because that's happening across the basin. We've heard that from utilities, like how are you figuring it out? How are you finding it? And we're hearing stories about drone footage and things like that, and really trying to use the most up-to-date technology to figure out where do we target, where do we go? And each utilities area is different in a lot of ways, but they're similar in some ways. So I think when you have multiple utilities signing on to an MOU, it's also a commitment to share best management practices and lessons learned. It's somewhat what we do in the state with conservation plans and the covered entities and their conservation plans. We build on each one and hopefully learn from each other.
Thank you. All right, Director Dutton, Rio Grande River.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your report, Director Brody. I always appreciate your beautiful infographics and just learning about this stuff. I say it every time, but it's so far out of the realm that I work in that I just find it fascinating. And it's really just always really cool to see the commitment that you guys have to your customers. And so I always look forward to hearing the updates. Thank you. Today, I'm going to start out with, I'll be keeping it brief. I'm going to start out with two things that are kind of alarming that I want to bring all of your attention to, and then of course end with some gratefulness. But yeah, the first of which is a bill that's being run federally called the Rio Grande Water Security Act. And so I wanted to make sure that you guys are aware that this is happening. It's legislation that's being spearheaded by Representative Stansbury from New Mexico, and it did pass the House and it is sitting in the Senate. And the reason it's pretty concerning to those of us in the Upper Rio Grande Basin is because it would create a working group made up of the heads of federal agencies to develop, it's quote, develop and propose management changes throughout the Rio Grande Basin. So that in itself is pretty alarming. What also has us very concerned is that the act fails to specifically name the Rio Grande Compact or recognize Colorado water law and confirm that this proposed basin plan and any subsequent priority projects would be consistent with the compact and water law. And so as you can imagine, we are very worried about it. The act highlights that a key outcome of the effort would be a potential list of changes to existing federal authorities that may be needed to implement the basin plan. So yeah, I hope you're all recognizing that that's pretty concerning. The composition, I think, the final thing that really has us worried is that the composition of the working group is again composed solely of the heads of federal agencies. And so representation from the basin states or affected water users, managers, stakeholders, including the tribes, is not included. We are not included in the working group. So the act notes again, quote, the group will consult, collaborate, and work with the basin states, Indian tribes located in the Rio Grande Basin and local partners. And I want to highlight that we feel pretty strongly that consultation does not guarantee us a voice. And without a seat at the table, we're really apprehensive that any input that we provide would actually be carried forward, and that those of us that live and work and depend on the water resources in the basin would not be considered. And so we feel pretty strongly as a community that this act would not add value for the region, and that we're better off continuing with the efforts that this board and the staff know all too well, that the Upper Rio Grande Basin has been really aggressive in pursuing ways to study the Rio Grande and work together collaboratively to improve management of our resources within the sideboards of Colorado water law and the compact. And we feel we're better off continuing on that route rather than throwing everything on its head. So opposition to the bill is really widespread. We have the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District, the Caneas Water Conservancy District, the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, and the Southwestern Water Conservation District are all standing shoulder to shoulder. And you may wonder what's Southwest doing in this. The Southwestern District is really concerned because there's a major transbasin diversion that comes from the San Juan River to the Chama, the San Juan Chama project. And it was included in this legislation, potential to change the management of that project for the larger Rio Grande Basin. And so obviously, given, Southwestern's foot in both the Rio Grande and the Colorado basins, they're very concerned as well. I do want to really highlight that DNR, and specifically Dan and Kelly, have been really strong partners in this effort, along with DWR and the AG's office. And so collectively, the state put forward a really good letter and has been just leading this effort to communicate with our legislative representatives to express concern from the state's viewpoint. And we have all asked that if this bill can't be killed, then at least can we remove Colorado from the bill? And we haven't been successful in that effort yet. And so yeah, we were told that the bill would probably sit in committee until the election was over. And now that we're there, I think we're all going to get working again, and just wanted to bring that forward so that you guys are aware that this is happening. The other thing that I want to bring your attention to that's equally alarming has to do with the Rio Grande Compact. And so, as Director Ryan mentioned yesterday, there was a special meeting of the Rio Grande Compact last week. The 3 states, Colorado, New Mexico, and Texas, that are signatories to the compact passed 2 important resolutions, as Director Ryan mentioned. The first to settle the disagreement, the longstanding disagreement on accounting, and the second to recommend a draft decree to settle the lawsuit that's been happening for over a decade. So this is a really big deal, and we're all really excited about it. And so the next step is that the draft decree will be sent to the special master overseeing the case, and then if he approves it, recommended to the Supreme Court. And so what Director Ryan didn't mention, and what I really want to highlight to this group, is that the federal government has indicated that they may not agree with the draft decree, and they may not agree with the settlement. And so this, again, is really concerning to us because the federal government is not a signatory to the compact. The 3 states are, but the federal government was granted standing in the lawsuit. And so we aren't sure what the path forward would mean, or what it means if the decree isn't entered and the lawsuit isn't settled. But this posturing coupled with that proposed legislation is just, again, I don't know how many times I've said we're quite worried or concerned, but I think you're getting the gist. We're really worried. And so, I wanted to bring this forward to you because I believe these actions could cause serious injury to, either separate or together, could cause serious injury to the water users in Colorado, as well as set a really dangerous precedent of federal overreach into interstate matters. So I just wanted to make sure you're all aware and watching this. So I'll transition a little bit, maybe take off my stressed voice and put on a little bit of happiness here. Just again, want to thank Denver Water for hosting us. This has been a really neat to get to come see the space that you guys work in this beautiful campus. Just want to highlight, again, it's just such a pleasure to work with all of you on this board and interact with our amazing staff. And I did want to key in that, there are a couple folks who have really made a difference in the Rio Grande Basin lately. And that's, Anna came down to the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable to give a super special presentation about the portal and just help people understand the funding streams. And yeah, there's a YouTube video of that and it's all online, but our people really appreciated seeing Anna in person and being able to have a conversation and ask questions and put a face with a name. And so thank you, Anna, for making the drive. We really appreciated it. Jeff has been a rock star on the roundtable as well and just jumped right in and been super helpful there. So thank you, Jeff. And then, again, I just can't thank Cole and Matt enough for their help in getting some of these big loans over the finish line. You saw 2 yesterday. There's going to be another one at the next meeting, just continuing to help us deal with our groundwater sustainability challenges. So thanks again to everybody working on that. I'll end with just noting that I'm really thankful. I'm thankful to get to work with you guys. I'm thankful for the people I get to work with at home, and I'm especially thankful that I get to go to Arizona next week and spend Thanksgiving with my family and my grandparents, who are both over 90 years old. So thank you.
Thank you. Heather, Director Dutton, what would you recommend is the best way for us to follow the more stressful items you were referring to earlier?
I mean, they've been widely covered in the news, but if you guys, and being kept up to date, I can do that. I can, make sure that things are forwarded, and then if there are opportunities and you're interested in participating and talking about things with legislators, we would sure appreciate it. So maybe if everybody wanted to let me know just how they want to stay engaged, I'm happy to facilitate that.
It's hard for us to weed out all the Colorado River news to get down to the Rio Grande, so thanks.
We're all important.
Yeah, everybody is important, but you can only read so many water articles in a week, so thanks for drawing our attention there. Okay, it's my turn. I'm so not used to having Y, as in Yampa, be up in the earlier time period of our director's reports. So in addition to the thanks that we've all given to Denver Water, I'm going to also repeat that and thank you, Jessica, for making this happen. And I thanked Jim last night for hosting the reception and having us be able to get together. It's so nice to meet your leadership and have Aurora Water and folks here just together again for an hour. That was really neat. And this building is really cool. I love old buildings, and it's really amazing what you all have done with it. Has a great story behind it too, and I really enjoyed hearing that. And thanks again to CWCB staff, Becky especially. You're keeping the wheels on, and Lauren, as I mentioned yesterday, I don't think she's with us today, but has just done oh, why can't I see her? Okay, you are right behind Becky's head. In my defense. Lauren, who never shows up to any of our meetings. One day, maybe she'll show up. Just kidding. Thanks again to Lauren and to all of the staff, especially again, Russ and Kat, for the awesome job you've done on the water plan. It's just really, it's just inspiring that we've gotten to the point with this heavy lift that we have. And by we, I really mean you guys. And so just thank you again. And then also Rob, happy belated birthday. Rob and I share a birthday month, so I try to remember his birthday. But thank you for all the work that you're doing with the in-stream flow program. I know it's a lot, and we appreciate it, and the way that you work with the partners in that area too. So moving on, I grew up in Steamboat, and I cannot recall a winter except for 2000, I believe it was 2005, that we started this early with snow. It has been so long since we've got early season snow that has stayed, and it's been cold that it's just like a big throwback winter that just feels really strange. And for those of you who had childhoods here, it's just different, and all the things you thought you could get done in preparation for winter, right through Thanksgiving, well, that just shook us all up, and we had to act faster. I'm sure the rest of you, especially those of you with large properties like Paul. So that's been shocking. And when I track it on the graphs, it's tracking as a medium year, which surprised me a little bit. It's right there in average. And so that shows you kind of over time how much we have gotten off track from the OG winters of the past, and that this is still a median year, but feels like a big year. So here's hoping that we get a good one, and just for fun, it'd be great to see some snow and have a nice cold winter. So a couple things that are happening in the Yampa Valley that I wanted to share. First was after the CAWA grant passed at our Durango meeting, that's looking at giving out some funding for projects that reduce consumptive use and also assist producers in ensuring that their operations continue to be financially viable. We've been having some conversations on the West Slope with CSU on looking at how we could restart the High Altitude Research Center that closed in Gunnison in the 90s. And that's been a fun conversation to have with some new partners. And that's something we'd really like to see happen. It seems like when I talk to, all the people that everyone around the table chats with about agriculture and water use and what we do with all the big problems that we have right now. One of the things that we consistently hear from producers in our area is that, there's not a lot of producers that want to be the experimenter. So if we can actually do those experiments for them and then show them how it's working, that is something that they would appreciate in order to look at any major changes to their operations going forward. And so I try to keep that in my mind because earlier in my career, it was, as an optimist, it was really fun to go find people that wanted to experiment like Paul all the time. But then you get older and you realize it's really hard to get out of your norm, right? And it's hard to ask people to continue to put work and time and money and energy and emotion into something like their land and not really be able to see the fruits of that labor. So I would love to continue to have this conversation on the High Altitude Research Center and see where it can take us and how that can help move the needle in the future. So that's something that I think a lot of West Slopers could be involved with, but it's in the early phases now. With regard to our Basin Roundtable, we just had a meeting last week and had some new members, including a new woman, Maddie Muxworthy, is going to be our environmental rep, and she has worked with the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council and has worked alongside the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District on the soil moisture monitoring network that Andy Rossi, the general manager there, has spearheaded. And that's a really cool program. The first of the sensors was installed in October, and we're really excited to be able to use that data in our forecasting and just seeing how that can help inform us in our water management decisions going forward. So we're also really excited to have Maddie on the roundtable. Unfortunately, it didn't move the diversity of the roundtable because there was a seat vacated by yours truly. I had a different seat that was voting that I'd had for 10 years that I decided it was time to give up. So we'll keep working on a little bit more diversity around the roundtable and hope that happens in the next few years. But also, Tom Gray is retiring from the Interbasin Compact Committee. He has served on the roundtable since its inception and will continue to do that, but he's the Moffat County representative there for the county, but he is not going to be on the IBCC any longer. So at the next meeting, we will vote on a new IBCC member, and I'm not sure who that will be or who's interested, but we thank Tom for his years of service. And those of you who know Tom, he's a great human and super fun to talk about water with Tom if you haven't gotten the chance. So one more thing, two more things that are exciting in the rec arena. We were able to rally some support around a trailered boat access in Steamboat Springs through some of the federal funding that was made available to the city of Steamboat for their allocations, and then some of the other tax dollars that they have that they're able to put forward to projects. So the city council voted on funding the Bear River Park, and as part of phase 2, the boat ramp will be included. And the Yampa River through Steamboat only has one boat ramp right now, which is great because you can put your boat on, but you can't really get it out. So So this is going to, I think, really start to change the pace and the way that we look at river access in the Yampa Valley. People love to get on the river. It's much more popular than it ever has been, but of course, our seasons are really short. So I think it's been hard to justify these costs of boat ramps and access and permitting and all of the things that go into what seems really simple, like a boat ramp. But for a really short season, that's a hard thing to do. So we're excited about that and should be up and running in a couple years, and that's really cool and will make for safe, good access there. At our next meeting, I'd like to talk more in depth with you about the way we do releases out of Stagecoach and Elkhead. I think it's been some years, and we have new board members since I've talked about that. So we're kind of wrapping up some information on the year. As all of you know, we did have a pretty good moisture summer, so it'll be fun to compare to years that were much drier and talk about how we do that and why we do that, and the fish populations it serves, and how we've started to look at how we can help meet some of the gaps with agriculture as well, and the difference that that makes through our counties, but then also down into the monument. So stay tuned for that. But as one of those components of flows, we have had a strange summer because we had the rains that dictated when the river could be open. So we went through a number of closures and reopenings that was really, I think, hard for the fishing and tubing community to deal with. So Parks and Rec through Steamboat Springs and CPW are also looking at the closure policies there. So that'll be interesting. Now, finally, if Anna wouldn't mind pulling up, I'm not going to read this to you, but I want to show you because it turned out so nice that if you have a minute and you'd like to look at the Yampa River Integrated Water Management Plan, Nicole Seltzer kicked off this effort, and many of you know Nicole. She's with the River Network and formerly was with WECO. She was our consultant on this and really herded the cats through this big effort. And so we've finished it. It's available online. You can go to the Yampa White Green website and see this report. And I have to say that, it really does make a difference how you roll out these reports of whether people want to read them or not. This, as you can see, stylistically just really kind of blocked out things and made it a little bit more exciting to read than just a narrative all the way through, and did a good job of summarizing the river through the growth periods that we've had, and sort of where we're at now and how we're handling our water management and what the impacts of climate change have been. And this was a big deal for the group that worked on the IWMP, almost 30 plus people, to get them to agree on some of these things that can be divisive. And so I think where we ended up with this was really pretty cool. And I know you all heard me talk about the diversion assessments that we did throughout this time period. And so I think it's set us up for some very clear forward steps if we can find the funding and the project proponents and the folks that can get groups of people together again to push these projects forward. And I think that the addition of our new regional person, and now was it Lauren? I don't know this person that has been hired. Is it Ashley? I wrote it down. Ashley Garrison. So we're excited. I think she can really help us with this. And if you get a moment and you're interested, please take a look. And I think you'll learn some cool things. And if any of your communities or basins are looking at doing stream management planning or IWMP, it might be a nice model for you to look at as well. So that concludes my report, besides saying what I'm thankful for. And man, I could talk for probably 2 hours about what I'm thankful for. But I think what I am most thankful for is the capability of humans to embrace change. In my life, I've had a lot of change over the last year, and I am just super impressed with the way that my friends and family and colleagues have embraced all of the change we've all experienced. And to be able to say that about, people you call your chosen and given family is just really, really cool. So I'm grateful for that. And my dogs and my and my health. So thank you, and we'll move forward to the Colorado River main stem unless there's any questions for me. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that a lot of this I'll cover in my director's report, so I'll skip that. But regarding a higher altitude research center, it's in conversation where we're at. There's a lot of moving parts with that, and I think that we should be connecting with CDA and around about different efforts and make sure that we're not duplicating work. But I'd like to connect with you on that, so thanks.
Cool. We can connect on that.
Cool, stay right here. Good morning, everybody. And I wanted to also thank Director Brody in Denver Water for hosting. As many of you know, my family's had a long relationship and history with Denver Water, and it's wonderful to be on the campus with everything rebuilt. And also to pass out goodies today here at Denver Water campus, so I'm excited for that. So before we get to the fun stuff, a couple things in the news within our basin. I think most of you probably know, but Tina Berganzini has formally taken over as general manager now of Grand Valley Water Users Association. I think that's probably not new news to any of you. Basin roundtable wise, I don't know if it makes sense to have a later conversation or kick it around during Q&A. I think that Colorado Basin Roundtable, we're trying to find the right path to move forward with projects. It's like there's so much work to be done in so many projects. I feel like it is slightly overwhelming within the roundtable capacity. And we're considering everything from looking to hire some sort of administrative assistance for that. We've been kind of waiting to see the rollout of the regional coordinator and how that might work within the roundtable. And so I don't know if other people's roundtables are having a struggle with this or things are directly online. I'd love to hear more about what other roundtables are specifically doing, because I don't feel like we should be digging down and starting from scratch on this topic. We want to keep everything rolling, and certainly with the River District, their accelerator grants, and then also, the technical assistance grants right now, it's like we feel like this is our time and our moment, and we don't want it to pass by. And I think that's part of it. So rather than, business as usual, typically in the roundtable, we've had enough projects rolling through that we haven't really had to go seek them. And I think now it feels like there's so many of them that I think people are almost confused at what to do and which direction to go. So I don't know if it makes sense to connect later with staff about some kind of communications with chairs and vice chairs, or if there's other information out there that I'm unaware of. But I know I want to do whatever I can to help the roundtable right now and get some projects going. I look back at our BIP and I look back at where we're at, and we have a lot of work to do. We also need to possibly talk about the Basin Roundtable website. I've not been aware of all the details of this. We might need some assistance from the CWCB on this. So again, we'll talk about that later. Yes, these are very exciting things. All right, so what I thought I'd do, and it kind of changed, but I wanted to do a little bit of a year in review of Colorado River. So I was Senate confirmed to sit on this board in April, and I wanted to remind everybody where we were at in April with Colorado River News. Oh, there's no sound. Oh. It's okay, I'll narrate. So that was when they named the Colorado River the most endangered river in the country, and Matt Rice was quoted on ABC saying that hard decisions are hard, which is true. it turns out. But that was kind of where we started this year. Things were not looking great in April. We had our May board meeting, and you guys will recall we were all talking about how awful, dry, windy, we've never seen conditions like this, kind of a May. That's actually a picture of my son in the wind in May, just so whatever it's worth, it was very windy. And remembered, but that was also a time when we started to talk about messages of hope. So this was just a screenshot I wanted to throw on. At our September board meeting, we had Tessa sit in on the table topics from the Land Institute. And I'm very excited to say that since September to present date, I think that there are 6 different locations on the west slope of Colorado that actually have Kernza planted. These are very small test plots. Nobody get too excited yet. It's really more of a germination experiment. But I think that, working through where this has led to, from almost 3 years of communication and work on this about where we're going. And I find it to be very exciting. Well, I guess I'll add to this. So if we think of where we're at now back to May, within this, in September, the board voted to fund the drought resilience ag innovation with CAWA. I know that Greg Peterson has been very busy with phone calls and emails about projects that are coming forward. I'm very excited about that. There's a lot of overlap here about where this is going, and it's gotten to a point now where there's a working group called the Intermountain West Alternative Forages Working Group. And it's basically all of our surrounding state ag universities, USDA, NRCS, the Land Institute, the original core partnership of what was the Water Conservation Project from 2020 funded by this board, including the conservation organizations and Basin Roundtable representation. And to sit in those meetings right now with different planting opportunities on some of these alternative forages, it's very exciting. And I think that it's too far to celebrate that anything super, amazing is done with this, but we're actually doing it. Seed is going in the ground, conversations are being had, planning is taking place about what steps of water monitoring we're doing this, how we're looking at funding and changing models for remote sensing research on these different crop types. All of those conversations are being had as we speak. So a very proactive sense from agriculture. This is also some seed that went in the ground. And now oh, the snacks are in my bag. Don't worry. No, don't eat the seed. But you can throw a few in your pocket. The slender ones that look more like wheat, that is the Kernza seed. And then the ones that are kind of more flaky, like that's Silphium. So this is Silphium. And that's David on the right, one of the researchers with the Land Institute. And on Monday, we actually got some Silphium in the ground. It's pretty late planting, very small plot. It's a sister to the sunflower, and it roots very deep. It has very high nutrition for livestock as forage and also other possibilities of crop. It's quite exciting. This is what my kitchen table looked like on Monday night. And so this is a quick photo of a location where we got Kernza in the ground. And this, to my knowledge, is the highest altitude Kernza planted in the world at present time. So the forward thinking on this, that with the greater partnership, though, about what I'm so excited about, when you see this photo come around of the root depth and what challenges we face with water scarcity and water supply, I'm excited to be growing this stuff and have roots connect a little bit deeper. Keeping in mind, too, that this work, what my family's plan with these different forages are specifically for a livestock feed. So this is progressing fast enough that now, if funding becomes available, and I think there might be some conversations later for CWCB, but the Land Institute is looking to hire a full-time field agronomist for the Intermountain West to work on these things in different plantings. My son put in an application. They said no. Said hard no. And then also, I think I had to give a little, I didn't know what the ladies were gonna do, but we had some fun down in the Lower Basin. Lower Basin tour. So this was on a boat in Lake Havasu, cruising around on the back. This was kind of the director crew that was down there. So I'm gonna roll through this fast. If anybody has any questions, let me know. But this is the intake for the Central Arizona project. driving by in a bus, just to give people, if you haven't seen it, just the scale as it sits. We saw a lot of pumping plants. I still haven't got done counting them yet. Here's just another still on site right next to their facility, but living in the headwaters of the Colorado River and some of the diversion systems that exist up there, and having toured them my whole life, to go down on this tour was quite something. So this is Parker Dam. So this is the dam that backs up Lake Havasu, and the Central Arizona project is about, I would say, a little less than a mile away going towards the east. And then on the other side of this dam, oh, I didn't realize this was a video. I also didn't know that's actually the tallest concrete dam in the world. They had to go way deep underground to get to bedrock. But then on the other side of that dam, here's inside the building for the pumping facility for Metropolitan Water District. This stuff was all built in 1938. Pretty fascinating to see. And if you ever want to know where water is headed to LA, that's what it looks like from the Colorado River. Each one of those pipes has capacity for 750 cubic feet per second. And so to stand there knowing that the Central Arizona project and the other one are that close to each other, it's kind of a wild moment. So then this is a diversion structure for Palo Verde Irrigation District. Just to give, again, back to like size and scale. This is my pride video with my fingers covering it. But we're talking, they don't mess around with diverting water in the lower basin, was one of the things I learned. And then, pretty neat, you can read that real quick. I think this was one of my really most surprised moments of being down there when you look at this, but the takeaway here, why can't I see it right now? It's total, so 15,155 cubic feet per second in a canal. That was, so this video, so you're looking at the closest concrete structure is the Colorado River. So that's the river flowing down. The day we were there, it was flowing 250 CFS on its way to Mexico. In the background, that's a spillway, depending on how the system operates. And then on November 3rd, this is the All-American Canal flowing 5,000 cubic feet per second. And that's the same one with that plaque with the max capacity of over 15,000. So just to give an idea of total scale down there, it feels quite overwhelming. This, we'll also talk about this later. I just wanted you to know we have some fun. Keep it light. And then I was asked, well, I guess we're all asked to say what we're grateful for. And so before I do, so no joke, what I'm grateful for, and I think I learned, within that tour, is that we live in a state with leadership and people who care, and I think a team of people who are very innovative and have ideas for solutions. And I look forward to continuing to find and work on those solutions with everybody. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Director Bruchet, and thanks for sharing the Lower Basin tour too. You neglected to put a picture of the Olive Garden in El Centro. I don't know why you would leave that out, but no, it was an honor, and if anyone ever gets the opportunity, highly recommend taking the chance to see how things are done down there. Any questions for Director Bruchet? Anything online? Good morning, Celine. Okay, so we will move to the San Juan and San Miguel Dolores River Basin Director's Report. And Director Hawkins, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So I will start by saying we had a really spectacular fall in our part of the basin. The leaf season was just amazing, and every time I needed to, get behind the wheel to go somewhere for work or any other reason, I was, just wowed by how beautiful it was. In early October, I had the opportunity to go to the hub property of the Montezuma Orchard Restoration Project, which is something that this board has funded over time for their ribbon cutting ceremony. And it was just really awesome to be in community and to see the new orchard planted there and to get locally produced apple juice, and to plant my own endangered heritage apple tree in my yard after that event. So that was really special, and it's nice to get out and see things that we're funding. Director Brochet mentioned that we've seen, lots of ideas coming out of our last table topic, and just wanted to report that there has been collaboration and discussion in my basin and a location where Kernza has been planted. So love seeing that out of our first table topic discussion. Our roundtable met in October. We usually pair our Colorado River Committee meetings with our roundtable meetings. There was really great information at both parts. At our roundtable meeting, we were able to preview the new website that should be up in the relatively near future to serve our roundtable, and just wanted to acknowledge the really excellent work of folks that support our sort of PEPO and water education side of the work, and especially to Elaine Chick, who leads that work. We had 5 really stellar projects come in for WSRF funding. It was sort of a good sample of projects that included agricultural infrastructure improvements, multi-benefit projects, a project coming out of an integrated watershed management plan that's ready to move forward. And we had some discussion about what Director Gibbs has asked as the IBCC director for the IBCC members to help champion projects. And I think there was some pretty strong agreement from the roundtable that the package of projects that's coming forward for us to review is a pretty good representative example of what's going on in our basin. We had an at-large seat open up. Gigi Richard has moved out of the basin. We had a really phenomenal set of applicants. We keep seeing lots of really talented and just awesome people applying for seats. Adrian Berger of the San Miguel Watershed Coalition joined the roundtable, and we're super excited to have him with us. Stream management planning and IWMP work continues to progress, and we did have a discussion about Colorado Water Plan grants and some concerns about our ability to move planning processes forward enough in each of our basins with that. Some staffing news. We wanted to mention that Leland Begay, who's been the Associate General Counsel for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, is leaving that position. He's going back to serve his own tribal nation. He's been a super important partner to the CWCB, and I was really grateful to get to go to his send-off recently. And if you haven't heard yet, our new sort of regional staffer for Colorado Water Plan implementation is going to be Laura Span. So nice job taking one of our local water leaders and bringing her into the CWCB staff. I think we're all just so excited to see that, and the Southwestern District is going to be rehiring into her position. Last report from the roundtable is that there's been some confusion over the portal, and so I'm really hoping that we can get Anna or her staff down to our basin soon. I think that would be helpful. Wanted to thank our Colorado River and Attorney General staff and Commissioner and Director Mitchell for just continued work on the Colorado River, and just particularly for keeping the sort of state dialogue and the Upper Colorado River Commission dialogue going with tribal nations in the Upper Basin. I know it's a busy time, it's hard to cover everything, and so just wanted to mention that, and thank you. So I will end with what I'm grateful for, and also an apology for not being there in person. Really sad to miss getting to see Denver Water and to be with you all in person this fall. I lost my brother a couple of weeks ago, and so I am definitely dealing with some family stuff right now. And I share that with you to say that there's nothing like grief and loss to make you grateful for community. So thank you all for your support.
Well, Director Hawkins, thank you so much for joining us. And I think I can speak on behalf of all of us here that we love you and we're thinking of you in this time. And I'm just so sorry to hear that news. Any questions for Director Hawkins? We'll go ahead and move forward to Director Anderson, Gunnison Basin report.
Thank you. Good morning. It's been a exciting time over in the Gunnison Basin. We had a just wonderful fall. I don't ever remember seeing a better fall than we enjoyed this year. I've got a few slides and I'll try to share my screen here. I usually look at this every week, and this is last Thursday, but I checked this morning and there's really no changes to it. I would say this, I hunted elk early part of this week and it is muddy in our area. I mean, I loaded my Jeep up with 150 pounds of mud and spent 20 plus bucks at the car wash trying to get rid of some of it. So I think that bodes well for the snowpack actually yielding some wet water this year. This is the snow tail sites for the entire Gunnison Basin. As you can see, we're ahead of where we were the last 2 years and ahead of that 1991 to 2020 average. This is the snowpack for the entire state. The Gunnison is leading. It appears that the east slope is the laggers in this conversation. Looking ahead to the winter, I pulled up my friend Russ George's forecast, and you can see that we're supposed to be mild and wet, which is great news. Hopefully that comes to pass. Gunnison Basin Roundtable news. We have 4 grants. We're going to have a meeting this coming Monday. We have 4 grants, WSRF grants to look at. We're going to look at the Grand Mesa Wildfire Ready project. We have an election of an at-large representative. The good news here is that there was a lot of interest in this seat, so that bodes well for that. And also we'll elect the officers. I am currently the chair of the Gunnison Basin Roundtable, and I'm not going to seek re-election. It's time for me to step down. The one thing I would say about that position, I was amazed at the amount of time it takes. You have to be really devoted to that effort. There's a good gentleman that's going to replace me, and that's all good news as far as I'm concerned. I have several slides here that I took on my farm. This is a picture inside my greenhouse, and I found a way to farm 24/7, 365. The picture from the outside. I don't give them any time off. I got grow lights, so they grow continually, hopefully. You know, one thing that amazes me, it always has, and maybe that's why I'm a farmer. You plant a seed, and it's you know, that whole biology there where it sprouts and grows is fairly unique. And I raised some flowers in there, and begonia seeds are like dust, and how that can turn into a large plant is really is amazing to me. Paul, the wind does blow on my farm. This is a picture of my machine shop, and a week ago Friday, the wind blew and created something else for me to do. Another picture of it from a distance. The good news is nobody was hurt, and really outside of the building, there's no other damage, but we were lucky in that respect. We're headed for one of my favorite times of year. I really enjoy Thanksgiving and Christmas. You know, we get together as a family, and it's always been a real treat in my household. What I'm thankful for is having been a cancer survivor for the last almost 20 years. I'm really thankful for my health. I'm over 70 now, and still relatively fit, and got the energy and drive to get up and go to work every day. Let me not forget to thank you, Jessica, for a great venue for our meeting. This ranks right up there with some of the best that I've seen in my tenure on this board. And I also want to thank Russ Sands and his team for a great job with the water plant update. And I'm certainly very appreciative of all your efforts there. With that, I'll conclude my report and would be happy to stand for any questions you might have.
Any questions for Director Anderson? Yeah, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was 2 Fridays ago on your shop. Wow,
Yeah.
It was a windy day.
Opened it up like a beer can. Thank you.
We'll move to Director Sakata, South Platte River Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here today and get my slides up there. Thanks. Yeah, good job, Steve. Well, it is amazing to see it snow outside, so we're definitely thankful for the moisture. And so first off, of course, everybody has been thanking Jessica and Denver Water, which we are very appreciative of, but really wanted to start off with, again, a thanks for our last meeting in Durango. That was so special. Thanks to Fort Lewis. Director Hawkins, thank you, and Commissioner Greenberg, thank you for the tour. It was really wonderful to be over there in that part of the state. So I wanted to start off with that picture. And it was amazing. Not often do you get to go in the parking lot of the campus and be invited by a different type of student there. So I think that was fun. Following in Director Anderson's footsteps, trying to show the drought monitor, the northeast part of the state has been extremely dry. At Northern's conference just day before yesterday, Russ Schumacher, I took these slides from him. He showed that, you know, the trend is for really a warmer climate. You can see over the last 20 years, the departure from that normal range over the last 20 years. But if you look at moisture conditions, it's very variable. So if you translate that into, you know, what's it doing to the environment? Of course, you're increasing the amount of evapotranspiration that's going on. So if you just strictly look at the trends of moisture, dry, and wet periods, it doesn't really give you the whole picture. You just see the fluctuation. But what he pointed out is that when then you start to incorporate ETs into that, then you can kind of see how much drier it really is getting. And I thought really that was indicative of what was going on in the South Platte as well, that the temperature increases are really driving this aridity that we're seeing. Some of the things that I was able to do, CSU, the Colorado Water Center, had a session living with the Colorado River Compact. Jennifer Gimbel did a great job. I took a picture in Carpenter's words, a quote there, that compacts fix the, and Commissioner Mitchell, I hope you'll take note. Of course, I know you know all this, but compacts fix the destinies of millions of people yet unborn. They deal with the future and not with the past. And so I think that's a real good charge for all of us. I was able to go to the Sustaining Colorado Watersheds Conference. Chris Sturm, of course, was there, great partner with that. Believe it or not, I'm a Colorado native, and this is the first time I've traveled the mountains and seen the aspen change. So it was incredible for me to actually have the opportunity, I know, to see that. Farming. Right, normally it's a busy time on the farm, but since we're not doing vegetables anymore, it really allowed me the opportunity to go up there. We have such a beautiful state, it's amazing. And then Chris shared with me the Colorado Disaster Recovery Report that they did, an amazing document there. If you haven't seen it, I'd recommend taking a look at that. I had the opportunity to go to Fresno for a last-minute conference. This is as I was flying out of Denver, just looking out of the window of my plane. When I spoke at Waters of the West, I had the group, and maybe we can do it here even. Everybody raise your hand if you're a Colorado native. I want to see those hands up, Colorado natives. Okay, so what is there, about a quarter of us that are Colorado natives? Now keep your hands up. Now those Colorado natives, if you have kids, put your hands down. So any Colorado natives that have kids, put your hands down. Look at this, just the two of us. Okay, everybody, only two of us have our hands up. Everybody else has their hands down. All of you guys are the problem. Right. Yeah.
Every time.
But it really was evident when I was flying out of Denver. It was like just looking over the horizon and all you could see were lights. It was really incredible. I know, that was a weird reflection out the window. Yeah, it's the roof from the shed. Yeah. But Commissioner Greenberg, you've seen these already. I had the opportunity, like I said, to go to Fresno, the first ever FERA USA Ag Robotics Conference. And it really excited me about the opportunities in ag again. The video on the left that you see running now is actually a totally autonomous robot that's using lasers to kill the weeds. So those flashes of lights that you see are actually lasers. It identifies what kind of weed it is, so it knows what the strength of the laser should be to actually take the weed out. Top right, that's moving now, is also totally autonomous, but it uses knives. The knives in this picture are out of the ground, so you can see how they go around the plant. Normally those knives would be under the ground. And then the bottom picture again is a totally autonomous robot using that same technology. This is a picture on our farm. I interject now that we're in the middle of corn harvest, totally different from the sweet corn harvest that we used to do. And so I guess I'd interject now that what I'm thankful for, and that is all of my family, and that includes all of you. And so Director Hawkins, my heart goes out to you, because it really is important to have family around you during difficult times. And so thank you so much to all of you. I got to do something really, got to do something really exciting. Actually was the first time ever. There was a lot of first time evers this past year for me. In October, I got to go to City Park Farmers Market. And never have, I mean, all my life grown vegetables, but never actually gone to a city farmers market. This is Harrison Top. He owns an orchard in Hotchkiss. And he was actually taking some of his apples and pressing them into cider here. And it was so amazing. What I found most amazing to this was that, Let me try to get the video to play again, sorry. Got too many videos. So now you can see I'm pressing that. But what was so amazing to me, you know, as a commercial size farmer, all I was dealing with was looking on the computer, trying to fill orders for large retailers. And I found out that I was really missing the connection with the end consumer. What was so nice going to the farmer's market was talking to the individuals that really appreciated what you were doing. Julie, my girlfriend there, Harrison was showing us how to do that. He was shorthanded on help that day. 2 of his people didn't end up being there, so Julie and I spent the whole day pressing apples. I was so sore that day, but it was a lot of fun. Again, it was so fun to interact with the end consumer and the appreciation that they showed. Again, CSU Water in the West, thank you, Commissioner Greenberg. That was a fun panel to host on. I thought it was great. The goal there was to talk about global. What are global solutions and can they be adaptable? And so on our panel, for example, we had a professor from Israel talking about how the challenges that Israel's facing by using and recycling water so much, but also what opportunities that has provided. And then thanks to Russ Sands of the CWCB group, the Landscape Summit. This was the only picture. This is the only picture that I took from the landscape. I was so excited because I got there, and who sat next to me? Deputy Director of Water Policy. I thought, oh, this is great. I could talk to Kelly all throughout the day. Well, as you could see by her plate, she was never there. But really, it goes to the same thing with what Director Boucher said, is that we really appreciate the leadership, and we understand that the time it takes for all of each of you. And, you know, we appreciate the effort to participate and be there, but we also understand that there's always a number of wildfires that you're putting out. So thank you so much. But the Landscape Summit, Director Brown, it was really interesting because they did have a lot of the partners there talking about the cooperative efforts, how they can help each other. You know, what are the low-hanging fruits? For example, just lawn irrigation efficiency, how much water can be saved just by that process, you know, where you don't necessarily need to spend the $10 per square foot. You're just changing your behaviors. So I thought you guys did a great job at the Landscape Summit. So good job, hats off there. Kawa had a Water Law 101, and we talked about the comments in the water plan. You know, I think there was a comment there that maybe we need an effort, and I think it was TU that had this in their comments, said that maybe we need an effort to explain to farmers about the water right abandonment process, because maybe that's a hurdle for some of the conservation efforts. And this was an effort that, and I was surprised, I attended and sat in the back, and there was some questions about water law abandonment even in this session in Boulder County. And then finally, as Director Mitchell said, she presented at the Northern Conference. You can see she's putting her hand down. She's putting her fist down. This is the way it's going to be, folks. But I thought it was really a great conference. She did a great job, Director Mitchell. And then also, as she said, we really recognize Donna Ment and Ellie Berriman for the work that they did in the Platte River Recovery Program. And of course, the last plug, if you want to see Russ Schumacher's total presentation online, you can use his QR code. And of course, it'll be posted on the YouTube channel so everybody can see it there. And then, of course, a plug for the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Annual Conference. That's the registration on the right. So, of course, Viola sent out this morning the list of activities. I have those 2 things listed on my sheet of activities that are some fun events that are happening over the next couple of months. So, again, so thankful to my family, which includes all of you. So, thank you very much for this opportunity.
I always have to respond after Director Sakata. And first of all, if you've never been to the Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association conference, you should, because it's amazing. And the swag tables are better than any other conference I've ever been to, because it's like real food. And that's amazing. I have to say something when you said the connection to the end consumer at the farmers markets. I often go to the farmers markets and strive for the connection with the farmer And so I think it's mutually beneficial to be connected in that way. And I reflecting on what Director Boucher talked about in terms of the sheer magnitude of operations in the lower basin versus how we do things in the upper basin, I think it's important to recognize those differences, but also embrace them. That connection to food, the connection to the farmer, the connection to the end consumer is so important to who we are as a society. And recognizing that we heard in the lower basin that the main consumers in some of the areas that we were at were Walmart, Costco, and Kroger. And so I think there's maybe a lack of connection in that level that we have and embrace here in Colorado. And so I've always thought one of my dreams is an ag kind of tourism thing where we can take kids to pull potatoes out of the ground in the Rio Grande and connect that way, and get up and help your kids, Paul. And I think that connection to food is almost, this is so cheesy, but spiritual, and recognizing what you put in your body and what it means, and whether you eat meat or not, like the life that was given for that. So I think it's important. So thank you for acknowledging that and the drive to connect to the end consumer. We see your commercials.
I'd just like to point out that you've put in your body like 700 high C chews in the last 24 hours.
These are a fruit. There's an apple. There's strawberry. There's mango.
It's been amazing.
This is not funny.
As we're sitting in front of candy. Thank you, Director Sakata, for sharing that presentation too. I'm excited to take a look at it. And I love that you're having this renaissance. It's like what I hear about people whose children have flown the coop. Like your farm has, your vegetables have flown the coop, and now you can go see all the things. I'm a little jealous of all of this, all the conferencing you get to do, and apple pressing. Sounds awesome. Any questions for Director Sakata? And I would be remiss to say, if I didn't say, thank you for attending our Basin Roundtable meeting. It was good to have, I had COVID, so I was barely a director that day, but I'm sure Robert stepped in for me after I passed out sometime during that meeting. Okay, so last but not least, Director Felt in the Arkansas River Basin.
Thank you. See if I can figure out, as usual, I'm shifting all the gears on the fly. But, Madam Chair, you early yesterday, you quoted Heraclitus about never stepping in the same river twice. And that guy also, he was the one who said something about the only constant being change. And I think, to me, when you said that, it took me back a long time in my life, and just thinking about that kind of thing. And certainly over the last 6 years, working as a county commissioner, what we deal with a lot is navigating change on all kinds of fronts. And I think, a pessimist would say that, in the net effect of change is negative, and an optimist would say that it's positive. And I think I'm on the optimist side. But what we deal with a lot is loss. That the change isn't necessarily what causes concern and fear and sadness in people. It's the loss that sometimes accompanies change. And so I say that because one time, a long time ago, Director Mitchell and I were told that one definition of leadership is delivering the bad news at a rate that people can absorb. And at the time, I really pushed back against that, but in retrospect, it is often the case because you are trying to turn that emotional train in people, and you have to do it at a rate that people can handle. So, and sometimes things happen at a rate that we can't handle. And Celine, I want you to know, you're not in the room, but we feel what you're going through. I can speak for the room. And that's probably the toughest example. Excuse me. It's probably the toughest example of change that humans have to deal with. So I wish you were here so we could give you a hug. There were quite a few things I was going to talk about today that kind of already got covered. I wanted to talk about the AVC, and in my opinion, you guys crushed it yesterday. And there are 50,000 people that are probably really grateful for your decision. And there's an example of positive change that's really going to make a foundational difference for people. I've also was going to talk about sort of trying to provide more education to water users in the lower Arkansas Basin about their connection with the Colorado River, but we had the great discussion about Bill Tyner retiring, and that kind of got covered there too. And I also wanted to talk about wildfire mitigation. That's just a big thing we're working on, but I think we may still talk about that later today, or, okay, we are. So yeah, so we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that then. Our basin is like all of your basins. I think we are trying to come to grips with change. We're trying to assess the level of threat or potential loss embedded in some of the changes that we face, and that is difficult. And it's not always pretty. And I mention that just because I've gotten the sense that many of you struggle at times with your basin roundtables, and I do too. And I've tried to call out key staff that I've worked with at these 2-month intervals, and I did want to just, I wanted to mention that we've had several people that have worked with us at our basin, at least, probably all of you, but Ben Wade and then Sam Stein, and now Jeff Rodriguez, with Russ always there, kind of riding herd, I guess. But I wanted to just reach out to Jeff Rodriguez today and just say, you're a tough guy. You come across as really gentle and thoughtful and everything, but I sense a real solid core in you, because we've got some admittedly older members of our Basin Roundtable who are really resistant to change and are really upset about loss. And the way they like to deal with it is by just unloading on I don't even know what the role is, but the whipping boy or whatever, the guy who just gets, the dog that gets kicked. And that kind of happened to Jeff, I felt like, this month at the Basin Roundtable. And he did an outstanding job of turning that train and taking those feelings and saying what he needed to say to help people maybe restore a little of their confidence in the process and what will be happening as we move forward. So I just want to call him out. I feel like sometimes these folks get asked or forced to either deal with more than they should or walk away, and they never walk away. So really, really appreciate that. And then just a couple more things in my personal life. I have 2 years left as a commissioner. I'm term limited. We ran a term limit expansion measure in the election, and I didn't feel like it was appropriate to campaign for that. since it mainly applied to me when you really skinned it down. And it failed unbelievably bad. It lost like 3-1. And I mention that just because it's been a real eye opener for me that, I need to start thinking about my own future and what the next steps might be. And, but I really I think my thanks is to the people in my life that really know me, to my wife, Susan, to my really good fishing and hunting buddy, Bill Ritter, who is, when you're out doing that kind of stuff, it generates a lot of thoughtful conversation. And to my colleague, I guess you'd say my co-lead of 6 years in Envision Chaffee County, Cindy Williams, all three of whom just approached the ballot measure failure with an optimistic embrace of change. And basically, in their own ways, all said, it's time to take all the good work you've been doing here on the local level and help other communities learn from what you've learned and, adapt some of this stuff to their own needs. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, I guess in the year ahead or so, is how to do that, how to take the change, how to give up something that I really love, but hopefully turn it in a positive direction and leave something good behind. So that's what I got. Go for a road trip.
Thank you so much for your insights, Director Felt. Just really appreciate getting to know you. And I have to say that had you campaigned and shown that drone video, you may have had more success there. They really could have gotten them. But I hope we all support you in your changes to come and look forward to seeing the awesome work that you'll do. They've been selfish to keep you in Chaffee County. Now you're out in the world here. Yeah, in a couple of years. So any questions for Director Felt? Yes, Director Brody.
So I wanted to pick up on this theme of change because it's something we've been talking about here at Denver Water with our leaders quite a bit over the last few months. That leadership is really about helping people manage the change. And the way we talk about it, which has really helped our folks here, is to think of there's the change itself and then there's the transition. Oftentimes the change is the easy part. The thing happens. COVID happened to all of us. And the hard part is the transition. It's that emotional process of grieving and figuring out how do you pivot, how do you move on. And so that way of framing change, I think, has really made a difference to our folks here. Maybe it will help you as well in your leadership roles, because that's really what leadership to me is about. And Director Felt, you are an amazing leader, and I have no doubt that while the change may be hard, that you're gonna harness it and get to a better place and a platform where you can continue to make a huge difference, not just to your own community, but to our state. And I look forward to being an observer on your journey of change.
Thank you.
I mean, don't set your bar too low. You could be president one day. Director Boucher.
Thanks. I just wanted to thank all the directors and the very heartfelt moment as always. And Director Hawkins, we're definitely thinking of you. And I was just thinking about that comment about change versus transition. And I intended in my report to actually address something within the water plan, but I guess that just triggered that, if the change is the draft plan and then the transition is the implementation, I put that on all of us to assist staff and our other, I look at it as partner actions to find partnership ways to let's go and build this to make the transition to these changes that we're all seeing. Thank you.
It all comes back to the water plan. Thank you. Just thanks for all your candid thoughts this morning. It really is special to be part of this group. And yeah, just getting to know everybody in the room. So thank you. We are a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay because we knocked out an item yesterday from our next agenda. So I feel confident that we can remain on track today. So go ahead and take the full 15 minutes. I know. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll see you all back here at 10:30. Hear ye, hear ye. Kevin is back. Our award-winning Kevin. Okay, welcome back to agenda item 15, 2023 projects bill. Super exciting time of year for CWCB to get to go through this process. And with us, we have Kirk Russell. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you. My name's Kirk, AKA Kevin Russell. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak on day 2 of the board meeting because of this opportunity to share what we're thankful for. And of course, I think most of you know what I'm thankful for, and that is bacon. And I share that with Director Dutton. Every time I text Director Dutton, it seems like I get a picture of a plate of bacon. We've got this thing going, so it was pretty obvious what we're thankful for.
Kirk, as long as it's not a McRussell sandwich, we're all grateful for that, so.
We're gonna have to serve a McRussell sandwich at one of these board meetings, you know that.
Only if the other offering is the cicada sandwich, so that we can choose. Or chips and ketchup. Yeah, I mean, that's a side dish. We're just gonna skip agenda item 15 and talk about our board potluck we're gonna be hosting.
Very good.
All right, just kidding.
All
Continue.
right, so agenda item 15A is the 2023 projects bill preparation. And it's good to remind the audience of the process that we go through to get from the application phase to actually getting this into bill paper and through the legislative process. And so on the screen, I've provided just a simple schedule that we go through. On August 1st, we receive applications. Many of them are internal staff requests. A lot of the items that are in the project bill that require appropriation are internal, different programs that need funded that this board is part of. And then in September, we have our Finance Committee meeting where these items are chewed on and then kicked back to staff if changes are requested. We go into a lot of detail with the Finance Committee, and that committee then recommends, and I've got 3 categories under item 15. A is those that the Finance Committee lumped together and said, these are good to go, we've seen these before, we approve them, to have the board consider them in a lump. And I'll quickly move through those and then allow the board to either pull some of them out to have discussions separately, or we'll just keep them in a block and get them approved as a block. And then item B under 15 are items that the Finance Committee recommended the staff do a presentation to the full board for consideration of approval. And then item C is kind of I put the category miscellaneous, and that is because they are not directly impacting the construction fund or severance tax, but they are some additional items that are going to be considered at the projects bill. It's also important to, well, I guess I've got this on the schedule here. So this board meeting, the board's actions will provide staff an opportunity to push this towards the sponsors of the bill. And this year it will be assumed through the Senate. And then we'll work with the sponsors to make sure they can accept the items that the board is proposing. And it's always good to note that most of the time our projects bill is not early in the session, and we feel that again this year it'll probably be more in the latter part of the session. And so this board might have an opportunity to deal with some modifications as necessary in January. I hope we don't have to make any changes in March because that gets pretty late, but we certainly may have that opportunity. So then I put kind of a round estimate there. Usually about February, we start communicating with the sponsors and the author of the bill. Or I'm sorry, the drafter of the bill. So the foundation of the money available for the project's bill appropriations, and keep in mind, these are not loans. All non-reimbursable investments that this board is involved with require appropriation every year. There are several of the items that the board and a previous legislative act has put in statute that are automatically refreshed, and so we keep track of those. They are items where we spend down the appropriation and it automatically gets refreshed at the end of the fiscal year. None of these items that we're talking about today are in that category. These are all required through the bill. And so the foundation of how much money we have available is based on a desire to grow the construction fund and the severance tax perpetual base fund at the construction cost index, so that we have the same buying power in future as we do today. And so this is somewhat graphical, but it shows how we try to grow the fund. And you've seen me talk about the unpredictability of severance tax. And last year obviously was one of those where the projections were a lot lower than the actual, which is allowing us to propose to this board and to put in the projects bill some additional large item funding for a couple different items. One of them was the $20 million Ark Valley conduit item yesterday. That will be part of the presentation a little bit later. But you can see as we project that out, that additional red at the top of that above the line is that excess money that we got from severance tax that we're proposing to put in the bill this year. So the numbers that I use, I look at new money. And so we receive interest earnings on our loans. We receive interest earnings from the Treasury. That's the first item, federal mineral lease and severance tax. And I use a 10-year average on severance tax. This last influx of money has changed that considerably. We are projecting, or they are projecting, a fairly high severance tax again this year. So that average is going to come up, even though it is over 10 years. So I'm looking at about $67.7 million in new money that has come into the program. We don't count the money that's principal that comes back. That's just part of the revolving nature of the fund. So then you see down below the operations CWCB has, plus those auto refreshes that I said are in statute, plus the agricultural drought $1 million that requires a governor declaration. So that always sits there ready for use. And then the reserve for the growth for its buying power equals about $39 million now. That leaves $16.1 million to make available for non-reimbursables that are not including those severance tax projects, those large ticket items that we have put in the bill this year, or proposing this year. So with that, I'm going to run down the quick list of items that the Finance Committee approved to be put in block. And I am happy to try to field any questions of these items or ask a staff member to step in and help. But these all have been considered by previous board and were considered by the Finance Committee. So the flood risk management program is an annual $500,000 refresh. You can see on the data sheet the items that were the matching funds that came in last year and the projects that were funded. Significant match money is associated with this from FEMA. The litigation fund, if you remember in May, the Attorney General's office proposes a budget for the current fiscal year. And so what we do is we prepare in the projects bill enough money to cover that, and then they'll come back in next May. So it's kind of it sets the Attorney General's office up for at least $2 million in that litigation fund annually. And they've shown how they project to spend that during this current year, and then we'll refresh it and do it again next year. The weather modification permitting program, you've heard a lot about this, the snowmaking efforts that Andrew is part of. And we are proposing $500,000 this year for that program, and it matches, leverages money from the lower basin states as well, and some folks in Colorado. The Colorado Mesonet Enhancement is an annual request from those folks in order to maintain and improve their network. The bottom statement says, this grant funding will allow COAGMAT to continue to qualify for federal matching funds through the National Mesonet program to support critical operations and maintenance needs. This program, or this group is vital to CWCB's efforts as well. They're asking for $150,000 again. Satellite monitoring and maintenance program, this money gets appropriated to be spent by the Division of Water Resources that maintains that system. It includes the lysimeter project in the Arkansas Valley for $50,000, and then $330,000 is the annual request for them to continue to upgrade and keep that system functioning. Next item is the Fish and Wildlife Resource Fund for $2 million. And in the data sheet shows the recent offerings of that, and I believe that is on the agenda later for discussion as well. But we will, we are requesting to refresh that $2 million. The Watershed Restoration Program is requesting $500,000 for, and the quote in the data sheet, for watershed restoration and flood mitigation grants to restore, mitigate, and protect stream channels and riparian areas susceptible to flood hazards and sediment erosion and deposition after wildfire, including expenditures for the design and implementation of projects intended to mitigate increased flows, sediment, and debris with federal and local matching requirements. And I know they're focusing on preemptive work, let's try to find the words here that were used. Anyway, the efforts to get ahead of potential wildfire impacts. And that again is a continuation effort. Two more items. The Reservoir Enlargement Assessment Project is a continuation. The last year's projects bill, I think we had $250,000 listed, and this is also to the Division of Water Resources in an effort to evaluate potential enlargement of reservoirs based on some modern information that they're using to determine safe dam spillways and freeboard on dams around the state. It does not identify that it is absolutely an opportunity to enlarge, but it does provide the owners an opportunity to say, maybe this is something that we can work with somebody else. Maybe there's an opportunity to store some additional water in the existing reservoir with a limited amount of dollars to take advantage of that. So it certainly doesn't say that it absolutely is ready, but they've seen some significant progress in an opportunity to enlarge some reservoirs around the state already. This will leverage a significant amount of federal money as well. Then the last item is the Colorado Water Plan Implementation Grant. We're proposing $2 million this year to add to the Prop DD funding that will be discussed later in item C. Last year, I think we put $1 million into this cash fund for water plan grants. This year, we're proposing $2 million. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions or pull any of these items out for additional discussion.
Thank you, Kirk. Are there any questions for Kirk? If not, I have a quick one for you. Would you, at some point in the coming year, have the cloud seeding people come and present to us on how things are going? And I know there was a recent article written about cloud seeding being, you know, a solution in the basin. And I think it's been a little while since we've had a robust conversation on that program. And, you know, I know the last time we did it, everybody really enjoyed hearing about the new technologies and how things were going. You think that's, you guys want to hear about that, or is it just me? Because I can set up a private meeting if that's the case. Yeah? Okay.
Andrew Lev is talking about it.
I can assure you, you don't have to ask Andrew twice to come talk about cloud seeding.
Awesome.
He'd be excited to do so.
Yes, that's great. Okay, any other questions? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet.
Just by a comment, is roughly adding up, it seemed like this was supporting other income in the amount of $26,500,000. So I think that's a real benefit that, yes, this money is going out, but it's actually bringing in more money. So, I appreciate all those matching. So I was wondering if the litigation department could figure out a match. No.
I'll just make a lane about that.
Like a tip jar?
But seriously, I mean, if they need more funds, which I think is important to support, how does that go about? Because you know, a lot of the things I hear, we need to be on top of this.
Maybe you're inferring they could do maybe a brownie sale or something to supplement some of our funding. Yeah, it's a good question. The 2 million has been our target number for probably 10 plus years in that refresh number. And their budget continues to push up a little higher. And I wouldn't be surprised if we aren't soon to see some ask above 2 million. I will say that they, when they request for the budget for the upcoming year, I've seen just a tradition that they're about 120% over what they end up spending. Some of that is also just an estimate that maybe has been delayed through some issues, but we keep an eye on that. So it may not be too long that we're going to need to put that to a 3 million or something even higher based on what they're asking in May each year.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yep, Director Anderson.
I thank the chair. Kurt, where are the gambling funds in this discussion?
Good question, Director Anderson. So agenda item 15C1, Anna Moss will come up and talk about the appropriation necessary for approval that also goes into the projects bill. So I'll let her answer that when it's time.
Oops. All right. Any other questions? Was that a wave? Director Boucher? You're giving me mixed signals.
I was going to propose a motion.
Oh, please do. It's a great idea.
Move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 15A, the 2023 projects bill.
Thank you. And Director Anderson had the second on that. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The motion carries. Thank you, Kirk. And we'll keep you up here for 15B, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 15B
Madam Chair, I do have a disclosure to make for this agenda item.
Of course, please go ahead.
Thank you. A disclosure for agenda item 15B6, the Central Colorado Water Conservancy District Augmentation Efficiency Project. So Sakata Farms, our farms, we contract with Central to augment our wells, but we won't have any direct financial benefit. We're not a contractor. It's not on our property or anything like that. So just wanted to disclose that relationship with Central before we start any of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. This agenda item has 7 items. One of them was already approved yesterday, and that is item number 7 to the Southeast District Ark Valley Conduit. So we will be focusing on item 1 through 6. And again, the committee recommended the staff bring forth this to the full board with presentation. And I think what we're looking for from staff, and we do have a guest that will speak on one of the items or assist us in presenting it. I'm going to have the staff come up, so I'm going to try to direct traffic a little bit. And I think there may be some folks online that will address these. But the first item, and each one of these items will be handled individually with recommendation and approval. So the first item is the Water Forecasting Partnership Project. And you heard a little bit about this item yesterday. And I will have Eric Sky speak to the board at this time, if hopefully he is online and available.
Yes, I am. Thank
Star
you,
is back.
Russell. Well, once again, for the record, my name is Eric Sky, CWCB staff, here to present agenda item 15B1. So this is the Water Forecast Partnership Project. This originally came before the Finance Committee in September at an ask level of $700,000. This is the primary funding mechanism for the Chasm Partnership and the work involved there. It also helps fund some experimental streamflow forecasting that goes along with this new water source. So we've been doing this NCAR Wharf hydro modeling in both the Rio Grande and the Southwest basins for a while now, and we want to be able to continue that. And the increased ask for the statewide ASO support is up to $900,000 in flights. That is double of last year's projects bill investment. So the Finance Committee said, what would happen if we took your original request of 700,000 and brought it up to $1 million? And there were two things that staff was asked to go back and come to you today to report on. Number one, will airborne snow observatories have the capacity to deal with that increased level of investment? Back in September, we were assured that that wouldn't be a problem, but I wanted to go back to ASO staff and double check for everyone today. So at current capacity today, this is not including anything that they may be able to build between now and next July, they could do 30 flights per year in Colorado at an estimated value of 3.6 million. So an increased investment to $1 million from this board today would not impact, or excuse me, ASO would have the capacity for that $1 million increased investment. The second issue that was brought up at the September Finance Committee was whether or not an increased investment would harm our ability to leverage bipartisan infrastructure law funds given to the UCRC. We have a few staff members that are heavily involved in those conversations and have been assured that increased investment from the board would not impact our ability to leverage those funds. So all that being said, staff recommends that the board approve $1 million in funding from the construction fund for the Water Forecasting Partnership Project for inclusion in the 2023 projects bill.
Thank you, Eric. Are there any questions for Eric? And thank you for sending over the materials we asked for yesterday. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. Glad you got them.
Okay. I guess just as a side note, which I think you heard from this board yesterday, I think we'd like to try to figure out a way to find funding to equally fly these basins. I know that the priority is getting the snow off data for those basins that don't have it yet. And hopefully we can continue to be in conversation about how we can have CASM fly the snow on times two and be able to have more information for our water managers. So I think obviously we couldn't turn that around in 24 hours, and this project's bill is already in the mix, but we'll keep talking about it and appreciate your leadership on that too. So thank you. Okay. You ready to move on?
We need a motion for.
Oh, or we're not doing it in block. I'm sorry. Apologies. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move the staff recommendation.
Oh, thank you, Director Sakata with the second. Any discussion?
I have one other comment, I think.
Please.
The other thing I heard, I think the staff is pursuing is just the capacity to manage such a program. That it's not just about funding, that, you know, I would suggest, since Kevin Ryan's not here, we just put it under his department.
That's a really good idea.
I concur.
Oh, you concur? Oh, okay. But I think we also need to move forward in that, keep that in perspective too, that, you know, at least in our basin, we're hearing that if we're going to make it a statewide program, that you know, it can't be these individual water entities managing that. So I happily second this, but also add that comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I guess I would turn that back to you, Eric, to give some thought about whether we can workshop this at our January meeting and spend a little time discussing the potential, or if that's something that you need more time to prepare for and therefore would be better suited for March. I think the benefit of January is that due to Water Congress, we could potentially have some of the members of those CASM calls in person in addition that might want to hear that conversation or add to it, but certainly don't want to overburden your work as well. You don't have to answer now.
Well, I was just
play a
going
song,
to
though.
suggest maybe even May. And the reason that I would suggest May is that gives us an entire season of trying this CWCB leadership experiment, if you will. Andrew Rickard and myself will have some more information on how that went. And to top that off, the Chasm Group is planning a grand roundtable tour between now and May. So we may have some more folks on board by that time. So if the board would like to do a workshop, absolutely, I am 100% on board. I would just suggest May at the earliest.
Okay, you're the boss. We'll do it.
Thank you.
All right, moving along to, finishing this motion. Yep, we'll go ahead and do that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. And the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Eric. Agenda item 15B2 is the water plan action advancement. And obviously with the excitement of completing the update for the water plan and the actions necessary to move forward on some of these, looks like Kat is going to come up and present this item for the water supply planning section. So there's your list. I don't think there's any other slides.
No. Good morning, Kat Weissmiller, CWCB staff for the record. This item came before the September Finance Committee and was reviewed. There was support for it, but it was encouraged that we come before the board and share some of our thoughts around it. So this action item is water plan action advancement. As discussed yesterday, the 2023 Colorado Water Plan is set for approval in January. Once that plan is finalized, CWCB will need to begin implementing actions on the water plan. This can be done in a variety of ways, including funding partner actions, advancing agency actions CWCB is committed to. But the latter really requires us to have some funding and some direction to do that. So as Russ pointed out yesterday, there are several actions and supportive initiatives that we really need to begin advancing quickly to build towards subsequent actions that relate to these deliverables, building towards the tech update, as you saw in his slides yesterday. So CWCB staff requests $2 million of non-reimbursable project funds to advance actions that related work, developing tools, convening stakeholder groups, research, data analysis that are described in the 2023 water plan. This funding will advance actions within each action area of the water plan with some flexibility to allow the budget to shift across action areas should staff or board operations refine our funding priorities. And with that, that's kind of the basics of what we are looking at. I'm happy to go into more detail of how those funds are going to be directed, but I'll stop there.
Any questions, or would you like to hear more information from Kat on the detail? Okay, seeing none, I guess, do you have staff recommendation?
Staff recommends approval of $2 million.
Okay, that's simple. There it is. All right. Anyone? Director Boucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 15B2.
Director Sakata with the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. And the motion carries. Thanks, Kat.
Thank you.
Okay, before I talk about agenda item 3 under this category, I was just standing over by our team on the tech side. I couldn't help but remember, during the pandemic, we were starting to struggle with the virtual components of these meetings, and now we're into this hybrid thing, and I'm just floored by how efficient they move through the board meeting, and it's very impressive. If you go stand back there, there's like 9 monitors and gadgets and battery stuff, and there's not a flaw in this board meeting. So kudos to you guys, Viola, Anna, and the team. Impressive. There's no glitch at all, and that is so impressive. So thank you. Yeah. Now, if we could get him to make a McRussell sandwich back there. Okay, agenda item 3 is the DWR mobile field data collection app And this is a request by way of DWR to help them. And to speak on this item is Brian. So I will turn this over to Brian. Now let's see what we get. Yeah, there's your presentation.
Good morning, Brian McPherson, CWCB staff. I'm going to pass it to Jason Allman with DWR, the real expert on this topic, who should be online.
Well, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We can hear you.
Good morning. I want to thank Brian for helping us out with this application as well. But basically what you see here on this first picture is related to this application. It is a picture of one of our water commissioners working with a water user at a head gate. We do a lot of things. Our staff across the state do a lot of things in the field, including taking diversion records, which I believe is what this Scott Hummer is doing here. And all those things we do in the field, in the past, they were done on paper, brought back into the office. For instance, diversion records, people used to record them on in their day timer. They'd bring them back, they'd put them in a 3-ring binder which had a page for each ditch, and then it would get typed into the database at the end of the year. And what we're trying to do is make some of these processes more streamlined so that we can provide better, more real-time data for making decisions, because this data is used by water users and by our staff to make decisions. Next slide. And just some examples of some of the tools we're working on right now in DWR and with assistance from CWCB to help us make better real-time decisions are right here. So colors of water, which some of you may have heard of before. CWCB has provided some funding to match a WaterSmart grant to create this tool that will be an update to an existing tool in the Arkansas that will take diversion records directly that our water commissioners put in or that are taken by satellite telemetry or whatnot, and convert it into a tool that people can view what colors of water in the river, that our staff can use to do some scenario planning on reservoir releases, and just give people a better idea of when different reservoir releases are going to arrive at head gates and what colors of water, including exchanges, are available all down the Arkansas River. But that tool needs real-time diversion records to function, because if it doesn't have accurate data that's real-time, if the data is from months ago, it's not going to be all that helpful. The accretion and depletion analysis tool, or ADAP for short, is another tool we're working heavily on right now. And that tool is intended to help our staff that are struggling with the hundreds and thousands of augmentation plans, really, particularly in Division 1 and 2, to aggregate the impact to the river of the accretions and the depletions. So we have recharge ponds and you have wells. They all have an impact to the river. The water commissioners need to know what that net impact is to stream reaches. And right now they manage it with accounting sheets, hundreds of them, that they have to go through. This accretion and depletion analysis tool eventually is intended to do that a little bit more programmatically. But it also will be taking in diversion records and feeding diversion records back in for the stream reaches. And remote sensing of consumptive use, as we get, as the state gets closer, the UCRC gets closer to using remotely sensed consumptive use, particularly in the Colorado, but statewide as well. Being able to limit that accurately by what diversions are being made will be important. And then another example that's completely maybe a little bit different, but we have an advanced notification system for well construction that the Board of Examiners audit was required us to do. And we'd like to have a more mobile application that drillers can actually submit that advanced notification that's required in the field a little bit easier. Next slide. So just as an example, and I just pulled this last week and updated this presentation, this is an actual screenshot from the Colors of Water tool. So it's exciting for us that it's actually running. It runs completely from diversion records. You're seeing on the left-hand side the selection of the Arkansas River and the reach, and then all of the different structures and nodes in the model. And I selected the Hamp Bell Ditch here, and it shows then on the right what releases are there, what exchanges are available. And so you can see how this will be helpful for transparency going forward. Next slide. And then this is just a more graphical representation of that same data. So it's showing a reach of the river and what colors of water are in the river, native flow, release totals. And this is also, like I said, running directly out of our HydroBase database. Next slide. So we currently have a couple of tools that we use to do some things in the field, but are fairly limited. Field data application, that is used primarily for diversion record collection. And we have it's used primarily on diversions where water commissioners are going there fairly infrequently, maybe once a week or once every other week. And then StreamCalc is an application that's written. These are both in the Android platform, and our hydrographers use that to put in their field notes and collect data when they go out and make measurements of the stream. These tools we would like to update, make more useful, add functionality to. So updating these are a part of this project. Next slide. And so this is just a listing of all of the different modules or components that we would like to actually create with an outside consultant using this money. So for administration, we'd like to be able to do diversion records, water court field inspections. There's a lot of need for verifying irrigated lands for augmentation plans and otherwise, dry up verification, inventorying ponds, hydrography. We already mentioned replicating some of the functionality that's in the tool that we currently have, but also we are also switching to a new program for the hydrographers that we use to actually prepare their rating tables for their gauges called Aquarius. And this, our old tool will need to be redone to work with that new program. And then dam safety, our dam safety engineers do inspections. They review emergency action plans, do construction site visits for construction projects. We'd like to roll all that stuff into a mobile application. And then we do meter tests for groundwater. Our groundwater inspectors make site visits. So we'd like to be able to do some of those well inspection reports in a more mobile fashion. And then there's a lot of stuff that our staff across the board capture in the field, GPS locations and photos. You can do that, if we provide them a phone, there's lots of applications they can do that with, but they don't automatically feed into our HydroBase database. And so getting a module on a mobile device that can do that without requiring a bunch of extra steps is super helpful for our staff and makes it more likely that they'll use these tools. So next slide. So that's pretty much it. I guess the one question I'd answer before it's asked maybe is, we do work with the Office of Information Technology to do application development. They're working on the Colors of Water, on the ADAT, entry tools and viewing tools, among other, many other things that we are doing with them. And our backlog with the application development group at OIT is really long. Without some additional money to take this out and use an external consultant to build, this was probably a 5-year out type project. So that's the reason for the request for funding. So welcome any questions.
Any questions for Jason? I'll just make 2 more quick ties to the CWCB. One being the 5-point plan from the Upper Basin. One of the points is strict administration of water rights. We need to help our DWR staff streamline their administration process as best we can. They're stretched thin, obviously, on the west slope, so this will help streamline their process. And then the second tie is to the water plan. The data collected by DWR is the foundation of our water planning process, tech update, et cetera. So the better data we have, the more rigorous planning we can do through Russ's section. So that's just my 2 plugs. So I don't know, slide around, but staff recommendation would be approval of $800,000 for this DWR mobile field app project.
Thanks for choosing the correct basin to showcase in your slide there. No, thank you. Took the words right out of my mouth, at least about measurement and how important that is. So this is really cool. And I had not seen the Colors of Water tool, and that's really, really cool. So thanks for showing us. Any further questions? Director Brody?
Just wondering if there's opportunity to pursue any of the federal dollars to further expand on these types of efforts.
We have gotten a Water Smart grant through the Bureau of Reclamation for the Colors of Water tool. We have not pursued that this time. It's been a bit of a contracting challenge to work through Colors of Water just with the time constraints and everything. And I haven't thought about BIL or IRA funds, but I think the hope here is to have this online pretty quickly. So I think, you know, the CWCB funds would be the fastest way to get this done, but I think if there was a desire, we could look at federal. Water Smart would probably be the main avenue I could think of.
I'm just thinking beyond this immediate ask, given the dollars that are available. Is there more that should we be thinking bigger and broader about expanding these types of efforts, because they are really important?
Sorry. Administrative tools are definitely a push we're you know, going through in CDSS through our basin DSS programs. So, you know, I think we'll continue to probably pursue Water Smart for things like Colors of Water, where we've already leveraged federal funds. So I think we'll continue to pursue those federal funds.
Well, if I can offer just a comment, the Colors of Water I didn't mention, it's in the Arkansas Basin right now. The goal, though, of making a tool that runs completely out of our database and diversion records is that we can port it, for lack of a better term, and use it in some other streams that we have staff that would really like to have a tool like that, you know, if they need to determine what water needs to bypass a head gate, they have a transparent tool that shows people that. And in order to do that, we may, you know, like Brian was saying, I think we may be looking at other avenues to fund building the background data necessary to use it in other streams.
Okay.
But we're hoping to get it running on the first stream. We want to get it running on the Arkansas and have a really good demo of it here. So sorry, I didn't mean to.
That's okay. No worries. Thank you very much. Great presentation. And if there's no further discussion, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move staff recommendation for agenda item 15B3.
Thank you, Director Dutton, with the second. Any more discussion? No? Okay, great. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much for joining us, Jason.
Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Chair, we are on agenda item 15B. And I guess before I go into 15B4, before I jump into that, in that last item, I was reminded when the application came in, and this board has approved a lot of grants over the last 4, 5, 6 years, that, and we see this routinely when we fund a grant and we fund something, especially like technology, there's, you know, as we all know, time goes by pretty quick that you need to upgrade and do things different as things advance. And so we always have to remind applicants, not only in this non-reimbursable program, but also in all of our water plan grants and WSRF grants, that that even though this board funded that initial product, that there really needs to be a plan for maintaining and upgrading. And we've seen too many times where the recipient of this grant money comes back and says, well, you helped build it, you got to maintain it. And we turn around and say, well, that's not really what was intended here. We got it launched, and I think there needs to be a plan to maintain it. So I guess I just throw that out there. I spoke to Jason about that, and he said, yeah, they've got a plan to maintain that going forward. So, and I appreciate that. So agenda item 15B4 is the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. You heard an excellent presentation from Kara just a little bit earlier, and I'm happy to have her come up, or if the board has any questions about this $19 million. And as a reminder, this $19 million is part of the severance tax perpetual base fund excess revenue that came in. This actually was going to be an annual item. We were going to need to fund this program annually in the projects bill, and this will give us a chance to put that money aside, and it is ready for use over the next 13 years or so, 15 years, 10 years. And so with that, if there aren't any questions for Kara, I would just offer the staff recommendation at this time.
I think that'll work for me. Directors, any questions, anything online? Okay. Go ahead, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move staff recommendation for agenda item 15B4.
I'm giving the left side of the table a chance.
Second.
Thanks, Director Boucher, for the second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. And the motion carries. Thank you.
Agenda item 15B5 is the Upper Colorado River and San Juan River recovery programs, and Michelle Garrison will be speaking on this item. This also is a severance tax perpetual base fund funded ask to be put in the projects bill for $15 million. And oops, sorry, Michelle, I accidentally advanced.
Thanks, Michelle. Welcome back. It's so nice to see you in person.
Thank you. Again, this time with the clicker. All right. I think you're all familiar, but just we haven't given an update in a while, so just a couple of slides. The endangered fish recovery programs were established in 1988 and 1992. Colorado has been a member of the cooperative agreement and the program since then, with the goal to recover the endangered fish species while allowing water use and development to continue. And the federal authorization and cooperative agreements expire for those programs in September of 2023. So we've been through a process that I'll go through extremely quickly to get to today's request. And so just a reminder, those are the 4 fish in the upper program and the top 2 also in the lower program, in the San Juan program. Both programs have had some good benefits and accomplishments in terms of regulatory certainty for water users and a cooperative adaptive approach to solving problems that has led to a lack of ESA-related litigation, and also in recent years, the downlisting of the humpback chub from endangered to threatened, and the proposed downlisting of the razorback sucker as well. In terms of historical funding, from the late 80s and early 90s to now, most of the capital funding has come through federal appropriations, but the states have also made contributions. Colorado has contributed over $17 million to capital funding for the programs through today. And also funding from Colorado River Storage Project, hydropower revenue, and the CWCB actually made a loan for that is getting repaid back. So the CWCB has always been an active partner in these. In terms of annual operating, for many, many years, the programs were funded by Colorado River Storage Project hydropower revenue and some federal appropriations from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. More recently, as hydropower revenue has become unavailable, Reclamation has stepped in and made appropriations for the programs. And there are numerous and pretty significant non-federal partner in-kind contributions that keep the program running, staffing of activities and other things. So that's how the programs have been supported to date. And so the programs went through a process to plan for the next 15 years, looking at current and recommended future activities and the estimates of those expenses, and the discussion of possible funding sources. And the reason for the request today is really that there is a need to move from the hydropower revenue that has become unavailable for the annual funding. So for the first time, we are requesting funding for annual operating costs for the program. And so here's some of the agreements that the group made in terms of capital funding, with $100 million ceiling for the two programs together, and non-federal partner cost share on a project-by-project basis. As appropriate, subject to available funding. CWCB has also provided this type of funding in the past for projects in Colorado that have multiple benefits, including the program. In terms of annual operating for the two programs combined, $13.92 million in cash. Both of these will be adjusted for inflation annually. And that will come now not from hydropower revenue, but from a mix of federal appropriations from Fish and Wildlife Service and Reclamation and possibly other federal agencies. Reclamation for now covering the tribal trust responsibility for the San Juan program. It's the first time they've had to try to identify what that tribal trust is. State contributions and hydropower revenue if and when it might be available, and a continuation of the non-federal partner in-kind contributions. So staff recommendation is for the board to allocate $15 million from the construction fund to fulfill these new pending recovery program annual funding obligations. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there any?
From severance tax. Yes, I do. One more. There's the correct. Nope. It was at the beginning. Nope. Now I'm really messing it up. One. Nope. Go backwards.
It's
Sorry.
like a trip through time.
It is. I can't. All right. Now I've really broken it, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to fix it. Really broke it. Okay.
I mean, it's really
From
Kirk's
severance
fault.
tax. Should not have said construction fund. That is a typo.
Right, we'll just pretend that never happened.
That never happened.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Are there any questions for Michelle? Okay, seeing none.
No worries.
Director Boucher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to approve staff recommendation for agenda item 15B5.
Director Dutton with the second, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. After I said we have no glitches, we as humans can easily take advantage of a flawless
Yeah,
system.
I mean, you really did set us up for a jinx on that one.
All right, so our next agenda item, 15B6, is a request from the Groundwater Management Subdistrict of Central Colorado Water Conservancy District, and the project title is the Augmentation Efficiency Project. And with us today is Randy Ray, the Executive Director of the district. This request was for $3 million, and it's for a project. And I have to thank Cole Bedford for putting this together. This application came in, and Cole, being the project manager he is on the loan program, put this through the normal grinder that we process loan applications, and did a great job in putting together the memo associated with this recommendation for approval. But from a high level, it is a augmentation efficiency effort. The Central Colorado Water Conservancy District and its sub-districts have been very active over the last 10, 15 years in their augmentation efforts to augment wells in the South Platte area. And we've been working with Randy and his group especially on Chatfield reallocation efforts and many other opportunities to help farmers in the South Platte. This request for $3 million is part of a $13.5 million effort, and it does have an impact on, and maybe some of the board members were present back when the Gilcrest high groundwater was an issue, and our efforts with some grant funding to figure out ways to help them deal with high groundwater and the impact to their treatment system, their sewage treatment system, and also a lot of water that was in basements. And it was somewhat tied back to the efforts to augment wells and as that water moved through to get back to the river. So this project, we felt, met some multi-beneficial results, and it's only about maybe 23% of the total project cost. And as a reminder to this board, the Water Plan Grant Program has limits, dollar amount limits. And so this one being $13 million would have cleaned out all of the opportunities in the Water Plan Grant Fund. And so it fit well with the non-reimbursable. This was presented at the Finance Committee with a recommendation to hear a little bit more. And we've invited Randy to participate in this discussion. And so the map that you see in the data sheet and the one shown on the screen identifies two components of this, two lines. And I guess with that, I should probably have Randy come up and maybe present a little bit more deeper dive into this item. I don't know which one of those you want on the screen. This good one.
Show me how to run that thing.
Well, this is not going to go anywhere for you. That's why.
Oh,
the
okay.
only other slide.
Oh,
you have,
okay.
so make sure you introduce yourself.
Very good. Thanks for having me, Randy Ray, Central Colorado Water Conservancy District. We also have the two augmentation subdistricts that was referred, groundwater management subdistrict and the well augmentation subdistrict. And before I start, I just want to thank the CWCB for 20 plus years of support since the 2002 drought and the requirement for fully augmenting wells. And the challenges that we have in this section of the South Platte River where we don't frequent free river conditions below the big reservoirs on the eastern plains, it's a real challenge to develop supplies. And so over the last 20 years, we've gone to our tax our voters in our taxing area, and we've passed pushing $180 million worth of bonds, debt authority, which turned into loans through CWCB. And thank you for all that support over the years, and Chatfield as well that Kirk mentions. And I bring up the past because we built all these projects because we were forced with a big problem. 700 farm families. That other slide showed just the one augmentation plan. If we were to provide 100% replacement supply, that's 67,000 acre foot of consumptive water annually. The other augmentation plan, the well augmentation plan's another 20 to 25,000 acre feet. So it's a big challenge in the dry stretch of the river below City and County Denver. So this project is in lots of ways kind of wrapping up all the work that we've done, and it incorporates primarily a pipeline or two pipelines that we're proposing that would allow us to more efficiently convey our water supplies that we've acquired. And as Kirk had mentioned, one of the needs in our augmentation plan is to actually mine that groundwater aquifer at times when we're short on supply. Like this winter, we've been pumping augmentation wells. We're pumping from the aquifer, and we're using irrigation canals to convey that water down the river. And you can then imagine what a challenge it is this time of the year, especially when it's getting cold and snow and ice issues. Pipeline would be so beneficial. So as the slide shows, these two pipelines are generally within 8 or 10 miles from each other. They're sited in locations where the water district, through those that tax authority, has acquired about 800 to 900 acre feet of consumptive senior water rights from willing sellers. We've dried up a few of those farms and try to keep the rest of them going. So it's a convenience for the ditch companies. If you're familiar with ditch companies and deliveries down canals, they really like you to take delivery of your water where it has been occurring for the last 120 years to not disrupt the operations of the ditch. So we picked these two sites. We actually own the land on one of them. We're in the process of acquiring the land on the other, where we propose to build a slurry-lined gravel pit reservoir on one, and the other is going to be a clay-lined reservoir that's actually being dug out as we speak. They're about 80% done with that. The pipelines will deliver these augmentation well water that we need sometimes in the dry years, not every year that we do that. It would also provide a mechanism to deliver the change shares from the laterals from the ditches back to the river as an aug supply, and also convey water the other direction. Eventually, we plan on drilling wells next to the river and pumping water back up to storage sites and recharge sites to further make our operation more efficient. In the middle of the winter, when it's hard to run our junior water rates down the ditches, we can pump the wells back up to and recharge. So in addition to Gilchrist, there is another augmentation plan. It's the Hunt Feed Yards aug plan. He's got a pretty substantial size cattle feeding operation near Gilchrist. And he also has several farms that need supplemental irrigation augmentation supply. So he would also be a participant. He'd buy his way into the project. So this would benefit him so he can get his reservoir deliveries back to the South Platte River. The connection of the town of Gilchrist, the funds that Kirk has mentioned there, I was heavily involved in those discussions of how can we assist and mitigate any high groundwater issues in Gilchrist. And what was found was if you pump the aquifer, the water table goes down. Surprise, surprise. So we decided to site 2 wells nearby the town. It's a farm that did not have surface supply, and the land has been sold and the wells are sitting there. So we're proposing, and we got a kind of a handshake deal with the landowner to buy those wells from him and connect them to our pipeline. We will work with the town, allow them to use the wells if they need to dewater. So we'll work with the town as needed. Kind of general description of what we got going on. I don't know what other slides you may have or you want to show, Kirk? Okay. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there questions for Mr. Ray? Go ahead, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I apologize for doing the disclosure beforehand. I didn't realize we were going to do item by item. So I was just repeating my disclosure for this, that Sakata Farms does contract with Central. So they augment some of our wells, but I wouldn't directly benefit at all financially from this project. It's none of our land, or we're not doing any of the work or anything like that. But I would like to mention, Randy, well, we were affected when the well augmentation requirements really settled in, and we had 2 pieces of property under GASP that were shut off completely. And it's amazing the work that Central has done, because now it's amazing the catch up done from all those post-pumping depletions. When we were faced with those back then, it was like, we're never going to overcome those. It was like a hopeless situation. And it's amazing now that some of those wells are beginning to be online again and pumping. So all the efforts of the engineering reports and the timing issues, it's incredible the amount of work that you guys are doing in that area. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Scotta. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Dutton.
Randy, I don't have a question, but I just also wanted to thank you for coming and just, the amount of plumbing and projects and everything that you've built over the last, couple of decades is pretty astonishing, and just the complication of all the plumbing. And it sounds like it's going to get even more complicated, but I just applaud you for continuing to try to figure this out and to be really creative and working with your community. So thanks for being here, and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Director Dutton. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move approval for, move staff recommendation for agenda item 15B6.
That was a tie. I'm going to give it to Director Brody for the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you. We can skip the next agenda item because we already voted on that yesterday. 15B7 was unanimously approved by this board while Southeast was with us. So we'll move on to 15C.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that there's a tour of Denver Water scheduled for 11:35. Do you want to delay the rest of them, or should we keep going?
Nope. keep going.
We're gonna,
All right, and agenda item 15C1, I'll have Anna Moss come in and address any questions related to the appropriation of the cash fund.
Good morning, Anna Moss, CWCB staff. For the record, I'll keep this quick so we can get on that tour. This is agenda item 15C1. It's the Water Plant Implementation Cash Fund appropriation. Why this is required is while we have money in that particular fund, we need the spending authority through a legislatively approved appropriation to actually really use those funds for the grants. And so just a quick history, what happens is Department of Revenue collects sports betting revenue throughout the entire fiscal year. At the end of the fiscal year, they close out their books, let us know how much is available for a water plan cash fund, and then they transfer that money to us. And then now what we have to do is appropriate that in our next projects bill. And so they transferred about 11.4 million to us in September. A portion of that does go to support the staff for the water plant grant program. So that includes the 4 regional project managers that we've just hired, 1 contract administrator in CWCB, and then 1 FTE in the EDO on their procurement team. So 6 FTE in total. And then at Finance Committee, and Kirk mentioned earlier in agenda item 15A, the $2 million from the construction fund that we'd like to supplement on top of the sports betting revenue. So the recommendation is to have the board support the appropriation of $12.6 million for the water plant grant program for next fiscal year. I will also note that Governor Polis's 23-24 budget proposal did include $5 million from the general fund to be transferred into the water plant implementation cash fund also. This is subject to legislative approval. It's got to go through the JBC process, then full General Assembly. So that would get added if approved by the legislature. It could potentially be added into the projects bill, but that is not up to us. That's up to the General Assembly. So we'll see where that one goes. But there's potential for another $5 million on top of this. But recommendation today is just for what's within the board's control, which is that 12.6 million. So that's all I've got for you.
well, that's plenty. Thank you. Any questions for Anna? Yes, Director Anderson.
So sports betting, if I looked at your last slide, the revenue was 7.6 million this past year.
What was transferred in September?
That shows last year.
Oh, that's last year's? Okay. So that would have been for fiscal year, what, 22-23. So what was just transferred about 2 months ago was 11.4 million rather.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, Director Dutton.
If there are no other questions, I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 15C1.
Okay, where are all the seconds now? You guys are all snoozing?
yeah.
Oh, there they are.
Sorry.
What about the left side of the table? Director Sakata, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. And the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, the last item under the projects bill list, item 15C2 is, and I apologize, this was done way too late one evening. These are my spelling errors. This is an appropriation with the for the CPW, and they are interested in buying some orphan shares. And we talked a little bit about the Finance Committee that we're going to use the projects bill for that opportunity, for their appropriation to do so. And so this is a discussion. Lauren Riss will come up and talk about this, and I believe with support from Rob Harris, who I believe is online. And I'll turn this over to Lauren if you want to.
I don't know that, this is Lauren Riss with CWCB. I don't know that I have a whole lot to add. I might just turn it straight over to Rob Harris. But this is related to giving CPW the authority to purchase shares from CWCB from the pool of orphan shares that we currently own in the Chatfield reallocation project. But I'll let Rob describe what CPW is thinking about that. So go ahead, Rob.
Great. Thanks, Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. And thank you, Madam Chair, the board. Once again, this is Rob Harris. I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at CPW. So this, of course, relates to the Chatfield Reservoir Reallocation Project. And I think we all know consists of reallocating capacity in Chatfield Reservoir to allow an additional 20,600 acre-feet storage. And the project received its final authorization in May of 2020. CPW presently owns 1,000 acre-feet of reallocated pool capacity, and that's reserved for use by the environmental pool, and that's part of the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan. And CPW operates the environmental pool on behalf of the project, primarily for the benefit of the downstream environment, in accordance with the Chatfield Fish, Wildlife, and Recreation Mitigation Plan. So in the reallocation project, CWCB presently holds and is looking to sell orphan shares. I mean, I think these have been in your hands for probably better than a decade at this point, and that have not been purchased by any water user to date. And as you can see by the chart in your board packet, it's anticipated that after recent and expected sales, CWCB will still have 924 orphan shares remaining. And CPW and CWCB staff have been discussing a potential sale of those orphan shares to CPW for a while. And the reason for this is to meet present and future statewide warm water fishery demands. Then this includes the stocking obligations outlined in the Saline Delivery System and Northern Integrated Supply Project, or NISP, Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plans. And CPW will need to construct a new warm water hatchery to meet these demands. CPW has identified the existing Chatfield planning base downstream of Chatfield Dam as the preferred site of a warm water hatchery. And the primary use of the orphan shares would be for the operation and augmentation of the future Chatfield warm water hatchery facility. So while the environmental pool will have incidental benefits to hatchery operations, CPW really needs this significant additional water supply independent from the environmental pool to support the hatchery operations. So CPW and its consultant have determined that the acquisition of 924 orphan shares will help provide a reliable water supply for the hatchery in most years, using CPW's existing water rights at Chatfield Reservoir. CPW has the needed funds for this purchase, but we don't have the spending authority. So as with the last item, this is really about being able to get the legislature to say, yes, you can do this. Although the final cost needs to be worked out with CWCB staff, the price is anticipated to be, north of $7.7 million that would be paid to CWCB. And just want to say big thanks to CWCB and CPW staff. We've got a really superstar team, and that includes Lauren, Kirk, and Jen Mealy. I mean, yeah, to the extent that you haven't seen those folks around, there's a good chance it's because they've been in a Chatfield meeting for one item or another. We've all been working really hard to realize the bigger vision set forth in the Chatfield reallocation to the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan. This hatchery is just one piece of that. The environmental pool is another big piece. There are many pieces. And we're also grateful for the many productive conversations we've had with a number of stakeholders and project participants. So this is just one piece of our bigger puzzle, but it's a really important one that's going to go a long way to providing a reliable water supply for the hatchery. So we would certainly appreciate the board's support for this item 15C2, and certainly available for any questions you may have.
Thanks. You are breaking up just a little bit, so if you want to turn your video
Oh,
off.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I think
Okay,
we
I
get
will
the
do
gist of it, but just in case there's questions, we can facilitate easier answer. Any questions? Okay. Sorry to turn your video off on you.
No worries.
We like seeing you.
Well, yeah, I miss seeing you all. I appreciate you tolerating my being away.
It's okay. That's the good part, is that we can do it. All right, staff recommendation is on the board. If there's no skips, Director Dutton.
I'm sorry, I feel like I keep surprising you by making a motion. I move we approve agenda item 15C2.
And Director Boucher has a second over here on the left side of the table. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same, no. Please indicate by saying nay. I don't like to do it that way. It's my thing. All right, motion passes. A little bit on lunch, which is next. We'll go ahead and break for lunch and eat. And then we will spend some time doing a tour of Denver Water. It will be shortened, and hopefully, I'm assuming we're going to leave here, so we'll need to get our coats after. If you're planning to join the tour, anything else you want us to know?
So tour guides will meet us in the lobby at 12:15. So please join us if you'd like. We'll obviously minimize the time outside, but we'd love to show you around. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Welcome back. Oh, welcome back, everybody. That's back. Which is not really many of our directors, so.
Becky, I believe that 1313 Sherman Street needs to be raised and start over.
Raised? Are you sure it's raised? Because I.
Raised to the
It's-
floor.
Yeah, that was, I was thinking about how private companies can sure do a lot better job than the state, right? It also made me think of the difference between the pumping stations. We saw a lot, but the two CAPS versus METS. CAPS was very like industrial and METS was very pretty. Okay, well, we're slowly coming back here. Sorry to keep you, Chris. If you're ready, we can be ready, I think.
Okay. We good to go?
I mean, for the most part, let's go ahead.
Okay, for the record, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff, talking about agenda item 16, the Fish and Wildlife Resources Fund, a criteria update. The board may recall that I brought this draft criteria to the board in July of 2022. And at that time, the board directed me to take the two policies that govern this program and the guidelines that were existing at the time and the statute and turn that all into one grant guidelines, and so that we would remove the policies from our record and just go with one grant guideline. So that is what we have done, and I would like to thank Councilor Mealy for taking the first stab at this and drafting the first go. And then I have also been talking to Carlin Armstrong at CPW and was able to incorporate some of their comments as well. But let's start, Anna, please, with the one and only slide I have. I just wanted to show the board and those interested a brief history of the Fish and Wildlife Resources Fund during my tenure as a staffer. I've been here for 15 years. And in that 15 years, I have recommended to the board 11 grants out of this program. This is not what I would call an easy button grant program. If you read the statute, you can see that it's very complex, and the guidelines associated with it, regardless of how hard I try to make them simpler, they remain complex because we have to respect the statute. As you're looking at this list of grant history and reading the guidelines, you'll see that we talk about two different grant types. We talk about new projects and we talk about existing projects. The new projects are discussed in paragraphs 2 through 4 of the statute. They were also dealt with in policy 20. The existing projects are discussed in the 5th paragraph of the statute, and we had policy 15 to govern that. Well, new projects are projects that require new federal permitting for a new water supply or storage project that are going through a federal permitting process. So of the grant types that you're seeing on the screen, only the one in red is the only grant I've ever done in my 15 years for new projects, a project subject to a state wildlife mitigation plan. We may have some on the horizon, but I think this is illustrative of the fact that these projects don't move quickly. And so we've only seen one grant out of it. The remaining grants, the other 10 on the list here, are all out of paragraph 5 from the statute, policy 15, and in this guidance that you're looking at now, what we call existing projects, or section B of the guidance document. So I just wanted everybody to get a flavor for that. And I, early days, would advise folks to go to this program that were qualified for it. You see a lot of diversion reconstruction projects on this list. They have tapered off now because we have a lot more funding through our water plan grant programs, and that's a more appropriate place for these types of grants lately. So I think we may even taper off more on these existing project type grants. So that said, let's jump into the guidance. Now, the board directed me at the July meeting to create one document. As I said, Councilor Mealy was integral in getting this all in one place, and I'm so appreciative of that. The board also directed me to redline this document, which was a little difficult for me because I had to redline a new document. But I've tried to capture the substantive changes in these new guidelines that were made to existing language that existed in the two policies, in policy 15 and 20. I also cleaned some things up. Those aren't necessarily redlined. But I think it's probably best just to go through it and stop me at any point if you have questions, please. So in the introduction, there was some housekeeping in the second paragraph there where it had previously just mentioned mitigation projects, but we did want it to be inclusive of all types of projects outlined in the statute, so I had added the enhancement and species recovery grants into that language as well. The grant types, there's two types again, the new projects, and we say referred to here and after, so folks get a sense of what that is. That's former policy 20. And B, section B, the existing projects, that's former policy 15. We took that language from the policy and for the description there. As we get into the grant requirements, we first discuss the new projects. So subject to paragraphs 2 through 4 of the statute, these are projects that are triggered by the need for a state wildlife mitigation plan. I deleted this first paragraph that was in the policy for eligible applicants because I thought it was a little redundant with what we read when we get into eligible projects. So that for me was just some housekeeping to clean it up. Eligible parties. I'm going to put a placeholder here because I think we're going to have a little bit of a discussion. I'll come back to that. But as it is now, I left it. We left it as it was. Restrictions on funding. So if you look at the paragraph on mitigation grants and restrictions on funding, I deleted a sentence that references the mitigation plan. The sentence before that's not deleted says the mitigation plan may be adopted as part of a federal record. If so, the board shall fund only those components of the adopted mitigation plan that are not included as part of the permitting entity mitigation requirement. I deleted that. I didn't think that was necessary. It's not in the statute that way. And in discussing it with CPW, we were getting a sense that folks might think that because the mitigation plan is adopted as part of the federal record of decision, it's no longer eligible for funding from this grant type. And that's not the intent as we understand it there. So I thought it was easier just to remove that language and say that mitigation grants shall be awarded for a project after the project has received the permit license or other approval. So just to revisit that, if a state wildlife mitigation plan is adopted as part of the federal record of decision, we still consider that mitigation outside of what the feds are requiring, and it is eligible for this grant type for mitigation grants. Okay, skipping down to the bottom of page 3 there. I deleted language that said in the event the funds in the Fish and Wildlife are insufficient to fully fund a mitigation grant request, the applicant will receive disbursements of the grant as the General Assembly allocates such money for those purposes. I don't think staff ever recommends funding, ever has funding recommendations to the board for funds that don't exist. This wasn't in the statute, so we thought it best to delete this piece right here. On the next page, the first full paragraph, we just changed the contracting that a fully executed contract needs to happen within 6 months, not 2 years. This is just language to make it consistent with the language that we have for water plan grants. And We discuss funding requirements, and again, this is just for that new projects. We'll talk about the existing ones here soon. And so the match is a little tricky because the statute is very specific about the match as it relates to mitigation grants, as it relates to enhancement grants, and it wasn't specific at all as it related to species recovery grants. So I adopted match language from our water plan grant program to address the species recovery grants. Now, again, as you look at my list here, there's not one species recovery grant in 15 years that I've been here, but we did need to clean this up. And then added language at the bottom of that page that just references the funding restrictions section for details on the match requirements for both mitigation and enhancement grants. Okay, the application process, some very helpful feedback we got from CPW was that we add as something required to be submitted to our web portal, application portal, the actual state and fish and wildlife mitigation plan. Of course, we want to see that. So that's a good add. It's not in your version here, but I would propose to the board that today we also add enhancement plans to that, because sometimes they're packaged as one and sometimes they come separately. So if it's okay with the board, I will add enhancement plans to that bullet list as well. Okay, and evaluation criteria, just cleaned up some language. We heard from the board, there were a lot of things in those policies that weren't relevant anymore. There was a reference to the CWCB strategic plan. I have changed that we will review these with conformity with the goals and objectives of the Fish and Wildlife Resources Statute, the water plan, and the appropriate basin implementation plans. Okay, on page 6, under the section of our review and approval process, the steps, CPW asked that they also be notified when we receive applications. So added that per their request. And I believe that was the only substantive change to that section of it. Okay, so next we're moving to grants for existing projects, or paragraph 5 of the statute and the 11 types of or the 10 types of projects you're seeing on the screen here. But I'll stop briefly there and ask if there's any questions on the type A new grant project category. Seeing none, we'll jump. Oh.
Thank you, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the CPW staff will also be notified. So CWCB is notifying CPW?
Yes, Director Sakata, that's my intent with that language.
Okay, and then what are you notifying them of? That you've just gotten one, or that the committee is doing certain action, or?
Oh, I saw.
Just that we're notifying CPW staff that we've received the application.
Okay, just that you received the application. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Hawkins.
Thank you. And is it okay if I ask a few questions all in a row?
It's okay with me.
Okay. Well, thanks so much, Chris, for all of the work on this. I had a question on page 3 at the bottom. Sorry. Page 2 of 11 at the bottom, there's a difference between the reader page and the other page. So when you split out the eligible projects and activities, I have some concern that the definition of the mitigation and enhancement grants doesn't actually cover what kinds of structure, like what structures are eligible to apply for this. Is that covered elsewhere? Can you help me just understand why those definitions don't actually talk about what might be an eligible project there?
So if I understand correctly, Director Hawkins, you're asking for project example types different mitigation strategies?
No, it's just sort of what, so the definitions on these pages, it just says mitigation grants to reduce, minimize, or avoid undesirable impacts on fish and wildlife, but it doesn't say of what types of projects or structures. And I do, when I sort of look up above, it looks like there might be some definitions on what kinds of diversions or storage facilities are eligible. So I'm just sort of wondering how an applicant might just look at the eligible project and know what's in or out.
Can I ask a clarifying question there?
Please.
So it's sort of my understanding on this that because it's such a specific type of grant that we're trying to encourage people also to just come to you, right?
That is 100% correct, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so while we answer Celine's question, which is a good one, I want to make sure that we're giving us enough flexibility to not pigeonhole ourselves into what might be eligible as this hopefully carries forward for a while, but also make sure that, to Celine's question, any projects that you're concerned may not look like they're eligible within here do show that there is eligibility, or that we put some sideboards or we put something on eligibility, or are you thinking that it's, do you have any recommendations of how you would change this to reflect your concern?
Yeah, I think for most of my questions, it might just be tightening up drafting. So I guess I'll just say I don't think it's entirely clear what mitigation and enhancement grants for new projects could be eligible, and maybe I'll leave it at that. I also think that I think that on whole, the restrictions on funding and match sections are pretty confusing. And again, I understand that there are statutory requirements, but I think it might be a lot simpler if you could just have one section that addresses funding and match requirements for each type of grant. I just think the way that this is drafted is still a little bit confusing. I quite honestly don't understand how we'd layer the not to exceed 50% on that very complicated statutory restriction above. So I think that could use some clarity. And then I had a question that just sort of doubles over into the next section that you're going to cover, but the review and approval
Director
criteria.
Hopkins, I'm just
Yes.
wondering, let's try to address the first question first so that we know how we're giving direction here, or if we are giving direction before we move on, because I'm a little lost on where we're at, and I want to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to get this either approved today or to table it and come back if necessary. So walk us through the page and the places that you're struggling with, so that we're all following you here, because this feels like a big change. And if I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly in the room so we can move forward.
Okay, so sorry, it's page 2 of 11 as marked on the bottom.
Yep.
There's the section that's eligible projects and activities, and it's items 1 and 2.
And you would like, your concern is that items 1 and 2 are not, this is where I guess I'm getting lost. They're not, you want more, do you want examples on what is eligible? What are you looking, like how would we change 1 and 2 to address the concerns?
Well, I think the statute limits these grants to certain types of structures. And I think it would be helpful to carry that through into the definition of eligible projects and activities. So it's essentially doesn't say undesirable impacts of what on fish and wildlife resources.
It's my interpretation of the statute, and I may be incorrect here. I'm not an attorney, so I'm treading in deep waters when I'm looking at the statute. That projects that are eligible for these grant types are projects that are triggered through a federal permitting process. And so the way this is played out in the field, I don't think it's prescriptive as to the types of mitigation that has to be done. I think for me, it may be experientially, I've learned about this over the years, that how it's played out in actuality is that a potential applicant, but a party that is constructing a new water diversion or storage facility that's triggering a federal permitting process, and thus also triggering a need for a state wildlife mitigation plan, starts talking to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, DNR, and the CWCB, and there's a discussion about what types of mitigation will be required in that state wildlife mitigation plan, and whether or not that mitigation would be eligible for this grant type. So that's how it's played out in the field. Now, we've only had one of those applicants come forward for funding, and that's the Chatfield Reservoir Mitigation Company. But we have been through several state wildlife mitigation plans. In the end, those parties chose not to apply for funding for mitigation or enhancement, or they haven't chose yet to come in for that planning.
Can I jump in too, Chris?
Please.
I'm sorry if you were not done. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Okay. And the statute does restrict funding for projects that are, and I don't know if this is what you're getting at or not, Director Hawkins, but water diversion, delivery, or storage facilities, if that's the kind of structure you're talking about. And those are mentioned under the grant types, under like what kind of project this is for, and that holds true for both of the two main grant types, the existing projects and the new projects. Are you suggesting that should be under eligible projects? And I think it's at the heart of the deal that those are the three kinds of things we're dealing with here, and those are stated in the definitional part of the grant. But are you saying you also want it mentioned under eligible projects?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think that the way things are drafted, that's entirely clear, even looking at eligible. I also think the eligible applicants language is a bit confusing.
So I'd have to remind myself, I think I'd have to go back and look at this again to see what's statutory and what's from former policy. My understanding is that we were trying to keep what we had currently for our policies and guidelines for these types of grants. But maybe what you're suggesting is that you want to revamp, like you want to redo the qualifications, which wasn't what I was thinking we were doing here with this project.
No, I'm really looking at sort of whether the guidance gives applicants enough clarity on what's eligible and what's not.
Well, I'd hoped that I addressed that by language that requires applicants to contact CWCB staff. As I introduced this topic to the board, I did mention that this is just not an easy button grant program, and it's not. And I think the history demonstrates that this isn't a grant program that we are out beating bushes for applications for. A lot of these projects, 10 out of 11 that you see on the screen, are eligible for funding through our water plan program, which didn't exist when the statute was written or when the policies were written. So I'm not sure we're ever going to get to a point where this isn't a little confusing for potential applicants, because the nature of the statute is incredibly confusing. There's a long history of people being confused by this statute. And I don't know what they were thinking back in the late 80s. I was in high school trying to make the wrestling team. Um, But it is very much our intent with this program that we have discussions with potential applicants that are seeking mitigation or enhancement grants before they submit an application. There's usually robust discussions with DNR, CPW, and CWCB staff and the parties that are required to submit a state wildlife mitigation plan. All that said, I don't think that makes it any easier to understand. But I also don't think we can draft this thing on the fly right now. So short of specific recommendations, I'm at a bit of an impasse here.
Sure, and I agree with you. Can you explain to us what your time frame? Are we bumping up against any deadlines or anything that we are pressed to approve this today?
I am unaware of any applications on the horizon. There are some big water projects in the works right now. I don't know what their status is with their state wildlife mitigation plans, but I do know that we approved 2 million for this program this morning, and that we wanted a guideline document to ride with that new funding that came in. But there's no applications of which I'm aware on the horizon.
Okay. My recommendation, yep.
Sure. I think it is important to note that there is the potential for projects to come before the board within the next year for approval, just based upon where some projects are in their permitting process. So it is smart to get this cleaned up sooner rather than later. We don't know exactly when those will come before the board at this point because we're waiting on other agencies, but I wouldn't sit on it for too much longer, I guess is my point.
Thanks, Director Boucher.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the language that exists above, with further clarification, and then to what Chris's point is about the statute being confusing, is this something, Celine, Director Hawkins, that you're overly concerned about as far as what it means? Is there a larger scale concern here?
I think, in the interest of time, there's no probably huge conceptual problem, but I do not feel comfortable voting to approve this today. And I'd be happy to maybe just work with staff in advance of the next meeting to give more specific input, because it doesn't seem to be like a terribly good use of our time today.
Why don't we parking lot this first concern and hear your second concern, and then make a decision? I appreciate Deputy Director Romero Heaney's comments. Certainly, we could push it to January, but I think frankly and respectfully, we're struggling to understand this concern. So I'm just wondering how we can, if there's a way to move past it today, or what waiting gains us in the interim. So I want to make sure that we're understanding everything that you're bringing to the table, and if we can address it today, let's do it. If it's convincing enough to wait until late January at our next meeting, pushing some of these projects potentially into a place where we don't have guidance, or they have even more confusing guidance because the old document still stands, then we might need to have that conversation as well. So if you don't mind going forward with the next section, let's see where we fall out after that.
So I think there's essentially 3 areas that it could use some tightening. One we just talked about. The second one is the combination of the funding restrictions and match. I just think it could be drafted in a way that makes it clearer what match is for the 3 types of projects. I think it's hard to track between the restrictions and the match. And then the third item I think is an easy fix. We're not consistent with some changes that were made in the evaluation criteria about governments and stakeholders. And I just think we should be consistent between the criteria for the two programs unless there's a reason that one was changed and one was not.
So Director Hawkins, this is Jen Mealy. Did you say evaluation criteria? That was the third between the new and the existing projects?
Yeah, there was a change made in one place that was not made in another place, and the otherwise the evaluation criteria were consistent. So I didn't understand why we'd made the change in one place and not another.
Oh, so maybe that's project benefits considered on a statewide and local basis that exists in the existing projects, but not new projects?
It was the change to include stakeholders versus just local governments. The change was made to the existing projects criteria, I believe.
Forgive me, Madam Chair.
That's-
I'm trying to catch up with my pages.
No,
here.
you're good. I think we're on page 10 of 11 at the very top. Participation open to all affected stakeholders now instead of, it used to be local government. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, local
Director
government
Hawkins?
and other entities.
Yeah, so that change, I don't believe was made to the evaluation criteria for the existing projects. And I was wondering why it was made in one place and not the other.
The change was made in the existing project grants and not in the new project grants. These are two very different grant types, which is why we had two different policies governing them, Policy 15 and Policy 20. So Policy 15, Policy 15 are the existing project grants, or Section B of what you're looking at here, is more in line with our traditional grant programs at the CWCB. So the thought there was keep this in line with our normal stakeholder process to ensure that all interested parties in the watershed are involved in the process before we see the application. When you're looking at new project grants, the process to develop a state wildlife mitigation plan is so robust on its own before they even get to us. They've been through a very, very robust stakeholder process that's defined through the federal permitting process and the state's development of a state wildlife mitigation plan process. All of that said, I don't think that it hurts us at all to add the same bullets for Section A that we have in Section B, and can make that addition pretty easily without affecting any of the language in the statute, I believe. Although, Councilor Mealy, I will look to you to.
I agree, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. So far, the changes I have are the addition of enhancement plans to the bullets listed on page 5 of 11. Is that right? I think it is. And then a change to the new projects in the evaluation criteria. Is that where we were at? Hang on.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I understand correctly, the bullets at the bottom of page 9 for under evaluation criteria on how we will evaluate the applications, I believe that Director Hawkins is requesting that we include those in the evaluation criteria for new projects as well.
Gotcha. Yep, that's how I understand it too. Okay. So we've taken care of 2 of the 3 issues, and then Director Hawkins, do you have any suggestions for how we can tighten the language on page 2 of 11 under eligible applicants? and sorry to do this on the fly, but I think it's our option today. So we're going to go ahead and see where we can get in the next few minutes with this. Is there anything that you recommend us doing that could take care of this concern?
So Chris and Jen, do you think we could collapse these two sections on restrictions and match into one section that where each funding type, it's just clear, like these are the funding rules that applies to this type of project?
Director Hawkins, I'm going to back it up a little bit and just catch myself up on my understanding of it, see if everybody's following me with it. Again, this is so complicated. We've got two major grant types here because the statute outlines two major grant types. Those from paragraphs 2 through 4, which we're discussing now, and those in paragraphs 5. So these are the new projects. Now within the new projects, the statute further subdivides it into 3 different sub-grant types: mitigation grants, enhancement grants, and species recovery grants. The statute is very prescriptive on the match requirements for mitigation grants and enhancement grants, and it's silent on the match funding requirements on species recovery grants. So what I've done is adopted our existing language from the water plan for those species recovery grants. I'm not sure how I can collapse mitigation grants into enhancement grants and still respect the language of the statute. I do know that when I wrote policy 20, the board was incredibly confused with my language that outlined mitigation grants, and frankly, I was too. And Director, at the time, Director Wilkinson and I sat down during a break and came up with pretty much what we're looking at now with the modifications that I've made to try to make it as clear as possible. But again, I don't expect any applicant to look at these guidelines and send me an application cold without a call. They've already discussed this with CPW, DNR, and CWCB if they're at this point. And I think that's where our opportunity to really explain what the requirements are. Although,
Chris, may I?
please.
This is Jen Mealy. Director Hawkins, it may be something along the lines of this, which is we'd have a section called funding restrictions and requirements, and then we'd have mitigation grants, and we'd have the mitigation grant information from the restrictions section and the mitigation grant requirements under the matching fund requirements section, and then we'd have enhancement grants, and then we'd have from the restriction section and then from the matching. Is that the kind of thing you're thinking about?
Yes, just so that I think that would address my concern.
Okay, I think we can do that. Chris, do you agree, or do you think they need to be separate in terms of we need to have restrictions on funding and then we need to have matching separate so as to keep the statutory requirements clear?
I guess I'm still confused on, are we then combining
I think the language would all
funding
stay the
requirements for
same.
both existing and new projects together?
No, I was just, I guess when I was speaking, I was just speaking because I'm looking at the new projects section. And so we would just have this happen for new projects and have the 3 types of grants within new projects, have their funding section, but have just one funding section for mitigation grants. And it would be about restrictions and match funds.
Yeah, I mean, I think restructuring it, if it makes more sense to the board, is something that I can do. I was going to say easily, but this thing's never been easy.
And then Director Hawkins, would you have the same change for existing projects?
No, I think that it's just simply less confusing. I thought the confusion was only for the new projects.
Okay, so with that, you also, I'm sorry, I'll stop there but I do have a follow-up if that's it on that topic.
I'm a little bit lost, but are you following this?
Councilor Mealy is following.
Okay, so that's okay. Okay. I just want to make sure that somebody's got this before at this point, it does not appear that we will be able to approve this today, which I think, Director Hawkins, is the issue, is if this is important enough that we deal with this edit and potentially waylay this guidance until, you know, what will end up being the beginning of February after our next board meeting, or if it's a must-have, or if it's a I would like to have, I guess, at this point. And it's fine if it's the former, but I think we just need to be clear of the priority.
Can't we, or I would just say I'd be comfortable moving to approve with the changes we've discussed today, which could allow this to move forward.
As Director Dutton.
Madam Chair, I would definitely like to have space for Councilor Mealy to weigh in, but it seems like from what Ms. Romero-Heaney noted, it sounds like there are some projects in the pipeline in the next year, but it did not sound like we will have projects before we can improve guidance in January. And I would say, I think at this point, we're probably all a little lost, head nods. So I think I would feel comfortable with just having Chris, Jen, and Director Hawkins circle up, work on this, bring it back in January, because it does sound like it's kind of a low risk of getting in someone's way, and it might be cleaner just to get it right the first time rather than approving it with changes that not all of us are certain about.
I agree. Yes, go ahead, Director Heaney.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I definitely would advise not waiting too much longer. You know, maybe January would be okay. But again, we just don't want to create uncertainty for project proponents that are getting close to the finish line on the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan permitting process.
Okay, I think then I would entertain a motion to table this until the January meeting. So moved. We have a motion by Director Dutton. Do we have a second? Director Sakata, thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've found some of this to be a little bit confusing. Is it possible, Director Hawkins, that on the conversation that you and Councilor Mealy were at the end, just send some recommended edits her way to kind of streamline this process to eliminate confusion? Seemed like we did some skipping around there.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay, and Director Hawkins, we can work together, because I think on at least on the last one, I had a pretty good feel for if we were on the same page, what the changes are that we discussed. But I guess we need to make sure we're on the same page. But I do have one question. When we were discussing eligible applicants, you thought that that could be tightened up too. That might be a good location to have specific edits from you, because I feel like somebody could look at that provision and understand whether or not they were eligible, or at least have a pretty good idea, and then call Chris for verification. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that we need to continue focus on this. I would suggest that Director Hawkins, myself, maybe Deputy Director Riss, and Chris Sturm get together and maybe have a look at the language and make sure that it is as developed as possible. I am incredibly passionate about these fish and wildlife mitigation plans, and recognize the statute 3760-122-2, that we can spout off because we've done a lot of good work under that statute and want to make sure we are able to continue to do that. So I think while we are kicking it to the January meeting, I think it needs to be high of priority on the list to get these things resolved. So I'm going to commit my time, Deputy Riss's time, your time, and Director Hawkins' time to maybe have some of these discussions. I'm struggling a little bit, probably following some of what the concern is, and I want to make sure we have that fully hammered out.
Okay. Before we end discussion, is there any more clarification that needs to take place before I call for a vote? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Right now, we have a motion to table item 16, Fish and Wildlife Resources Fund, and the guarantee of Director Mitchell and Deputy Director Riss that they will commit their time to prioritizing this prior to our January board meeting. And we will see this again in January. Now I'll call the question. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Okay, the motion carries. Chris, I just want to thank you because when we looked at redrafting some of our policies and this guideline, I felt like you did what I was looking for in this, and I really appreciate your patience. I know policies, and with each of our different types of experience can mean something to each of us. And so I appreciate, Director Hawkins, that you're passionate about this subject and that you have brought these edits to our attention. And I look forward to seeing the final document in January, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're running a little bit behind, so we're going to just do our very best to catch up. And with that, we have Andrea Monahan joining us virtually for agenda item 17, proposed improvements to Reynolds Landing Park.
Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff, for the record. This item is regarding the South Platte River through Reynolds Landing Park, which is located near the intersection of Mineral and Santa Fe in Littleton, Colorado. This reach of river flows through the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project, which was constructed by the United States Army Corps of Engineers in the 80s for the purposes of flood control. And the CWCB is the non-federal sponsor of that right-of-way, and we are responsible for the operation and maintenance of the river as it flows from the Chatfield Dam to the Bear Creek confluence. So the South Platte River through Reynolds Landing Park flows right through this right-of-way, and the river here is degraded, it lacks recreation and habitat, and it can be hazardous. So the South Platte Working Group, which is comprised of the City of Littleton, South Suburban Parks and Recreation District, Mile High Flood District, and Arapahoe County have identified this area of the river as a high priority for restoration. And they have been working together and engaging with the CWCB to develop plans that will improve river health and benefit the community while also maintaining CWCB's obligations to the Corps. So I'm going to turn it over to David Skoudas with the Mile High Flood District to discuss specifics of the proposed river improvements. But I would also like to add that the Mile High Flood District is currently working to obtain a Section 408 permit from the Corps, which will allow for the improvements to occur within the channel and in the right-of-way. And that permit will require a statement of no objection from the CWCB as the non-federal sponsor. So once you hear from David and can sink your teeth a bit into this project, I would like to hear your thoughts and make sure that the board is in favor of staff signing such a statement. And that's all I have.
Sorry, can you say that? You're a little broken up. It's not super clear, but we can understand you. The last sentence that you said so that the board can you just
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the board will have no objections to staff signing a statement of no objection for the Section 408 permit.
Okay, thank you. All right. And we'll turn it over. And I'm sorry, I missed the name of the person that's presenting.
David Skuda.
Hi, can you guys confirm that you can hear me?
We can, yes, thank you.
All right, great.
Could we be seeing you too or no?
It's up to you. I do have my camera on, but it's up to you. It's a very visual presentation, so the slides are more important.
Okay, you're gonna do slide. Thank you.
Yes, and whoever is advancing the slides, there are more slides in here than I'll actually need, so I'll be pinging you a lot to advance slides. I have been doing the rounds on this presentation to various boards, and apologies, maybe I got a little lazy and didn't fully modify it just for the CWCB, but you'll see a bunch of visuals that I am happy to answer questions about later, but some I'm going to brush past in the interest of being succinct and covering what's most important. So go ahead and advance the slide. So this picture looks north towards the Project Reach and the rivers flowing from bottom to top in this image. And this is really the last section of the South Platte River as you head into the city, towards into the metro area from Chatfield, where there is sufficient space on either side to do a really substantive restoration project. And in the foreground, where the river is a little narrower, that's where a previous restoration project happened through South Platte Park, where it widens out on the very left of that image is the older part that was originally built by the Corps of Engineers. And as Andrea mentioned, it's very wide, very flat, very trapezoidal. It's basically a flume to pass flood flows, but inhibits a lot of other functions and values. And so really the main goals of and reason this project exists is for ecological enhancement, improved safety and recreational opportunities. I'll show some more things about that later. Next slide, please. And so just to orient you on the map a little closer, you can see where we're at in the metro area. Next slide, please. This will animate and zoom in to the site scale. It's sort of fancy, kind of choppy, sorry. At least it's choppy on my end. So you can see we're directly adjacent to the Breckenridge Brewery and then across the river from Columbine Valley. Next slide, please. And more specifically, the goals that we've set for the overall project is to better connect people to water. Next slide. Improve the health of the river and restore habitat. Next slide. And then lastly, the Mary Carter Greenway Trail goes through here, and it's an extremely busy trail. And of course, when you have people going different speeds on different modes of transportation, it's a recipe for conflict. So we want to improve the trail experience and reduce conflicts. And then lastly, the next slide, is to diversify the recreational experiences. With the river being so trapezoidal with such steep banks on the sides, it's physically tough to get in and out of the river to begin with, to even get down towards the water in today's condition. Next slide. And so at the Mile High Flood District, we are a part of a consortium of local government agencies that have come together to implement this particular project. And so the project that's being conceived of right now, the Mile High Flood District, is managing the funds and the design and the construction. You can see some of the members of our design team. We do have a contractor that's already a part of the team to help us with early pricing, value engineering, risk management, phasing, those sorts of things. And then we've definitely drawn a lot of great interest from some nonprofits and Great Outdoors Colorado. In fact, earlier this week, I got great news. There's a nonprofit that likes to stay on the down low, so I won't call them out by name, but they approved a $2 million grant for this project earlier this week, so that was fantastic. Next slide. I assume you all are pretty familiar with the Mile High Flood District, but in case anybody in the room on the call is not, we are a special district that encompasses the greater Metro Denver area, and we help facilitate the rhyme and reason to how our urban waterways are managed as they cross city and county boundaries. I'm going to skip a couple slides so I don't have to go into too much more detail. So go forward one, keep going, and one more. The area was first master planned back in 2015, and at that time, the in-river work was really where you see that first rapid to the right of the word river. The project at that time really was limited to in-river work from there and downstream, and then some work in the uplands to the right of that gray area. And in the meantime, since that time, the property in gray, which is called the Saperchi property, was purchased by the city of Littleton, and a bunch of public outreach happened. Go to the next slide, please. A lot of public outreach over the course of the years, and then go to the next slide. That plan evolved to what you see here, which involves improvements in the river for ecological purposes, for fish habitat, for recreation, for connecting people with water. It involves everything in green is all pretty much new. Upland improvements for park and nature play experiences, expanded parking lots and things like that. And then to the left, there's a tributary that comes in called the Rangeview tributary. It doesn't formally come into the river at that spot on the left right now, where there's sort of a little windy outfall channel that goes into the river. That'll be a new outfall that gets constructed in the next few years, sometime in the next probably decade. And so we want to plan for that with the project. Next slide, please. So one of the main improvements involves the trail. One of the big things is we're going to move the Mary Carter Greenway Trail from next to the river further and pull it away from the river to where you see in red there. And that's part of an effort to reduce the number of conflicts from different types of users. So people getting to recreate along the river won't have to worry about getting knocked over by somebody in a Speedo going by at 20 miles an hour on their bicycle. Next slide, please. That's we actually want to have the Mary Carter Greenway Trail go up and over the entrance to the park from the parking lot, and that's just what that looks like. Next slide. I'm going to skip a couple of these. I'm happy to come back. Let's go to, keep going. One more. Okay, this is a view of the existing river corridor, and as Andrea mentioned, this is it's very wide, very flat, and really steep side slopes, and that doesn't allow for much diversity in habitat or in vegetation, and it really inhibits a lot of the actual ecological functions that should be possible. Next slide. The existing grade control structures like this, although intended to be boatable, have proven to be pretty unsafe, and there has been occasional rescues at these structures over the years, at least as far as I've been told. And that little concrete ramp on the left, I think it was intended to get in and out of the river, but it's actually really steep, and it's hard to get up and down that even when it's dry. So we really want to replace those structures and improve the functionality. Next slide. And also improve the habitat. The shape of the cross-section of the river here really inhibits a lot of ecological possibilities and functions that should be possible, and we've seen come through in the South Platte Park upstream. Next slide. So on the right there is a project we were a part of building at River Run, which is near Oxford Avenue, around a few years ago. It's a fairly recent project, and the one thing to note is the cross-section has a lot more complexity to it, and you see different shades of green along the sides, and that's where some of the diversity of riparian and wetland vegetation has been able to start to establish there. We want to accomplish something similar or even better at Reynolds Landing. Next slide, please. And then, of course, as I've mentioned, improve recreational opportunities, diversify the recreational opportunities to connect people with their river. Next slide. At River Run, it took the form of this. This is what that ended up looking like there, as far as letting people connect more easily with the river in different ways. You'll note that there's people surfing in the river at that feature in the background, and then you've got some people enjoying just sitting on the side, and then some people just wading into the river. So there's lots of different ways to enjoy the resource. Next slide. This is actually a rendering of what the largest, most prominent in-river recreational feature is intended to look like. on the right is an area that's primarily been designed for tubing. We didn't design it to be surfed or specifically for kayakers, although kayakers will be able to pass through here. It was primarily with tubers in mind. There's not quite as much flow here as there is downstream, so we didn't think we could sustain something like river surfing as many days of the year. And then on the background, there's a low flow channel that's meant for fish passage and also to let people that want to get their feet wet have a spot where they can do that, where the water isn't moving as fast or as deep. Next slide. I mentioned earlier an outfall channel that's intended to get constructed as well, kind of to the above, kind of that brown patch of ground. That's where the range view outfall will come in. Go ahead and click forward for me. Sorry, this would have been easier if I was able to be there. My apologies, I couldn't be there in person. That's where the range view outfall is planned to go. This would be a new outfall that the water doesn't connect right there in that spot quite like that today. The next slide, this will show you why we need to do that. And click one more for me. The area in blue there, that's the flood risk that exists today because there's not adequate conveyance under Santa Fe Drive, under Santa Fe. And so that planned outfall would reduce that flood risk to the manufactured home community and discharge it to that area in yellow. Next slide, which is that area in yellow there. Next slide, same area in yellow on this map. And this is an introduction of additional water to the area. And so we really want to take advantage of that and introduce more ecological function and vegetation along it. Another place for people to connect with nature in more of a wet meadow type of setting. The photos on the left are precedent images of something similar we think this could potentially look like. Next slide. Depends on the amount of water it'll see, but even if there's not a lot of base flow coming out of that outfall, it'll still be down low enough that it'll connect hydraulically with groundwater from the river, and we think it'll really help facilitate a lot of really great vegetation. Next slide. So again, here's the site plan that we plan to implement over the course of probably the next 10 years. Next slide. This is just an FYI of the scale of cost we think the project's going to take to get the project built. The initial phase we're wanting to begin construction on around a year from now is the one in green. It's the in-river work, and it's the relocation of the Mary Carter Greenway Trail, a few interior trails, and we're hoping to include expansion of the parking lot to the south. So we're hoping to submit the 408 and 404 permits. Actually, tomorrow was our hope to facilitate getting construction underway around a year from now. It's very exciting to get to that stage. The next slide is just a depiction of the financial model. This is not a formal ask of the CWCB for funding, but this just sort of shows you the commitments we've had from all the different partners I showed on the slide earlier. And the project isn't fully funded at this point, but we're getting a lot of momentum that'll continue to build, especially once we start getting yellow iron in there and moving dirt around. Next slide. Yeah. And the next steps in the process, some of the things I mentioned earlier with the permitting, it's going to be continuing to apply for grants with GOCO and others, hoping to get to construction, at least on that green phase, in the winter of 2023. Next slide. And that is how we want to go about implementing this great project. And of course, we need the CWCB support because, of course, as Andrea mentioned, it's an area that is on CWCB property and you're the non-federal sponsor. Sorry I did that quick. I was trying to help you catch up. So I'm happy to entertain any questions.
You did a great job. Thank you. Are there any questions? Anything online? Director Boucher, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a silly question, but when you're looking at fish habitat, what species of fish are you targeting in that area?
Fish habitat can be a pretty nuanced thing. The conversations so far in the design haven't centered around a specific species that I can recall, so much as making it much better than it is today. I can say that. It hasn't gone to the level of granularity to target a specific species, at least not that I've heard discussed on the project team so far. I inherited the project after it was about 30% designed, so perhaps it came up earlier, but I haven't heard of that come up yet.
No worries, thank you.
We'll, with bated breath, wait to hear what kind of fish there are in that stretch of the South Platte. Okay, yes. Director Dunn.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Hey, Dave, good to see you. Thank you for making time to join us. I just think this is a really great project, and it builds off of the other efforts on the South Platte, and just I think we've seen around the state when communities are able to do projects like this and build that or rekindle that connection with the river, it's good for everyone. And I just love that your presentation included a lot of pictures of smiling people, smiling fit people, people running smiling, people swimming smiling, and I think it's just really beautiful, and it's a great project. And so thanks for sharing. And I think maybe we need to address Andrea's question of if we would not object to staff moving forward with the 408, or not object.
I think the question was whether they could do the statement
of non-objection.
Yeah, we don't need anything formal, but in order to move forward with the 408 permitting process, Mile High Flood District will need a statement of no objection from CWCB staff. So as long as we have your blessing to sign such a statement, I think we're good.
Director Boucher, did you have anything else?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, when we were discussing the potential of CPW having a warm water fish species hatchery below Chatfield, that was my question. It's a very small portion of this project, but just coordination on the fish would be good.
Okay, I don't know how to make a motion of a blessing, so in the absence of anyone waving their hands frantically around and preventing this signature of staff, I think go forth, my friends.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Blessings.
Blessings. All right. Well, thanks for joining us. We're going to go ahead and move forward to agenda item 18. Welcome, Rob. Notice of 2023 in-stream flow appropriations.
Thank you. For the record, Rob Ville, CWCB staff. I want to welcome you all to the in-stream flow portion of the board meeting. I think we have the next 5 items. So this is agenda item number 18. This is notice of recommended 2023 in-stream flow and natural lake level recommendations in water divisions 1, 4, 5, and 6. So this is an informational item only. No board action is required today. I want to let you know that pursuant to Rule 5C, staff has provided notice to the ISF subscription mailing list, and we did that earlier this week, that at the January or March 2023 board meeting, staff may recommend the board form its intent to appropriate up to 16 in-stream flow reaches and 1 natural lake level. So during the past year, staff has been able to visit and conduct field work on these recommendations. Staff has also performed public outreach, including meetings with county commissioners and various other entities. The water availability analysis for each of these recommendations is ongoing. Staff is currently working on those, and we're finalizing those recommended flow amounts and preparing our executive summaries in preparation for January. To let you know, staff will be publishing notices of these recommendations in the next month in local newspapers for concerned individuals to be made aware of. And also that we compiled a list of adjacent landowners using the county assessor's office information and sent out letters to landowners informing them of these recommendations. So just real quick, I was just going to go through the recommendations so you're able to see them. Up in Division 1, we have Square Top Creek and Herman Gulch. These are CPW recommendations. You might have heard of Herman Gulch this summer because of the greenback cutthroat reintroduction and the success that there's self-reproducing population up there now. So those are up in Division 1. Move over to Division 4, we have Cameron and Cross Creeks. Those are recommendations from High Country Conservation Advocates. Then we have 2 recommendations from CPW on West Steuben Creek and on Kerr County Creek. Then from the Bureau of Land Management on Van Boxel Creek. Moving over to down the San Miguel, we have Kelly Creek and Red Canyon Creek. And then moving up in the basin are Cottonwood Creek, Monitor Creek, and Potter Creek. These are going to be recommendations for flows to help protect the riparian environment. So we'll be providing a preview of those in January, then moving forward with action on those hopefully in March. And then finally, up in Division 5, we have Hack Lake. So we don't do lake level appropriations very often, but we have a recommendation for the BLM on Hack Lake, which is a kind of tributary to Sweetwater Creek. And then finally, in Division 6, we have Peons Creek, and that's a recommendation from the BLM that we've been working on for, I think, 6 or 7 years now. So hopefully we'll finally be able to bring that forward. So that's all the information I had on this topic. There's no action, but I can answer any questions or provide opportunity for anyone from the public to speak on these if they'd like.
Thanks, Rob. I just had a quick question. You may not have the answer to it. Do you feel like the addition of communication in the local papers has been positive? It's been a year or so since we last had that conversation.
I guess I'm unsure if when people contact me, whether or not that was stimulating to them to like the event that caused them to contact me. I do know that sending the letters out to the landowners, I have received communication from a lot of those people.
Good.
And some of them are a little panicked just because they don't understand the water rights system. So it's a little outside their, the bailiwick, but so they're a little concerned. And so it's a good education opportunity for that. I've definitely seen some uptick in that kind of communication.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Rob? Anything online? Nope. Okay. All right. Thank you. Blessings to you.
Blessings to you too.
So we're at the next agenda item, 19. Welcome, Pete. Oh, yes, sir.
No.
What?
No. Disclosure.
Oh. We are not mind readers, Director Boucher.
Well, I saw something being passed around. I didn't know what it was, and I thought you were picking up the baggie, and I was like, I don't need any jerky.
Is now the time. Only you can answer.
Now is a great time for disclosures. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize. Just in full disclosure with the next items, I understand that this is not an action item and many are not, but I am on the board of directors for the Colorado Water Trust, for the record. And it is a voluntary position, non-compensated. Thank you.
Well, you really jumped ahead there because we're only on 19, but we love you anyway. So, Pete, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, here.
Members of the board, good to see you. For the record, my name is Pete Konovitz, CWCB staff. I am presenting on agenda item 19A, which is a proposal for a renewable temporary lease of direct flow water rights for in-stream flow use on Tamichi Creek in Water Division 4. This is the first meeting of a potentially 2-board meeting process to consider this acquisition. There's no action item today. The purpose of today's meeting is to introduce the proposal, start the review process, and to try and answer or address any questions that the board might have at this or a subsequent meeting. So in general, the proposal is that the Peterson Ranch, located near Gunnison, Colorado, and the Colorado Water Trust have offered a temporary lease of water rights for in-stream flow use on Tamichi Creek. These water rights are tied to irrigation ditches, 4 ditches on the Peterson Ranch that have historically irrigated the property for hay and pasture use. These are the Lewis, Cane Borsum, McGowan, and McGowan alternate point ditches. In general, under this lease, diversions would be curtailed and left in the stream for in-stream flow use during certain periods within the irrigation season. Under the current statute, this lease could be implemented for up to 5 years within a 10-year period. But that being said, the property is also under a conservation easement held by the Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, which encumbers the water rights in the property. Now, the land trust is supporting this lease on the condition that it only be operated for 3 years initially. They would permit an additional 2 years of operation upon being able to review data from the initial operation to ensure that agricultural production on the ranch continues and that none of the conservation values are harmed by the lease. And the lease structure will be that the Water Trust and the Peterson Ranch are entering into a water lease agreement, and the Water Trust would sublease the water rights to CWCB when the lease is implemented during those years. This is a similar lease structure to what was approved for the Stagecoach Reservoir temporary lease, where the Water Trust entered into contract with Upper Yampa and then subleased to CWCB. So more details on the lease. So this lease is proposed to operate under a split season schedule, and that water would be available for both irrigation and in-stream flow use within the same season at different periods. So for this lease, the proposal is that diversions would be shut off on the Peterson Ranch starting June 25th and continue through July. So typically in a year, the Peterson Ranch will start irrigating in the spring and irrigate through July, shutting off the fields to dry out for a single cutting of hay in August. So under this scenario, they're basically shifting their operations a month ahead. So they'll be shutting off in July where they otherwise would be irrigating. And potentially this lease would also operate in September. The critical period for this lease is July, but we wanted to leave the option open to operate the lease in September if stream conditions warrant and it works out for the ranch operations. So those periods where the water would be curtailed are kind of referred to as operational windows, and those windows may shift up to a week in either direction depending on stream conditions and considerations on how ranch operations are going, but the total duration of those curtailment periods won't change. And then the decision to implement a lease would be made by May 1st in any given year. And then outside of those operational windows, irrigation would continue on the ranch for agricultural production. So the purpose of the lease is to help meet the decreed in-stream flow rate onto Michi Creek. And it's anticipated that we're going to implement this lease in mostly average to below average years when the in-stream flow rate is not likely to be met. It likely will not be implemented in extremely dry years like 2002 or 2012, primarily because the subject water rights may not be in priority or may be subject to physical water availability limitations. So going out to the location of use, you can see the Tomichi Creek in-stream flow segment from Marshall Creek down to the confluence with Quartz Creek highlighted in red. The location of the Peterson Ranch is within that small rectangle in the middle of the screen and showing some of the locations of the ditches. If you zoom in on that rectangle, you can see an aerial photo of the ranch area, including the points of diversion and the respective irrigated areas within the ranch. There's about 220 acres under irrigation. And one thing to note is that all the irrigation that occurs is in relatively close proximity to the stream. And so that'll factor into sort of return flow patterns, which I'll talk about in a second. The other thing to notice is that the diversions are kind of interspersed through the property. So the diversions and the return flow locations are kind of coming in at various locations throughout the reach. Here's some photos just to give you a flavor of what things look like on the ground. On the upper left is a high flow picture of Tomichi Creek. Upper right is a low flow conditions. And then the lower picture, I believe, is a picture of the Cane Borsum diversion structure on Tomichi Creek. So to understand the benefits that the lease is intended to provide, it's helpful to look at a hydrograph. This hydrograph is Tomichi Creek at Parlin. It's a historic USGS gauge, I think from the late 60s, but the hydrograph kind of represents what a typical seasonal water stream flow patterns for a year. So typically what you see is, a rapid increase in flow with runoff in the spring, and then the recession limit of the hydrograph kind of coincides with high irrigation demand in July, which causes really low flows in the creek during July. I've heard it referred to locally as the July hole. In August, as I mentioned, most irrigators will shut off. So that causes a rebound in stream flow. Also, you get the seasonal monsoonal inputs that also helps with flow conditions. And then once the fields are cut, typically folks will turn on again for pasture regrowth. So still irrigating, but maybe a less of a demand. And so those operational windows of the lease are designed specifically to remedy those critical periods, that July hole when water temperatures are of our concern, and also in in September potentially when flows also are apt to get low. And the engineering work that was done in support of this project quantified the projected changes in stream flow as a result of this lease. And it helps to kind of break the benefiting in-stream flow segment up into two kind of sub-reaches. The first is the upper reach, which is dark blue on this map. That's what we call the diversion reach, where the benefits of the stream are realized from really almost the full diversion amounts between the point of diversion and the location of where the return flows historically come back to the stream. So you're getting increased benefits there. And those, again, because the diversions and return flows sort of are accrue and divert from the stream at different locations, the benefits change throughout the reach, but in general, the upper reach, you'll see a 3 CFS benefit in July. We expect almost a 10 CFS benefit on the lower reach. And then below the point of where return flows historically accrue back to the stream, the benefit is really from the consumptive use of the water rights from what's not being irrigated. And that is about almost 2 CFS benefit in July. Now you'll notice some negative numbers. The lease would cause some reductions in flow, and I'll talk about that next. So these reductions are due to changes in return flow patterns that could occur as a result of operating the lease. And primarily these are the delayed return flows. So if you are not irrigating in July, for example, you are also reducing return flows that would accrue to the stream as a result of that irrigation in later months. So we're going to see reductions in August primarily because everything is so close to the stream. That lag component mostly gets back in the following month, but there are some months following where you do see reductions. So the July depletions would occur primarily in August with a little bit in September and October. And then if you operate this lease in September, you're going to see some depletions in October and November as well. Now, the question is, do these small reductions in stream flow equate to any injury to downstream water users? And the hydrologic analysis performed by the Water Trust suggests that there's a number of factors that should result that there should be no injury to downstream water users. The first is that this system is rarely under administration, but when it is, it's a senior right calling. So a senior rights would have the ability to request administration of these ditches, curtailing their diversions, and that would put water back in the stream to satisfy those users. More importantly, especially for junior users downstream, during the period when you're going to see these small depletions coincides with periods where the stream is doing okay. August, folks typically shut off, so you're seeing a stream flow benefit that typically exceeds what the irrigation demand is. Same for October. A review of the diversion records show that diversions during these periods are often much less than the decreed amounts, suggesting that folks are satisfied. And also you've got significant tributary inflows coming in, adding more water to the system. Cochetopa Creek and Quartz Creek are bringing in significant amounts of water. So the assessment is that because of these factors, we're not going to see an injury. We've previewed through a kind of a pre-consultation with Division of Water Resources these arguments. It didn't raise any red flags or fatal flaws, so we feel pretty good about it. That said, DWR has yet to review this proposal, so they will be reviewing it and considering public comment, so they'll have the final word on that. The other thing to mention is that these depletions would potentially affect the in-stream flow rate in the reach, but again, during August, the in-stream flow rate is met, typically exceeded comfortably, so we don't expect that there would be any injury to the right in August. And in October, when flows are a little less, we're going to monitor those depletions, but the fact is that temperatures are often not a concern in August as opposed to July. Flows are typically sufficient to meet the in-stream flow rate in October, and we are agreeing with CPW's assessment overall that the benefits that the lease is going to provide in July should outweigh any potential negative effects that might occur in October. But we're going to continue to monitor the in-stream flow conditions when the lease is operating to kind of get a better understanding of that over time. So today, again, is the first of a two-board meeting process. There's no action item today. All the required notices and letters of recommendation requests were sent out. Anyone may request to hold a hearing on this proposal within 20 days of this meeting, but if no hearing requests are received, staff may come back as soon as the January meeting to request the board take action on this proposal. And if the board does approve it, then staff will work with the Water Trust and Peterson Ranch to move forward to submit a request for approval to the Division of Water Resources, which also triggers an additional period of public comment and review for the proposal. And so that's about it. Again, no action today. At this time, I'm going to ask if there are any questions that I can address today or at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Pete? Yes, Director Sakata.
Thanks, Rob and Pete. And thanks, I sent them, so the board knows I sent them a series of questions, and to be perfectly honest with you, I haven't been able to follow up with your responses. I kind of tend to look at action items when I get a little behind, and I was a little behind with like a few water plan comments, so.
Just a few.
I'll review those comments and I'll get back with you if I have further questions. So I appreciate that fact.
Okay,
that
thank you,
reached
Director
out.
Scott. I appreciate that.
Thank you. But I would like to thank, sorry, Madam Chair. if I may.
Please, go right ahead.
I really do appreciate you guys taking the time to, I know we looked at this back a year ago almost, and I really appreciate the detail that you guys went into further analyze, potential injuries and how it would be developed. So thank you for taking the time to do that.
Yeah, you're welcome, Director Sakata. Yes, the feedback we got from the board at that initial meeting last year was that, the details were a little light, so we wanted to take some time to really do some work on the hydrology and do some pre-consultation work with DWR to make sure that this project's ready to go forward.
Director Felt?
If someone did request a hearing, would that be a hearing with us, or would that be more of a judicial matter, or?
Yeah, I believe it would be a hearing with the board, but Councilor Mealy, do you have any details on that?
That's right. It would be a hearing. I would help orchestrate what that looked like. It probably wouldn't be a typical courtroom type hearing, but we'd allow presentations, see who opposed it, see who was for it, and ultimately make a decision at the end of the presentations, the hearing.
But if someone was asserting injury, would we be the deliberative body on that?
We'd be evaluating that and determining whether to go forward with the lease, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Just curious, how that works.
Yeah, Rob?
I was just going to say that the DWR would also address the injury question with our approval of their administrative rights too, so that'd be another opportunity. That's what I was hoping.
Yeah, so Director Feld, there'll be a public comment period once the application is submitted to DWR, so they'll be able to solicit any kind of public concerns regarding injury or any other issue, and then presumably DWR would insert appropriate terms and conditions in their approval to assure that there's no injury as a result of the lease. You're welcome.
Oops, thank you. I noticed that we may have some public comment, and in particular, Kathleen Curry, I see is on, and she lives in this basin, so I'm wondering if she has anything to say. Good afternoon, Kathleen.
Hi, can you guys see me?
We can see and hear you.
Oh, cool. That I can't tell from this end. Thank you. I won't take much of your time, but this is our part of our ranch on Tamichi Creek, and I just wanted to thank you for your consideration. We've been working with the Water Trust for quite a while on this, and they've been extremely patient and great to work with. I know now it's going to be more in CWCB's arena at this point, but I just wanted to commend the Water Trust for their efforts and their vision on this, and we're really excited to do something like this for the creek. The fishery is definitely impacted in years where the temperature goes up and the flows are down, and we think we can create a win-win situation here. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anybody else? Okay, Kathleen, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, we can move to the next item under this 19, if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, it's Pete Konovitz, CWC staff. I'm presenting on agenda item 19B, which is proposed water use agreement with the Colorado River District to lease Rudeye Reservoir water for winter in-stream flow use on the Frying Pan River. And if you recall, this proposal was first introduced at the September meeting in Durango. So today would be the second of a two-board meeting process to review and consider the acquisition. No requests to hold a hearing on this were received after that September meeting. So today, board is going to request, or I'm sorry, staff will request that the board take action on this item. So today I'd like to review the proposal, give some updates on funding status, and address some of the questions that were raised at the September meeting with respect to some of the science around anchor ice. So the proposed lease is that the Colorado River District has offered a short-term lease of water of 3,041 acre feet that's stored in Rudai Reservoir. This water would be released by CWCB to the Frying Pan River to mitigate the effects of anchor ice during kind of periods of cold temperatures and low flows that are apt to kind of form the anchor ice. This is typically January through March, actually December through March. The CWCB releases would be made in January and February, so 3,041 acre feet is sufficient to maintain 65 CFS below Rudai for the months of January and February. Just in the interest of being efficient, although anchor ice can occur in March, typically it's not much of a concern because we see longer daylight hours and warmer temperatures. And then I will talk about December releases in a second. The water could also be released to the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River to support critical fish habitat for the Upper Colorado Fish Recovery Program. The intent of this lease is to do winter releases, but because the arrangement with the River District is that all the water is leased up front, if any waters, say we have a warm winter and there's water left over not needed for anchor ice, we can make a release to the 15-mile reach so that all the water is utilized for beneficial use and doesn't get wasted, so to speak. And then this lease would also be couched within a broader umbrella of a new water use agreement with the River District. That agreement would allow for up to 5 annual leases. So the lease we're talking about today would be the first lease under that agreement. No individual lease could exceed 3,500 acre feet. The board must approve leases annually and the funding that goes along with it. And that lease price would be determined annually according to the district's water marketing policy. So the intent of the water use agreement is just to streamline efficiency. If we can execute this agreement, we can kind of process these leases without doing a formal state contract, which saves staff a lot of time. So we can move a little bit more nimbly on these things. Can you help me advance the next slide? My clicker doesn't seem to be working. Oh, yeah?
You have to do it behind your back.
Okay, so the benefits. So the intended benefits are, again, to mitigate the effects of anchor ice. So anchor ice can cause impacts to the river ecology by, it adheres to the bottom substrate, it displaces fish habitat, particularly young of the year. And then as it breaks up, it can scour the channel substrate, kind of displacing macroinvertebrate habitat, pushing those downstream, and it's been shown to have an effect. And Director Sakata, at the last meeting, you cited a reference in the Roaring Fork Conservancy's annual monitoring report that indicated that more flows are apt to cause conditions conducive to the formation of anchor ice. So that kind of naturally begs the question, what are we doing here? And that's a fair point. I think with respect to that citation from a process perspective, it's correct in that during low flow conditions, so pre-dam hydrology, if you will, where you have very low flows, you tend to get more surface ice formation. And that surface ice forms kind of an insulating layer and kind of inhibits the formation of frazzle ice in general, which helps prevent anchor ice formation. If you add additional water on top of that, so post-dam hydrology, for example, where you have higher winter base flows, that additional water can create more open water surface areas. And that open water is where you get that frazzle ice and anchor ice formation. So that's true. However, site-specific studies on the frying pan that have been conducted over the years sort of paint a little bit of a more nuanced picture of that. Bill Miller and Associates was commissioned to do a number of ecological surveys, and they looked specifically at temperature, the relationship between temperature, anchor ice, and discharge. And they did find that there was a relationship between increased flows having the effect of reducing the occurrences of anchor ice on the Frying Pan River. So, one inference might be is that, with post-Rudai Reservoir hydrology, you do have these open water surfaces and an anchor ice problem, and that this additional water on top of that may not cause additional open water to kind of exacerbate those conditions, but rather the relatively warm water inputs are going to mitigate the formation of anchor ice. So that's what might be going on. I'm not sure, but I think that we're going to continue looking at the science. I know that the Roaring Fork Conservancy is going to continue their annual monitoring program throughout the season into the future. So we're going to continually kind of refine our understanding of how these releases do influence the river ecology. And again, the benefit to the 15-mile reach will to benefit those fish that Michelle Garrison mentioned earlier, the Colorado pike minnow, razorback sucker, bony tail, and humpback chub. So stakeholder funding, the local stakeholders have really, and the Colorado Water Trust have really come forward with significant funding for this project. So the total amount of money that's been committed to date is $136,000. And that includes money that the Water Trust has raised for an additional separate 825 acre-foot lease, so that releases could start in December when we also see very cold temperatures. So an update on sort of the funding. The Pitkin County Healthy Rivers Program has tentatively contributed $50,000. I understand that's still waiting Board of County Commissioner approval, but it's been approved by their advisory board. The Water Trust has raised $35,000. That's earmarked specifically for that December lease. The Roaring Fork Conservancy, Town of Aspen, Town of Basalt have all contributed $10,000. The Community Funding Partnership from the River District is putting in $20,000, and the Fishing Guide Alliance is contributing $1,000. So $136,000. Where am I pointing here? Okay, there we go. We'll have to go back one more. There. Okay, so the lease cost, the price of the water from the district is $73.25 per acre foot. So the total cost of the lease would be $222,753.25. I put the cost of the Water Trust lease up there just to illustrate that the monies that's been raised is going to be allocated towards both leases. So the money that's available to cover the CWCB portion of our lease is $75,000 and change. So the way we have it proposed is that the River District is going to invoice CWCB for the entire amount of our lease, the 3,401 acre feet. We will pay that invoice and then accept reimbursement from probably the Roaring Fork Conservancy, which will act, I think, as the fiscal agent for all the funding that's coming in. So that's how we propose that to work. So again, the staff recommendation is to move forward with this proposal by authorizing staff to execute a renewable water use agreement with the River District for this annual lease, and to authorize an expenditure of the amount for this first annual lease for this winter flow season.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Pete? And I want to apologize to Director Bruchet. He did, of course, give his disclosure at the right time, and I was incorrect. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably shouldn't have grabbed the bag of beef jerky when I looked at Councilor. Made it quite confusing.
Right. Seemed like it might be beef jerky time, not disclosure time. All right, any questions on this agenda item? Question from Director Sakata and then Director Phelps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thanks, Pete, for sending me that information and those further studies. As I read that, I don't even know how to pronounce it, Hokuna study, it was apparent it was done in Canada, and it seemed like it was a totally different condition than what we were talking about on the frying pan, so.
Yeah, they do make reference to small streams as an example, but then the examples they cite are much larger rivers. So I think, yeah, there may be a little bit of an apples and oranges comparison here.
Yeah. So I'm not a river biologist or anything. I'm still a little bit discomfort with item G, because even in the other reports, I don't see a clear connection that's saying anchor ice is prevented by high flows. I see that microinvertebrate conditions improve with higher flows, but I don't necessarily see that it's all attributed to anchor ice.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And directors, I think Director Scott is referring to item G in the water use agreement, where there's a kind of an affirmative statement that says flows up to this amount have been shown to reduce anchor ice. And I think, yeah, that's in draft form. We can certainly kind of soften that statement to make it a little bit more accurate.
Thank you.
Does that take care of your questions? Okay. And Director Felt, you have the floor.
Yeah, Pete, I was just curious on the pricing. Do you know how that $73 an acre foot sort of stacks up for Rudeye Water or kind of in that market? Is this a discount for conservation or more, or just any sense?
I don't think it stacks up on the cheap end of water. I think, the River District sets their marketing policy annually, and they have a specific category for Rudeye Reservoir supplies and in-stream piscatorial use. So I think this is less than some other uses for the water, such as municipal or augmentation use. And I don't know kind of the mechanics behind how the district sets their pricing. But, for example, when we leased water from the Ute Water Conservation District for the 15-mile reach, that was less. That was, I believe, was that, Rob, $20 an acre foot, which is effectively cost. But I don't know, again, kind of what drives the district pricing.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking about it because the Fry Arc project water is basically the same water. I mean, comes from the same source. And the Rudeye Reservoir is part of the Fry Arc project. I mean, it's built as a mitigation measure. But I think the most expensive water that Southeastern distributes is like, I don't know, $18 an acre foot, something like that, I think. So I was just curious, not to dispute their rubric for figuring this out, but I was just wondering kind of where it sat on the scale there.
Yeah, typically, I mean, in other parts of the state, you do see sort of a tightened range of prices depending on location and source. And Rudeye, there is a bit of a spread there. And I'm not quite sure of why the district sets their prices as they do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Pete? So Pete, it looks like, if I'm remembering correctly, we just noted that you were going to add language to item G to address Director Sakata's concern around the Anchor Ice study?
That's correct.
Okay.
That is also in the recitals of that draft water user agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that, we do have a staff recommendation. And we do still have a quorum. We have Director Brody online, and I believe we still have Director Hawkins as well. So there you go.
I would move the board approve staff recommendation on agenda item 19B.
Thank you. Is there a second? Yes, Director Sakata? Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
I just wanted to emphasize again, I mentioned this at the last meeting when we reviewed this, but again, Pete and Rob and your team, great job on moving this forward. Great job on working with partners, and thanks to the Water Trust for your work on helping to fundraise. It's really appreciated to make this all go further, and the savings allow us to do more great things. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. I just put a piece of candy in my mouth. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's that time of the day. Excuse me. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're at the afternoon break, and we're just going to take a few minutes instead of 15. So if you all would come back in 10 minutes, that would be great. Sorry, we're going to try to trudge through. It's fine if you want to lay down on the floor. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delay. Thanks to Director Sakata for keeping me on track. He's really good with that. Colorado Water Trust presentation on in-stream flow acquisition contract. Rob, welcome back.
Thank you once again. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 20, which is a presentation from the Colorado Water Trust on work completed as part of an ISF acquisition contract. Before the Water Trust starts, I just want to provide a small amount of background information on the contract. So the CWCB has executed a contract with the Water Trust in January of 2019 for $500,000 to conduct technical analysis and perform other tasks necessary for evaluating proposed acquisitions for in-stream flow use. Attached to staff's memo was a report from the Water Trust that was a great overview of the work that they've achieved over the last 4 years. And I guess that's the only setup I wanted to provide. Andy Schultz from the Water Trust, the Executive Director from the Water Trust, to provide this presentation.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, everybody, for this opportunity. Again, for the record, I'm Andy Schultheis. I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado Water Trust. We also have here in the room both of our staff attorneys, Allison Gould and Kate Ryan, and I guess we used to have one of our technical staff, but he has gone now, Tony LaGreca. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've done the last 4 years under this contract with the CWCB. I think everybody in the room knows who we are, but for the benefit of those online who don't, we're a 21-year-old private nonprofit organization founded in part to help CWCB find acquisitions of senior water rights for in-stream flow. We are, of course, Colorado-based, Colorado-specific, market-based organization. We have board and staff all over the state now, about 3/4 on the Front Range and the other quarter on the West Slope. And as you know from our appearances here from time to time, we put together voluntary agreements with water users where their rights could benefit the ecology of our rivers and streams. Not all of our work directly involves CWCB. The contract we're talking about today covers the work that does involve CWCB. Well, let's see. Yes. From 2019 to today, the Water Trust, as I said, has been under this contract with CWCB, and we've returned or kept roughly 30,600 acre-feet of water in Colorado's rivers, and that pace has picked up actually quite a bit lately. The size of the contract was $500,000, and it has been leveraged about 3 to 1 with other kinds of donations to the Water Trust, including from individuals, from foundations, and increasingly lately from corporations. On the right slide here. Yeah, working with CWCB under this contract, it's roughly half of our work, as I mentioned, and we have now, in the last 4 years, managed 4 in-stream flow leases, gained DWR and CWCB approval for a 5th, initiated the process for a 6th, and entered water court on behalf of an augmentation plan for in-stream flow on the Poudre River as well. Next slide. Trying to do this quickly because we're running out of time here. How we operate under the contract. The Water Trust operates in several ways as an extension of CWC staff. We work very closely with the staff. These are some of the activities that we've undertaken, and I'll just highlight a few. The Request for Water program is probably the most public-facing of the things we do under this contract. The Request for Water is an annual offer for water rights owners throughout the state for us to conduct confidential reviews, in-house confidential reviews of their water rights and whether they might fit into one of the legal tools we use to protect water and streams. It's important to point out that we are 100% confidential about any rights offer until we have to come to this board and present it. And that is, of course, always voluntary and always after the decision of the water rights owner. We get about 20 to 30 offers a year through the program. About 10 of them are serious enough that we have to investigate them. And that investigation, that processing of offers of water rights for environmental use is probably the most added value we have under this contract. That's a very intensive process. It takes a lot of time, often involves managing engineers and valuation experts and other types of folks. And we essentially take these offers from, hey, I think I might have a water right that might be of use to you guys, to here is a finished product, CWCB. Do you want it or not? And then we function as its long-term steward for all of these projects. So to summarize, we've been at this now for 4 years. We have used up almost all of the funds available and at about a 3-to-1 leverage, and we've produced about 30,000 acre-feet of water for acquisitions by the CWCB. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any questions for Andy? You're getting lucky.
I'm getting lucky, yeah.
We really appreciate you. Oh, where? Okay, awesome. Who? Jessica? Celine? Oh, Celine, sorry. There we go. All right. You have the floor, Director Hawkins.
Oh, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Andy for the really great work that the Water Trust has done for the past few years, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Celine.
I second that, and thanks for dealing with the weather to get here and to get wherever you're going afterwards. We always love to have guests in person when it's possible, so thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for not holding this meeting in Durango. I don't think I would have made it.
Well, we love holding our meetings in Durango.
Yes, I would have loved to go.
But you're right, that would have been a little rough, huh? And Director Felt has a question.
And I'm sorry, I had to take a phone call right there, so I might have missed you describing it, but I was curious, I've been thinking about this, where the funding comes from for these tremendous investments that you make.
It varies. There are 3 basic categories: individuals, foundations, and corporations. And if I could categorize it, individuals and corporations cover mostly staff time and overhead and core costs, and corporations increasingly lately have been covering the direct costs of some of our projects. Certainly not all of them. A lot of our projects, compensation costs to water users are also funded by foundations and individuals, but it's philanthropic for the most part. And our core budget is about $1 million. We hit above our weight. We're not very big, but we do a lot of work. So yeah.
Wow. Well, yeah, that's you are punching above your weight, because I imagine that you had millions and millions with frequency that the trust pops up, in our agenda items. So thanks for that explanation.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're
I'm off.
We're good. Thank you. Blessings. All right, agenda item 21.
Okay,
Welcome
so
back, Rob.
I'm back again. So once again, for the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 21, which is proposed expenditures for costs for water acquisitions for in-stream flow use. This is an action item, and staff will be requesting funding for an additional contract for ISF acquisition projects. So as a little background, we talked about for the last item as well, that the CWCB has entered into 2 contracts previously for $500,000 in 2013 and in 2018. And these contracts directly contributed to the amount of ISF acquisitions that CWCB is able to complete. Without these contracts, it'd be very difficult for us to complete all the work that we need to do. And I'm just going to go through, I know that Andy talked a little bit about what the Water Trust did previously in this previous contract, but I just want to highlight the three big areas that we want to have work done in a future contract. And they're the same as in the previous contract, but I just want to kind of go over those real quickly. So the outreach and initial investigations, this is, providing an area for people to come in with potential projects or just an idea of what they might be able to want to do with a water right. And these can be really time-consuming kind of processes to go through and determine, whether or not a project is even feasible with the water rights that are provided. So that's kind of like the main bucket, one of the three main bucket areas where that work is done. And allowing an outside entity to help process those kind of inquiries has a lot of different benefits. I know I love working for the state and I love the state, but some people, some water right owners are very leery of the state. So having another entities that's kind of separated out helps provide some comfort to some of these people as well. Moving on to once you have an idea of what a project would be, that's where we move into the acquisition development. And that's where you start in with your water rights engineering and your water rights evaluation, and you start building up all these transactional documents about how a lease would work or how a loan would work. And then you try to get administrative approval and then possibly water court approval. So as you can, guess by that, by conducting HCU analysis and everything like that, this is also, a really time-intensive process, but it's also a process where, in the previous contracts, the contractor was extremely knowledgeable and they're experts in these kinds of transactions because in-stream flow transactions are extremely complex and they're different than other water right transactions. And then the third main area is in stewardship. And so once a transaction's done, once a water right is being used, the work doesn't stop there. So there's monitoring requirements, accounting requirements, make sure all the records are kept up with the Division of Water Resources, and reporting requirements, whether that's with the division offices or some other entity. That's also a lot of work. The one picture I have on here, this is Tony who just left, and this is him on the Conway irrigation ditch lease this summer. And so the Water Trust was not a part of the initial outreach and investigation or the acquisition development, but we needed help, doing some stewardship on that. So we're able to use this contract to have Tony perform measurements in as part of that project. So those are the three big areas that we're looking to have in this next contract as well. So the proposal that staff is recommending is to have a contract to not exceed $600,000 over a 4-year period. So as you'll notice, this is $100,000 more than the previous contract. So the previous contracts were for $500,000. And as everyone knows too, that, over the last 4 years, everything has gotten increasingly more expensive. So that's one reason for the proposed increase in the funding. But not only just inflation and how much things cost, there's a much more bigger demand for all these types of projects. So there's lots of projects out there that we're trying to work on all the time. So that's the other impetus for requesting additional funds. So the way that we're hoping to have the contract be constructed is that only $150,000 each year would be encumbered against the out of the construction fund is authorized for the ISF acquisition fund. So the way that would work is that each year that fund has $1 million and it's refreshed up to that point automatically every year. And so instead of having an entire $600,000 chunk taken out of that fund and being pulled upon for 4 years, we'd want to have it be only $150,000 for every year so that there would be other funds available to be used for other different kinds of projects. So, as in the previous contract, we want the task and reporting requirements to be similar in past contracts. So we're monthly invoiced, and we get quarterly reports of all the different projects that we're working on, and we have communication between the different staff members, and I'm guessing that's, Kaylee every day, if not that, at least once a week between us and the Water Trust. So we work extremely close to that. So in the future contract, we would hope that whoever selected would work just as close as well. So with that, I just have staff's recommendation, and I can read it out, and then we can have any questions that can be answered. But staff recommends that the board authorize staff to initiate a selection process to contract with an entity to assist CWCB with evaluations of proposed acquisitions of water for in-stream flow use and for the monitoring of the use of acquired water. The contract would be for a term of 4 years in the amount not to exceed $600,000, which would be funded from the construction fund as authorized by section 3760. 123.7. So with that, I can answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from the board or Rob? I have a question. And sorry if you said this. What is the time frame? If we approve this, what does your search process look like, and when would you hope to be under contract?
That's a very good question. And a lot of that depends on procurement and the state's procurement system and when, what type of process that they will make us go through. In the past, we've done a sole source contract with the Water Trust. The last time we did that, we did a sole source, and someone objected to the sole source. But then we went out for a full RFP that was 30 days, but then nobody wound up applying for it anyway. So it'll all depend on what mechanism procurement will require us to do. But the contract is running out, as Andy mentioned, the funds are running out. So we would hope to start work with procurement as soon as possible to try to get this going without whatever required form it has to be in.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Online? Nope. And nothing. Okay, I have a staff recommendation on the screen. To any of you feel like they have it? There we go. Director Felt?
Yep, I would move staff recommendation on item 21.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Director Dutton. Is there any further discussion? Nope. Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And please stay for the next agenda item, 22.
So once again, for the record, Rob Veal, CWC staff, I promise this is the last time you'll hear my voice today. I'm tired of hearing it already. So this is agenda item 22, and this is proposed name changes to decreed in-stream flow water rights consistent with actions of the Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board. So this is an informational item. No board action is required today, but I just want to provide you with some information on what staff plans on doing. So the Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board was established by Governor Polis, and it was to evaluate proposals concerning name changes to certain geographic features. And the advisory board cooperates with the United States Board of Geographic Names, who make final determinations for names of geographic features. And in early September, the Board of Geographic Names voted on replacing names for over 650 geographic features that use the derogatory SQ name that the Department of Interior had requested an order for. So the CWCB, So the CWCB has several decreed in-stream flow water rights that use that derogatory name. And to remain consistent with the actions of the Colorado Advisory Board and the Board of Geographic Names, staff will seek to change in water court the derogatory name used to the replacement name selected by the Board of Geographic Names. So as you can see on the chart up here, these are the in-stream flow water rights that have been decreed, and the current name and what the replacement name of those would be. So one thing to mention is that the work from the advisory board is continuing, and staff will continue to monitor its actions. If there is additional derogatory names identified and replacement names are approved by the Board of Geographic Names, staff will seek similar action to change in-stream flow water right decrees in water court to represent those new replaced names. And in the future, we will just provide this information to you in the director's report, but in the first time, I just wanted to provide you guys with the information as an agenda item and let you ask any questions if there are any.
Thanks, I appreciate that. It's good to see things are moving along with the naming advisory board. That's great. Does anyone have any questions? Director Dutton?
Not a question, but I did just want to note, a couple of these or a few of them are in the Rio Grande Basin, and I just thought this was really neat, Rob. A lot of our community was part of weighing in and recommending, the new names of Grizzly Creek and Little Spruce Creek. And I'm still trying to commit them to memory. It's quite a change, but I think it's a really important step and really important, for equity and diversity and inclusion. And so I hadn't quite put it towards in-stream flows. And so I was really pleasantly surprised to see this agenda item. And I think it's great. So thank you.
Yeah, agreed. Director Felt, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of had a similar feeling, and it's funny when you have these legal agreements that reference it. I mean, there's property lines in Chaffey County that adjoin the creek in Chaffey County. I don't think we're going to redo those deeds or anything like that, but so somehow we have to retain that history, but at the same time, moving forward, it seems really appropriate to do this. But it's interesting how there's sort of this chain reaction, because like in Chaffey County, we also have a rapid that's formed from the alluvium coming out of that creek, and so the rapid's named for the creek too. So now, imagine getting everyone to say Tabawatch. History, but it's going to be interesting. Moving forward, it seems really appropriate to do step after step. It's interesting how we move through it.
That is interesting. It would be fun to go down the rabbit hole of how, like, what is a call row? Why Grizzly? But, oh yeah, please, we're actually a little bit early. We got back on time, and so we have guests joining us, and we'll give them a second to join. So yeah, please tell us.
I thought these were especially interesting because the larger group working on this, kind of the statewide committee, had gone through and they recommended names for all of the SQ creeks and mountains and things across the state, and then provided it. Really, it came to the counties. And so Hinsdale County they reached out to a few of us, and especially the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District. We have a lot of infrastructure up in this area. And so they reached out to a lot of people that are really closely tied to this area and said, what do you think of Antelope Creek? We're like, well, that doesn't seem ecologically appropriate. There probably never were antelope up there. And so, a couple of people who are local historians got really, really passionate about that. It would be more appropriate to either name it Elk or Grizzly Creek, given, if we're going with an animal, those would be the more emblematic and appropriate animals to be up there, because there used to be a lot of grizzlies up. There's kind of a big history of grizzlies eating miners on Stony Pass, and this is pretty close. Oh. And so, so we thought it was a fun call out to the history of the Upper Rio Grande, and also there are a lot of elk creeks. So now you know the rest of the story.
I love it. I mean, I'm sorry for the people that got eaten by the grizzly bears, so I don't love that. But and what is Tabawatch? Am I saying that right? Yeah. Do you know?
Well, I actually don't know the root of the word in terms of what it originally described, but there is a peak 14er that's right behind Mount Chavano that's called Tabawatch or Tabawachi, depending how people pronounce it. So this creek comes down out of that drainage, so they gave it that name. I think it's a Ute word, but I'm not certain of that.
Really neat. Well, thanks for sharing that. And yeah, thanks, Rob. We appreciate you sharing that.
Oh, here's Celine online says she believes, whoops, went away.
That they're both.
She believes that Tabawatch and Colorado Creek are associated with the Ute, also known as Nuchu people.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Director Hawkins. Okay. Well, thanks, and we'll move on. Do we have all of our guests online?
I don't see Madeline.
Okay, and then I think we have one more person potentially joining us from Denver. Oh,
you
hi.
Madeline?
Okay, hi.
Okay.
Would you like to come sit with us up here? You are welcome to sit next to Director Greenberg or Commissioner Greenberg's chair.
You have your own microphone.
Mm-hmm.
Are you Madeline? I am Madeline. Okay, cool. All right. Well, Jessica's still here. Why don't you ask Jessica if she wants to do the intros after all, because she's still on.
Okay, did you talk to her?
I did talk to her, but she could do it if she wants to.
Okay. So we're at agenda item 23, and for those of you that joined us in Durango, we did the first table topics there, and the topic that we had chosen was innovation in the face of drought, and we had a really robust local water user conversation that Director Hawkins and Director Dutton and Director Boucher had found some folks to come and talk to us about how people are handling drought and what kind of innovations they're using on their farms and ranches. And we, the board, found it to be a fascinating conversation. And because we record all of these meetings on YouTube, we're able to send out the YouTube link after the fact and note the time of when the conversation starts. And I know a few of us have passed that along. And in general, the conversation has been really positive, that we're, taking a break from our regular business and really making space for conversation on policy, what could become policy in the future, how we look at new projects that we might not see through our grant system, and just do some learning for ourselves and that we can share with the public. So we're really excited to bring it back in November. And thank you to Director Felt and Director Brody for arranging our speakers. And then thanks to my colleague Dave Sales for being here from Tri-State as well. He is here for the utility perspective of our topic today, and I'm getting ahead of myself, so I will actually pass it over to Director Brody if you'd like to give the introduction on why you chose our topic for today on forest health and wildfire mitigation.
No, I did.
Thanks, Director Brown. Can you hear me?
We can. It's a little muted, but try again.
So why don't I pass it over to Greg then to introduce the topic?
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to give you a chance, Jessica, since you were still on there. Yeah, so I think broadly this topic was of interest to us because in recent years, obviously we've, as a state, become much more aware of a forest health crisis that we have that's been exacerbated by drought and infestation, and maybe other elements as well. And at the same time, it seems like within the CWCB, in my 3 years here, that we are kind of working with that topic more and integrating it into our work in terms of water policy and water supply development. And you can certainly see that in Chris Sturm's work with fire-ready watersheds and responding to post-fire flooding and things like that. So I think when we had the conversation back in Durango, this seemed like an obvious topic to sort of just explore in this setting. And so we ended up with some, I think, really fitting participants in the discussion. We have a couple here, either here physically or virtually from Denver Water. One's Christina Burry, and she is with the she's a watershed scientist with the Forest Health Program here at Denver Water, and she works with the Forest to Faucets Collaborative with the U.S. Forest Service. And I've intersected with her a bit at the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. And I'm going to encourage each of you to introduce yourself a little further when you, maybe next is what we'll do. And then oh, darn it. I'm sorry, I didn't write down your last name for some reason. Oh, no, I did. Madeline McDonald. There it is. Okay. Is also here from Denver Water, and she's with the Federal Wildland Fire Commission along with Dan Gibbs. So really glad to have you two. And then as Jackie said, we've got Dan Sales here from Tri-State, and I understand he's the senior manager of the ERM program.
Yep, Dave is here, Enterprise Risk Management, and he's our Chief Security Officer. So we're really happy to have you here as well.
Great. And then I'm here too. And I'm gonna give some examples of kind of one local approach that we had up in Chaffey County. Because in my free time, when I'm not doing CWCB, I'm a county commissioner up there. That's one of our initiatives that we're working on. And so I think we just had a little brief consultation on this a little while ago, but I think what might make sense is start with Christina and then go to Dave and then Madeline and then me, I guess. So if that's good, if you each maybe want to just give a little more introduction to yourself when you start your comments, and we'll do some comments here, and then we'll, it's pretty informal, but once those are done, then we'll go to Q&A with our board, and I mean, anybody in the room as far as I'm concerned, so.
Yep, the whole
Yeah.
point of these are to be just really casual. So you don't have to wait for me to call on any of you. Anyone want to come sit up at the table, that's perfectly comfortable for us as well. And just thank you again for being here. So we'll kick it off. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you. And in terms of technicalities, would it be easier for me to share my screen for the slides that we prepared?
Sure.
Okay.
Viola can set that up. Yep.
Yeah, bear with me. All right. Okay, can I get a confirmation if you all can see the slides?
Yep. We can see it.
Awesome. Cool. Okay, well, in terms of intros, my name is Christina Burry. I'm a watershed scientist for Denver Water, and I lead the watershed planning program and watershed planning team for Denver Water. So we're a small team at Denver Water. We've got 2 watershed scientists that work for me, and most of our time is spent on the watershed planning program for Denver Water's 2.5 million acres of water supply watersheds. And one of our top priorities is forest health and wildfire risk reduction, given that it's such a big threat to our watersheds. So today we're going to focus on our forest and wildfire management initiatives. And just to give you an overview, we're going to share about our From Forest to Faucets partnership. And then I'll share a little bit about the Colorado Forest Health Council and some of the recent nexus with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the Basin Roundtables. And then if it's okay in terms of order, Madeline was going to fill in and share about her work with the Wildfire Commission, if you all are okay with that order.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So our From Forest to Faucets partnership, to go and give some history and some background about why this partnership formed and why it's so important for water utilities like Denver Water. And so really, how this partnership began was Denver Water experiencing the costly impacts of reacting to catastrophic wildfires in critical water supply watersheds. So the Buffalo Creek Fire occurred in 1996. That was just upstream of Strontia Springs Reservoir, and you can see all the sediment, debris, just all the things that drained into Strontia Springs Reservoir, where 80% of our water supply comes from, 90% of Aurora Water's water supply comes from. So you can see the amount of just material that drains into basically the bottom of the watershed, which is the reservoir. And we also experienced the Hayman wildfire in 2002. And so the sum of those 2 fires was really costly to Denver Water. And we spent about $27.7 million in recovering from both of those fires. The majority of that cost was the actual dredging of Strontia Springs Reservoir and trying to remove that material. I think the big point about how important proactive management is that even 20 years later, we're still dealing with the impacts of these catastrophic wildfires. So we're still not seeing the recovery in these wildfires because of the severity and the size. And we're still experiencing impacts of sediment and debris draining into Strontia Springs to this day. And so we know from this experience that it's very costly to be reactive, and it's a smart business case to be proactive in preventing these really large-scale catastrophic wildfires. So the Forest to Faucets Partnership began in 2010. And originally the partners were just Denver Water and the U.S. Forest Service. And this was a $16.5 million investment on behalf of Denver Water at that time, matched by the U.S. Forest Service dollar for dollar, so $33 million. And that was to target national forest lands within our priority watersheds. Realizing that that was only half of the picture, about 54% of our watersheds are national forest, we knew we had to work cross-boundary. And so about 34% are privately owned lands or non-federal lands in the watershed. So in 2017, we renewed the partnership, but expanded it to include Natural Resources Conservation Service and the Colorado State Forest Service to target the non-federal lands to complement the work being done on the national forest. That was another $16.5 million committed on behalf of Denver Water, matched by dollar for dollar by the partners. And so it was another $33 million invested. That partnership has been really successful. Really, the methods are focused on forest thinning, using prescribed fire as a tool, clear cuts in the high elevation forests, reforesting some of the burn scars, and also thinking about noxious weed control after we do these treatments. So more exciting news was we went into another iteration of a 5-year agreement. So we renewed the partnership for a third time. We're calling it Forest to Faucets 3, and expanded to include the Colorado Forest Restoration Institute, which is out of the Colorado State University. And the intent behind including Colorado Forest Restoration Institute is to evaluate the return on investment, which I'll share about, and also looking at tracking accomplishments and effectiveness monitoring of these forest treatments. So they've been a great addition to this partnership and being able to showcase the benefits. So in terms of financial commitment, it's about $15 million from Denver Water for the next 5 years. And again, matched dollar for dollar, at least by our partners, for another $30 million commitment. So among the 3 iterations of the partnership, there's $96 million committed. So far for accomplishments, we've been able to treat 120,000 acres in critical water supply watersheds, and over 1.4 million trees have been planted in these burn scars that have been so impactful to our reservoirs and infrastructure. Oh, and I do want to highlight this photo that you see is a recent tour that we did with Denver Water Board members in August. And so you can see in the photo, there's also the regional forester, Frank Bim, and deputy regional forester, Jackie Buchanan. So we were really excited to be able to showcase some great Forest to Faucets projects during that tour. And the partnership goals, what the partnership is focused on is restoring the forests, preparing them to receive fire in a manner that isn't as intense or severe and as costly in terms of impacts. So fuels reduction, certainly a part of it, reforestation on burned lands, and also, again, tracking accomplishments, being able to showcase the success of these projects. So the cost benefit analysis that Colorado Forest Restoration Institute did was really a retroactive look at the treatments we've done so far as part of the 10 years or more we've been in this partnership. And the cost benefit analysis yielded that there's the potential, given the location of where the forest treatment occurs in the watershed, there's a potential for over $234 million return on investment for the partners. So that was a really great way to showcase in dollars and cents what the benefit is. where we're headed now with the science and with Colorado Forest Restoration Institute is kind of a look to the future as to, okay, we know we've invested a lot, and how can we improve on that? Where are still the really critical acres to treat, even though they may be really tough in terms of access or getting equipment, whatever the barriers are, we're trying to target what are the most critical acres for us to look at. And so we're hoping to have those conversations with at the U.S. Forest Service at the National Forest level, but also with the State Forest Service and partners on the ground to understand, okay, given that these acres are the most critical in terms of water supplies, how can we actually get on the ground to treat those acres, or is it even possible? So we're excited to look to that in the future and understand the risk and also what the most critical acres are and whether they can be managed or not. And I just have a really cool before and after photo. So this is the project that the board and the regional forester, deputy regional forester went to see. This is Jerome Miller, and this is right above Strontia Springs Reservoir. So you can see how dense the situation is with the trees in this photo, and then the after, which is pretty amazing. So just really cool to see in the before and after photos in such a critical watershed. And a little bit about the Colorado Forest Health Council to transition to that. So I serve as the East Slope Water Utility representative on the Colorado Forest Health Council. And this formed to advise DNR Director Gibbs and the Colorado General Assembly on issues, opportunities, and threats to Colorado's forests. And so we just identified our legislative priorities that went out in the annual report. And to go over a little bit about those priorities, it's focused on expanding forestry education in Colorado. So for the general public to gain support for this work, but also thinking about our universities, colleges, training programs for the actual foresters themselves, because that is a need, which relates to the second priority, which is investing in workforce development programs, youth corps, correction crews. There is a huge lack of capacity for the folks that can do this work on the ground. And so being able to be creative and developing these workforce programs is really important. We've had a lot of success in using youth corps crews. So yeah, just thinking about creative ways to gain that workforce capacity. Good Neighbor Authority is an authority at the U.S. Forest Service level that we want to continue to utilize because of the capacity constraints and some of the red tape that can slow down projects. Good Neighbor Authority can be used on national forest lands or even adjacent to national forest by using other partners that aren't part of the U.S. Forest Service. So going through the State Forest Service or local conservation districts or even watershed coalitions to manage and oversee and even implement the projects through this authority is a way of accelerating the work and kind of cutting some of that red tape. Investing in planning is huge. What we're hearing from a lot of foresters is they're trying to keep up, and there's this lack of capacity. They're trying to keep up, get the projects done on the ground, and they don't necessarily have time to plan the projects. But when we have a lot of these new funding resources show up, they want to know, what are your shovel-ready projects? They want a list. And so that's actually a lot tougher than we think. So thinking about how we can invest in resources and capacity in the planning to establish those shovel-ready projects to make Colorado a lot more competitive for some of these federal dollars. And then lastly, incentives for the private industry, just finding a use for some of this biomass and some of this timber product that just really at this time doesn't have a really good use or a lot of economic value, which can be a huge barrier for our state compared to some of the Pacific Northwest, where their timber products basically are worth a lot more and can reduce the cost of projects. So one thing I want to just leave with this group before I transition to Madeline is this really awesome opportunity to engage with CWCB and the Basin Roundtables. I've been at Denver Water for about 7 years, and I have seen in the past couple years just so much more momentum and action from the Basin Roundtables and CWCB on this connection with forest health, wildfire risk reduction, and watershed health and water supplies. So I think it's just a really exciting time. There's lots of opportunities to leverage some of these new state programs, like the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program through DNR, the Forest Restoration Wildfire Risk Mitigation Program through the State Forest Service. I think all of that paired with the Wildfire Ready Watersheds new grant, I think these are all programs that have mutual beneficial goals for watershed health. So it's a really exciting time. And I just think with the opportunity now too, with the Forest Health Council being under Director Gibbs, I also think that that provides a really exciting opportunity to connect more with CWCB on these issues. So the timing is great. And just want to highlight too that Chris Sturm and his presentations and kind of his outreach on the Wildfire Ready Watersheds has been amazing. And a lot of partners that we work with are really, really excited about this opportunity, including us at Denver Water. So just wanted to thank you all, CWCB and staff, for that program. There's a lot of interest and excitement around it. So that's it for me. I'm going to turn it over to Madeline so she can share about her exciting role with the Biden Wildfire Mitigation and Management Commission. Thank you.
All right, can you hear me all right? Perfect. Thanks, Christina. Well, hi, everybody. Again, my name is Madeline McDonald. I'm another watershed scientist at Denver Water. I work on Christina's watershed planning team. And while that whole watershed planning team focuses on all the threats to our source water supply, I get to just focus on wildfire and forest health. So my job is helping prioritize some of those wildfire mitigation, forest restoration projects that Christina mentioned, internal wildfire preparedness, and our wildfire recovery efforts. And I'm fortunate enough to be serving on a newly formed federal Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission that I'll just provide a brief overview of today. Go ahead, Christina. Awesome, thank you. So Dan might have mentioned this in the past, but the new commission was formed in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law that was passed last year. Within that, there is a charter for a commission, and it says the Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of Interior, and the FEMA administrator are to put together this nationwide commission, essentially to advise Congress and put forward recommendations on ways to better improve our wildfire management, including the mitigation, suppression, management, and prevention of wildfire. They're very specific in our statute as well that they're looking for policy recommendations specifically for federal legislation. So those are some direct quotes up there. I also have just a standard emergency management cycle, just to highlight that the language in our statute and our charter mirrors really holistic incident management. And you can see all the phases of an emergency management cycle up there. Congress isn't just asking for recommendations on how do we put out fires better, how do we get more forest treatments done better. They're looking for pretty holistic wildfire management recommendations, which I was glad to see in the statute. Next slide, Christina. So the makeup of the commission, there are 50 of us total. It's a large commission. That's a picture of our first in-person meeting in Salt Lake City back in September. We have 3 commission chairs, again, outlined in the statute. That's Secretary Vilsack, Secretary Hall, and FEMA Administrator Criswell. Each of those chairs has a designee that can attend the very frequent meetings in their place. Then the statute outlines 18 seats for non-federal members, and they're very specific about the industries that each of those 18 non-federal members should come from. There's 1 public utility industry seat, and that's the seat that I was appointed to. Some of those other non-federal members include a state forester, which Dan Gibbs is serving in, a state emergency management officer, 501c3 nonprofit organization, industry. It's a very diverse group of people in the non-federal members category. We do have primary members and alternates for each of the non-federal seats, so there's 36 total non-federal members. And then there are 11 members from federal agencies. Again, as outlined in the statute, every federal agency that is impacted by wildfire does have representation on the commission. So it's the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, National Park Service, EPA, NOAA, National Weather Service, down the line. I think every agency that needs to be at the table is at the table. That makes up our 50-member commission. Go ahead, Christina. So I just briefly wanted to pull out some text from the statute to show the request from Congress and what the commission will be specifically working on. It's an 8-page statute. It's very long. This is just a very small section calling out some of the policy recommendations that Congress is looking for. The emphasis, when I've read the statute, the emphasis is on community protection and protection of human life, as it should be. That's always going to be the first value in wildfire management. You can see that reflected here. Protection of human life, community wildfire protection plans, wildland urban interface is all specifically called out here. But they also mention water a lot in the statute. How do we protect our community water supplies and manage utility corridors? Which was good to see reflected in the statute, and I'll certainly be reflecting on that we need to include water in all of our recommendations for wildland fire management. And this is just a graphic that our commission staff put together to help break up some of those policy recommendations that Congress is asking for in that large 8-page statute. So we have some kind of broad categories here of the text. Congress is asking for some very specific recommendations around the cohesive strategy, review and recommend improvements. Aviation, how do we meet our needs for the aerial wildland firefighting strategy? Technology, how do we integrate the use of technology into every phase of wildfire management? But then they left some of the categories a little bit broader. Implementation is one of those categories. I think every bullet point in there is a very complex and nuanced issue that people have been working on for the last decade or more. And Congress gave a lot of flexibility to the commission to approach that in whatever way that we feel would be best. So manage the WUI, manage utility corridors, very broad and leaves us a little bit more wiggle room to determine the best course of action to meet some of those requests from Congress. Go ahead, Christina. And this is my final slide. I just wanted to point to the USDA Commission website here. They just launched a new portal to share any recommendations for wildfire policy with the commission, or just any barriers that you're seeing. And so I'm happy to be a liaison specifically for water back to the commission. If there's anything that I should be taking, if there's any input or feedback, I'm happy to do that. But if there's something that comes up after today, or if you'd like to circle this to your communities of practice, there is a portal there that you can go and share any recommendations for the commission with. There's also a list of the commission members and that statute on the website as well. So that's my incredibly brief overview. I didn't want to take up too much of your time, but happy to answer any questions or take any input or feedback on the commission.
Great. Thank you, Madeline. Thank you, Christina. That is quite a program. So sit tight. We'll circle back for questions here in a little bit. Dave, are you ready to roll?
I am ready to roll. I don't have a presentation, so you're just going to have to deal with me. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about our wildfire mitigation. And looking over your past 2 days of your agenda, I'm sure you're pretty worn out, and you have a lot of important work that you guys have done. So I'm Dave Sales. I'm the Senior Manager, Enterprise Risk Management and Chief Security Officer. So I oversee enterprise risk, business resiliency, crisis management, and physical security. So if you're not familiar with Tri-State, we operate in 4 states. Our name hasn't caught up to our 4 states yet, but we're a wholesale electricity generation and transmission cooperative. We have 42 electric distribution cooperatives within our association. We have over 1 million electricity customers across 200 square miles of the West. We have close to 6,000 miles of high voltage transmission lines, with the majority in Colorado. We have 17 distribution cooperative members in Colorado. Tri-State is committed to mitigating wildfire risk associated with its transmission system. We have dedicated numerous resources over the last several years to ratify and improve wildfire mitigation planning, as well as obtain a better understanding of risks associated with wildfire in its service territory. The increased frequency and intensity of wildfires in the West over the past decade reinforces the importance to why Tri-State is committed to mitigating wildfire risks associated with its transmission system. Tri-State Wildfire Mitigation Plan supports the Tri-State objectives of maintaining public safety, protection of electrical infrastructure to ensure electric reliability and natural resource preservation. There's several mitigation practices that are included in our plan. We conduct a risk-based approach to mitigation by identifying the high-risk areas within our right-of-ways and conducting mitigation actions that include infrastructure inspections to see if there's any equipment that's been damaged or could cause a risk of igniting a wildfire. Most importantly, we conduct vegetation management within our right-of-ways. We participate in several working groups with the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, the Department of Energy, the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, and other utilities within the service territory. We participated with the Colorado Wildfire Summit for utilities. And in addition to, us working directly with, our U.S. Forest Service partner, which has been tremendously cooperative, and I really want to commend them for prioritizing this mitigation effort. We're seeing some real positive steps moving forward with our relationships. We recently had a meeting with the Chief of the Forest Service and his executives here in Denver. They recently announced that they're going to be staffing up some strike teams for grid hardening, consolidating master service special use permits for vegetation management, and also bringing in the FAA to allow for more drone inspections in our rural areas where it's most difficult to get access to. Tri-State has a very robust fire weather monitoring program where we have procedures to prevent fires with our employees. We have conservative operations to ensure that we're following the best practices of prevention of any fires. And we also have a robust response structure and program in the event that there is a wildfire that's threatening any of our infrastructure. We belong to the Western Region Mutual Assistance Group, which assists with restoration. We've provided staff to California to assist them in augmenting their staff to restore the damages that occurred to many of their transmission lines, and we would expect the same of them in the event that if we did have any requirements for restoration augmentation. Here in Colorado, I can say that our government partners are very cooperative, and we've had great successes with them. So I'm willing to take any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Dave. I think we're going to hold the questions till we get through the initial presentations, and then we will open that up. So Jessica asked me to present just a little bit of a case study from Chaffee County, which I'm glad to do. I've always said that I feel like our motto down there should be Chaffee County, we invented the wheel. And people often say, you guys reinvented the wheel. Well, nobody sets out to reinvent things. You think you're inventing it yourself. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, maybe you waste some time, but there's often benefit that accrues through the process of inventing something great that can help to motivate and inspire your community. So that was somewhat the case with our wildfire mitigation efforts and sort of the process we went through. In 2016, we had a really significant fire in western Fremont County, just to the east of us, the Hayden Pass fire. Only burned 18,000 acres, but it was intense, and it had a towering plume of smoke over our county in the summer of 2016. And then won't go into a lot of detail on this, but over the sort of this 2017 to 2018 school year, our community of 20,000 people engaged in a facilitated community engagement process where we were looking to kind of do some community visioning and perhaps create some projects or avenues to move forward with to achieve our visions or to sustain the visions if they were already happening. That was called Envision Chaffee County. And along the way, we did some interesting research, survey type stuff with our community. And we found that probably thanks in part to the Hayden Pass fire, wildfire and affordable housing were they were tied at 78% for the most important, what people thought were the most important or pressing challenges in our community. Our county is about 1,000 square miles, 80% of it's public land. And two things that are kind of fortuitous about it, I think. One is it's a very geographically coherent landscape. Our entire county is the Arkansas River drainage with a straight line at the north end bordering with Lake County and kind of a straight line on the southeast end bordering with Fremont. Otherwise, they're the South Platte Divide and the Continental Divide. And so that makes discussions about watershed health maybe a little easier to do and also maybe more pertinent to everybody. We're all in the same drainage, we're all in the same boat. And then the other thing is those people that are all in the same boat, we have twice the state average of residents over the age of 60. We're at 25% of our population is, you could say, on the older side of the equation. And those people are a great natural resource. They are very, they have a lot of energy still and concern and often some financial backing and experience. And they really care whether they've lived there their whole life or they work their whole life to retire there. So we had a very motivated population and a high level of interest in this question. And then we also had a landscape you could get your mind around and kind of focus on. As we worked through Envision Chaffee County, something that became clear to us was that we were the recipients of what Dan Gibbs has called random acts of restoration. There were, burns, controlled burn here, controlled burn there, a little mastication over here, whatever. It didn't really have any true coherence to it, and it was very siloed between forest, BLM, state forest. Not a lot of communication there in terms of the planning. The relationships were okay, but they weren't in the habit of talking to one another. And so one of our projects, and I forget what we called it at the beginning, but was basically like, can we do something to pull these agencies together and get them to work together a little better? And particularly, we could see that where the state forest worked on private lands, despite the good neighbor policy and that kind of thing, we didn't really have that collaboration and really working together. And then the other thing that we came to realize as we talked to the agencies and sort of brought them together was that there was not a lot of prioritization according to assets at risk, flammability of the landscape in different areas, so to speak, or even ability to treat. As Christina mentioned, I mean, you can't treat everywhere. Some places are just too tough. But it was kind of random. And when we looked at the NEPA pipeline for federal lands, it appeared to be fairly random too. And so we used the same format and same staff and everything that we had used in Envision Chaffee County to bring this group of agency folks together. And it quickly grew beyond the usual suspects, forest, BLM, state forests, to our fire protection districts. We brought in Xcel and Sangre de Cristo Electric, who are our electrical providers. In fact, we've just added Atmos Energy recently. We brought in Parks and Wildlife, and we have some water providers that have interest in our area, like Colorado Springs Utilities. And so we pulled together a pretty good group, and we said, listen, we've heard about this statutory construct called the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. It's a real thing. It's not just a local movement. It has some authority if we do it. We have one. No one's read it. It's sitting on a shelf. And what do you say if we use that structure as a way to all work together to build a better plan? And there was some cautious interest, I guess, because people knew that this was going to maybe ask more of them, but they also saw that there could be real benefit here. And what we did then is we worked together with the CFRI, Colorado Forest Restoration Institute, to create GIS layers throughout our county. There was about 60 layers, I think, that showed everything from subdivisions, let's say, or communities, residential communities, to recreational infrastructure, water, electrical infrastructure, critical wildlife habitat. And then we overlaid that with sort of the condition of the forest, the flammability of it, so to speak, the fuel load. I don't know all the technical terms, just how likely it was to burn. And then where could we effectively treat? And then we also, so we took all those layers, many more than that, and you could start to see where the priorities were, both in terms of effectively protecting things that were important and also being able to effectively do something. And then we started talking from a multi-jurisdictional perspective as well, because these dark red areas on our map were crossing many jurisdictional boundaries. And so that became the key question was, hey, all of you, if we are to move forward with this, are you willing to work together? And we had some really great leadership, we still do, that said, yes, we are willing to work together. We will do this. This is really interesting. What we found with the treatment priority mapping project, we came to believe, and this was supported by CFRI, was that if we treated the highest priority 5% of our forest, we could achieve a 50% reduction in the risk of catastrophic wildfire. So this treatment priority map, or we call it the bang for the buck map, became a really good value proposition to our community to say, if you are willing to invest, we're going to get you basically a 10-to-1 result. And we're not just talking about padding your 401k, we're talking about your house not burning down, or your ski area not burning down, or all that great bighorn sheep habitat not burning, or whatever it might be. And so this became a really compelling proposition. And what we then did was as we came out of Envision Chaffee County, we also had determined that we had these landscape scale challenges. This was the really big one, but we also were concerned about the future of agriculture, and we were also concerned about the impacts of outdoor recreation. And so we passed a sales tax measure that would fund these 3 areas of interest. And we put together a board to kind of analyze grant applications and prioritize the spending of this money. So it was exciting to the Forest Health Council for us to be able to say, hey, you know what? Not only are we, coming up with this treatment priority map, this bang for the buck concept, but our local community has said, we're going to give you money. Every time we buy something, we're going to pay a little bit to support this effort, because we believe that you have a good plan, and we also understand that we're not paying for this. We're not paying this sales tax to pay for these treatments. We're paying the sales tax to give you the local match to then leverage and go after the really big money. And so in I believe it was January of 21, I think that's right. They came to us with the new Community Wildfire Protection Plan. It was so different. The first one was basically written by one guy at the State Forest, and it literally went on the shelf. Nobody even knew where they were. To this one, where we had all of our Forest Health Council in the county commissioner chambers. We did a big signing ceremony. Everybody was really into it. And off we went. Fast forward, we've been going after all kinds of grants. And we have raised, since that time, we've raised $21.5 million out of what's probably been a local contribution of maybe $2 million. So it really has been a 10-to-1 financial investment in a 10-to-1 bang for the buck concept. We have treated about 3,500 acres. We have, I think it's 21,000 in the pipeline, the NEPA type pipeline. And we did find that as we work through the bang for the buck, about 10,000 of the 30,000 acres or so that we wanted to treat by 2030 were private lands. And so we have used some of the money to get grants through the State Forest, through the American Forestry Foundation, I think it's called, through the National Forest Foundation, to bring in extra foresters to work with our state forest. And we have interesting programs where State Forest and our local fire protection district work with homeowners associations in subdivisions that are in these high priority areas We call it Chafee Chips, and we schedule 4 communities a year where we go in and we've removed, I want to say, around 1,500 piles of slash from these communities, take them to our dump where we have a $800,000 tub grinder that grinds it all up and spits out mulch, and then people go to the dump and then take the mulch home. And these communities, these neighborhoods, not only have they reduced their fire danger significantly, but we've really seen that when you have a nonpartisan threat or challenge that people can get their minds around and find a way to work together, you not only achieve the initial goal, but you also build the strength of that community, because you give them a chance to work together. It's fun. They start working together on all kinds of stuff. So we have several of these communities that are trying to become, what are they called? Fire, what is it? No, well, it's some designation, fire ready or fire safe, or yeah, fire ready communities. So anyway, I need to wrap this up. It's been an amazing success story. It was a reinvention of the wheel in some regards that we learned later, but for us, it was more an invention of the wheel. And I think the excitement and the energy that's gone into really making results, seeing money leveraged, seeing Forest, BLM, and State Forest all leveraging off each other, that fires them up too. And so the spirit in the forest health segments of those agencies is really up. I mean, I hear it from them all the time. And I guess the final couple things I'll say about this is that the money element came to be more than our county could handle as a fiscal agent. And so we brought in the National Forest Foundation, and they agreed for a small fee to manage the money and to manage the contracts. So we created something, instead of calling it the Chafee County Forest Health Fund, we called it the Upper Ark Forest Fund. And the reason for that is we know in Chafee County that we're not an island. And in particular, we're directly downstream of Lake County. So if we did everything right and Lake County didn't, we could potentially still suffer the consequences of whatever happened up there. And so this forest fund is meant to manage the whole effort in the Upper Arkansas Basin. And we have taken what we've learned and gone to Lake County, and we have just worked through a community wildfire protection plan with them, where we didn't dictate it at all, but we just said, here's how we did it. Do you want us to help you facilitate this with your community? Yes, we would like that. And so we now have this alignment. And Christina, it's what we talked about in the fall of 2018 or 19, I forget which, at our MRI, about the whole Upper Ark landscape and trying to work together. So anyway, the reason I'm excited about it, in addition to just living there and everything, is that it really is, in this time, it really is great when you can find something that people can agree on and rally around, get excited about. And that's what we saw there. So it's lifted a lot of spirits and just provided our community with an example of how we can be successful, and hopefully apply that same energy to things that are a little more divisive going forward. So that's what I wanted to share, our little story. So getting back to the group, I'm sure there's questions for Christina and Madeline and Dave, and so let's go to that, and please, all three of you, if somebody's answering a question and then it triggers something for you, this is informal. The idea is to sort of be sitting around a table, so to speak. And, I think we'd love to hear from you. And do you want me to do that one, or do you? Okay. All right. Well, are there questions? Robert.
Thanks, Greg, since we're just being informal, right?
Yeah, we are.
Madeline, on the commission, it is such a big group. I had heard that you kind of broke up into subcommittees. Was that the circle that you showed, or is a totally different setup for the subcommittees?
We use that circle to come up with the work groups that we're on. So there's 10 work groups total. They range from landscapes to communities. There's a workforce development work group, science, data, technology. So we use those categories essentially to figure out what are the topics that we need to focus on and have breakout groups for. So those aren't the specific work groups. The work groups are actually just posted to the website. So they're up there if you'd like to reference them. The work groups that I'm a part of are, we have a post-fire work group that I'm on. There's a public health and infrastructure work group, and that's where most of the water recommendations will be sorted out. And then the workforce development work group is another one that I'm on.
Great, thank you.
So I've been trying to think about how to say this. First of all, I mean, thanks to everybody for your participation, and that was very inspiring, Greg. Living in Grand County and dealing with, East Troublesome post-wildfire and also Williams Fork, very much feel, the importance of this on the proactive side. I wonder sometimes as an individual, as a community leader, even on this board and knowing the work that Chris does and on this organization, but tying this back to the roundtables and hearing Greg's story, I admit that I feel sometimes like I get a little bit of lost as far as direction. Do you focus it more community focused and then grow from there? Is this agency and organization doing enough? Do we lean back to some of these other programs? I would love some guidance on, if we're going to continue to work aggressively on Greg's story of the 5% to 50% reduced. I like those numbers for our state. So what do we do to achieve that? My question.
I can maybe offer a start, and Christina or Dave, feel free to chime in. I think CWCB's Wildfire Ready program is a perfect place to start. Taking the local approach and building out seems to be a much more successful approach, such as Chaffee County, and I really appreciate the county's leadership in that. We used part of their risk assessment for framing what Denver Water is about to do with our risk assessment decision support. But that bottom-up approach seems to be very successful, and from what I understand about the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program, there's a stakeholder engagement part, there's an outreach part, there's a susceptibility analysis, and so on. Is there anything? Speaking of which,
Speaking of Wildfire
yeah. But I agree. It's challenging to navigate, but starting at the local level and ground up is I think the first approach. Anything to add?
The only thing that I can think of to add, I mean, I totally agree with Madeline's points. The understanding what the challenges are in the specific landscapes and watersheds and communities does need to kind of come from the local level. But I think just again, because of the opportunity now with the new Colorado Forest Health Council, and again, that nexus with that being under DNR as well as CWCB, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to kind of have open communication or dialogue or information sharing among those two groups. So I don't know what that looks like, but maybe that's something that that we can work together on, the Forest Health Council and CWCB, and how we are sharing information and getting you all what you need to think about what steps CWCB wants to engage in. But I totally agree that the Wildfire Ready Watersheds is huge. That is a really, really great opportunity. And I think that's a phenomenal first step. And you guys are going to see a lot of success from that, and interest and excitement. And I think just being able to showcase that program and the accomplishments from that program is just a great jumping off point as to where you all want to go and how you want to be engaged in forest health and wildfire risk reduction.
And I would comment and say that, and I'll agree with everybody that it's the local initiatives, the local groups are the ones that are going to make things happen. Being in an organization where we're service territories in 4 states, we were in several different districts within the Forest Service, BLM, Office of Interior, and what we've recognized is every district is kind of different about how they organize efforts, how they approve permits, things like that. So And I know the Forest Service is trying to rectify that by having a national standard of what they do, but definitely we found a lot of success with our local communities in areas that are doing this wildfire mitigation.
Confusing on where you start, when there's all these opportunities out there. I think the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program is going to help communities identify the first most important thing, and that's your values at risk, which can really translate to a lot of different types of planning. And then where you put this together in a way where we're hoping that it's flexible enough, it should be flexible enough to incorporate these different types of plans. And one step that we're working on right now, and I just recently had a call with CFRI up in Fort Collins about this, is a fact sheet that discusses wildfire ready watersheds and how it fits in with more traditional forest health planning, like community water protection plans, CWP squareds, if you know that one. Who can rattle that off quickly, whatever that one is? Go ahead, Kit. And what the Forest Service now is calling potential operational delineations. Because at CWCB, we don't claim to be the experts in wildfire behavior or even forest health. Post-wildfire hazards are what we're focused on, but we realize that what we've put together here opens up some opportunities to marry these post-wildfire mitigation projects with our traditional forest health projects, the prescribed burns, fuels mitigation, and really have those types of projects focused on what is the value at risk we're trying to protect as we implement these different types of projects that our plans are telling us to do.
Yeah, you've just really done a great job with that, Chris. I think it's really exciting to see, how fast it's come together and what we're going to see happen out of it just over the next year. I did, thanks, Dave, for being here. And I know, as an electric utility, it doesn't fit perfectly in with water, but I love that Sangre de Cristo worked with you all, because that's one of our cooperatives. And, that's the example of, everybody sharing the forest and getting together, regardless of how, siloed we can be in the work we do. It's going to be different for Denver Water than it is for Tri-State, but at the end of the day, it's really not that different, right? And I love the example of the Colorado Ready wildfires and the Chaffee County, envisioning Chaffee County, because it shows us that we can all do this work together. And to your point, it spurs even different types of work because we've already made those partnerships. It's been impressive to see what can happen just over the decade or so that we've had the unfortunate position of dealing with this. Questions or comments from anyone? Yeah.
Kind of for Dave. I mean, when we're doing this mapping, an obvious thing you look at is existing fire breaks, and that can be roads, that can be rivers, that can be, high divides that don't really have trees on them. It could also be previous burn scars or areas of treatment that have happened. But one thing on the landscape that I think, like in the case of California and PG&E, has really been described as a vulnerability, are power lines. But what we're seeing too with and I don't know my terminology, but maybe transmission lines or, the bigger ones, is that they typically these days have pretty big rights of way and have been working to clear, ladder fuels and trees from beneath them. And so, Dave, I'm curious, in your 6,000 miles, I think you said, of lines, are you seeing federal land management agencies, state forest, fire protection districts wanting to, sort of marry their work to your rights of way as a place to start and kind of leverage off the work that you all are doing?
I'm not particularly informed on the boots on the ground operations. However, I know that our field crews that are conducting these vegetation management operations are working with the local organizations there and sharing resources and also their planning objectives. If that helps.
Is that something you all are talking about? I mean, that's a utility overlap in one of your subcommittees, right? Are you?
That's correct. And we haven't gotten to that yet. And I can speak for Denver Water's program first. We have not historically gotten Excel to the table yet. And I think that's something we're continuously pursuing and are interested in the future as well. But I do see a lot of those utility corridors overlapping where we can have that as an anchor point for a fuel break. There is good opportunity to work with utilities in the future. It is being discussed on the commission as well. That work group hasn't launched yet, but I'm sure the utilities corridor component will not just include our water collection systems, but electric utilities as well.
And this might be for Jen, actually, I'm not sure, but I know early on I was sharing my enthusiasm for this stuff with Becky and early on in my time on the board, and she kind of, gave me a little, not even pushback, but just, calm down kind of thing that, that's not exactly our mission. And we have statutory authorizations that we're supposed to work within, and that kind of thing. But I wonder, I mean, if there's anybody here today that could speak to maybe where those lines really are or are perceived to be for CWCB. I mean, I feel like in the last few years, Chris has managed to really expand our impact in this forest health circle, but it does tie back to watershed health. But thoughts on where we are? Are we pushing the envelope or do we have more room to go?
I'm going to let Chris go first, and then I'm going to say a few things, obviously.
Yeah, and I'll speak to it from the grant program itself, because we've had a lot of folks over the years approach the watershed restoration program, which of course now has been consolidated with the water plan grants for watershed health and recreation, and say, we want to tap into this funding source for fuels treatment. And we haven't allowed that. And I remain steadfast in my opinion of we're not the experts on where and when that should be done and how. But what we have done and where we've really blurred the boundaries and been effective is we allow that to count as match. And there are very few grant programs out there that will allow you to bring in match funding for something that's not directly related for what you're applying for. And that opens up the door for people to start thinking holistically about watershed health, because it's going to take a mosaic of different project types across the landscape to impart true resiliency. That rattles off real easy for me because I say it all the time. But what that really means is we want people to bring forward these plans and not just say, we're going to do this one project in this one location, but show us a whole strategy, a watershed scale strategy for implementation. And that's where I think the board's been very flexible in allowing those other project types that we don't fund, that we don't have direct expertise in, to count as match.
I think it's also important to recognize when we're talking about watershed health, we are trying to look at a proactive rather than a reactive strategy, and really looking at ways that we can create healthier watersheds so they're more resilient in cases of things like wildfire. I have always been concerned, and I think that's what I was probably expressing to you when you first came on, that we have such a broad scope of things that we do that oftentimes we are the agency that people go to when they have a problem, because we have such an amazing history of solving problems. And I think probably the concern that I was expressing to you is that we have to be careful how much we do, because then it will be ours, because we will do it so well. And wildfire, and when we talk about wildfires, that can be a significant amount of money. and we don't want to take away from anything else that we're doing at the same time, right? So I think it goes back to the partnerships that we were talking about this morning when we were thinking about the water plan, thinking about how our involvement should be as we move forward within the state. And I think it continues to go back to partnerships. We're gonna sit down with people that are doing good work. We're gonna figure out what work that we are doing that we are experts in, and partner with them on that. And then where we partner with people that have an expertise in something that we're not experts in. So I think that was probably where that caution was coming from. And because when we're talking about the magnitude of some of this work, remember, we're a small staff. I mean, we looked at this building today, and there were 600 people that fit in this building, right? Next door. Not this one, but the one next door that we toured. You know, we operate with about a 50-person staff, and you know the scope of what we're doing in the agency. And so our model has been the partnerships.
Yeah, Jessica's been patiently waiting. Go ahead.
So first of all, thank you to all of our guests for joining us today. I had a quick comment on that theme, and it really was something that Madeline shared in a presentation last week that resonated with me, that we really do need to think of our watersheds as our infrastructure. I mean, it's our green infrastructure, and it's critical to having a healthy and resilient water supply. So I hear you, Becky. You guys can only do so much, but I do think it is really essential to the work that this board does and the policies and topics on which we engage. But the question I wanted to ask is, you know, and again, we're really lucky to have two representatives on the federal commission. And so I'd love to hear from our guests and from others in the room, what are the challenges, what are the pain points that you all are running into, and where might there be opportunities for us through Dan and Madeline to maybe make some recommendations that would make doing this work easier, more efficient, more streamlined?
Dave, do you have anything?
I would, you know, I'd say that the main pain point that you know, all the utilities they're mitigating the wildlife is the vegetation management, the permitting, the removal of felled trees, things like that. But you know, we're getting great cooperation with our federal partners right now with that. So I mean, they're doing a fantastic job, and they're taking it very serious, and we're very happy with what they're doing. And it's a top of mind all the way up to the White House, and we're real happy with the cooperation that we're getting.
You know, something that comes to my mind, Jessica, is you know, one thing we've run into with federal land management agencies, and clearly they're this huge part of the equation wherever you go in the West, is, and of course this is going to probably be expressed differently from district or forest supervisor to district or forest supervisor, but sort of the idea that we can't initiate anything on the local level in terms of, you know, this type of engagement or cross-jurisdictional work. I mean, they can do some, but there's a lot they can't initiate, but they're encouraged to participate if it does happen. And I think that that's understandable, but it's not quite enough. That I think they ought to shift that to a more engaging stance, and maybe they don't step in and lead. I can understand that, but boy, you know, when I think about what came out of our efforts, if say district rangers were kind of empowered to say, hey, I'm I am very glad to meet with you guys and talk about ways we could do this and set it up such that we would be best able to participate in your efforts. And oh, by the way, the Forest Service now has a sort of planning grant program where we are able to provide, modest support for, say, facilitation, that kind of thing, to help communities, and maybe do some more with some sort of either case studies or sort of taking the lessons from case studies and putting together some kind of handbook for communities that have joined federal lands. I think there's more they could do to facilitate communities getting off the dime, and without necessarily overstepping whatever this limitation they have is. And I just think that so many small communities really, they just need some kind of a start and some kind of a confidence that if we do this, someone's going to listen, and that there really is possibility here. Because what we've run into all over the West, in like the Chaffey County Commissioners and our involvement with CCI and with NACO, the National Association of Counties, is just a lot of kind of frustration, especially as you go west from here, a lot of frustration with federal agencies. That sagebrush rebellion kind of feeling is still strong, and a feeling like it's not our problem, they need to fix it. And that may be true, but it doesn't get you anywhere. And so creating more pathways where the forest could help within their current structure, I think could be helpful and very cost effective.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to that? Do you think that's more of a capacity barrier from these federal agencies, or do you think that the community just doesn't know who to go to at the federal agencies?
I think there's often a disconnect between the local communities and the federal agencies, and maybe even bad blood, right? That can be very personal about someone's grazing allotment or their hunting experience or whatever. But I do think that if the sort of, I would say the district ranger level, at that level, if those people were empowered to, or encouraged, maybe is a better word, to go out and meet with their local commissioners or municipalities and present sort of maybe a suite of tools that they might have or funding that they could provide for planning, you might be able to turn that relationship around, and then people might start to see like, oh, good, actually, they needed our input to help them focus their efforts to do what we thought they should do all along. I'm not saying it'll work everywhere, but
I really appreciate that feedback. I think that's probably, it really resonates with me as well. I think that's an issue for a lot of communities. I can offer maybe two things that I've heard in the national conversation from a roundtable synthesis that I was just at on Monday. Two recommendations that they've put forward are funding recovery or just general coordinators for the Forest Service. So just to have a program coordinator. I think it right now is at the forest level. I was hoping it might be at the district level, but that person would be in charge of a lot of outreach activities. So that could be your point person to go to. Yeah. The second recommendation was being mindful of who the information is coming from when you're communicating to the communities. As you mentioned, maybe the Forest Service or BLM is not the most trusted voice in the room all the time. So can you partner with your local fire protection districts and that message come from the fire protection districts or National Forest Foundation or American Forest Foundation? And I think that point all comes back to having a collaborative group in place so all these agencies can get together and decide what's the best messaging and outreach strategy for each of those local communities. So I think that's a really important point. I think that will certainly fit into a lot of the commission's work, and it's already being talked about a lot. So I just appreciate that feedback.
I have one quick, very specific thing. The CWCB is about to enter a really robust planning phase with our partners through Wildfire Ready Watersheds. In our stream management planning process, the cost of implementing those plans is less than 1% of the cost to implement the projects that the plans are identifying. And I'm not about to ask for money here, so that's what everybody does. I'm not going to ask for money or make that recommendation. That's what everybody does. But something that is going to come out of this is we're going to have a lot of common types of mitigation strategies in all of these plans that are being developed. I know that for sure. So a pathway, identifying a pathway towards permitting these different types of mitigation projects that we're coming up with is going to be really crucial. It'd be a lot nicer to deal with this at kind of a statewide level and not forest by forest, which is what I watch happen when folks are trying to get mitigation projects done on the forest.
You think of cost of planning to cost of implementation to cost of the fire to cost of the post-fire, like the planning, it's like a 1 to 100 leverage, you know, and there's that real value case to make in our communities, but also maybe back to the feds. It's so hard for them to stop the fire borrowing and the constant crisis mode that because of the health of our forests. But boy, would it be great to carve out a chunk of that whole budget or add to it and just say, this is not up for reallocation. This is to get ahead of this. We have to get ahead of this.
To pile on, you know, I don't know how, I mean, since you do have this role and this ability to kind of speak up at the federal level, I'm seeing with my colleagues in the Forest Service and just kind of locally this mass confusion around the infrastructure dollars or the stimulus dollars. And you know, this is no surprise to you, I'm sure, and to most people in the room, but realizing that the local people at the forest level or even at the regional level don't even know how to get after some of these massive amount of dollars that have been allocated to the Forest Service. I think that's a huge failure at the Washington office. And so figuring out, you know, what is the structure that this is going to look like, how can people get access to it, and how can we get some projects funded is something that's, you know, a huge challenge. And so I know that's not something that this group is probably directly tied to, but just, you know, since you do have those connections, that's something that we're really concerned about in the Rio Grande Basin, thinking about, well, we have these projects that do have this tie, and we have some really great partners. So should they be going after CWCB funding to do work on the forest, or should we wait and hope that we get funding through the forest, but we still don't know what those programs are going to look like, and if our little forest even has a shot? And that uncertainty is a huge barrier at this moment. I think it's, you know, some of the theme around here is how overwhelming this problem is. That's just one more part where we're really overwhelmed, because it feels like there's money everywhere, but we don't even know how to get it or which thing to go for. And so I think some people are feeling stuck.
That resonates with me as well. My gosh, I feel such a sense of urgency to get going on this because it has a deadline. You know, the bill funding needs to be allocated by 2026, and spent within 10 years. And in some ways, we spent the whole first year just trying to figure out what that money can be spent for, spent on, and who's getting that money and whatnot. And I just feel an incredible sense of urgency as the Colorado Front Range was selected as one of the priority landscapes, and we're still trying to figure out how to get that money spent. So I'm in the same boat. I do hear that they're working on some better messaging that's going to come out. I know the Forest Service now has a story map available to go over what their wildfire crisis strategy will be prioritizing for the next 10 years. So that might be one helpful piece just to understand what the Forest Service is doing. But as far as access, the communities accessing that money, I feel just as in the dark, unfortunately. But if I see anything, I'll certainly send it your way.
Any other thoughts? Yeah.
I just wanted to say that, you know, for the response to my question from the ladies of Denver about specific to this agency and that we're hosting this table topics, that the Wildfire Ready Watershed Program as a launch point, that's awesome here, Chris, and very grateful for that.
Well, I'm hoping that you guys will get the word out on it, because I'm hearing a lot of positive feedback, but we really haven't done anything yet. We've developed the program, but in my mind, we're not doing anything yet until the applications come in. So the applications are going to go live mid-December. I've got a big list of who's going to be notified. But we really need everybody's help to get the word out and encourage people to submit applications so we can get planning.
I can only remember my Twitter login.
You know, maybe we can take some of these fancy water plan water bottles and put a sticker about your program over them.
We do have,
Yeah.
we do have stickers. I should have brought some. I'll bring them next time. And we have a nice logo. There we go. Thank you, Director Sakata.
Well, he's getting out a lot, Director Sakata is, so there should be no problem. I just want to thank our guests for coming, and this is the great thing about virtual is that we can run into this lovely snowstorm and still be able to have our meeting without making everybody run around like crazy. So thank you so much. And if you think of anything that you want to connect with anybody that's been here, guests, board members, staff, we want to keep the facilitation open so that, you know, we help you all build partnership as well. So don't, you know, hesitate to reach out. And thanks to Director Felt and Director Brody for organizing this topic. And it's too bad Director Gibbs couldn't be with us today. He's, I know, very passionate about this topic. So we'll give him the link and maybe he can watch it later.
He does send his regards. There, as you know, he sits on many boards and commissions, and Parks and Wildlife is another one that he sits on, which happens to be today in Gateway. So he did the few-hour drive, but I know that this was one he was really sad he was missing.
Thanks to our guests.
All right, well, back to our last agenda item of the day, public comment. If there is any public comment. I think everybody has cleared out and Anna's not part of the public, so. Yeah, thanks, Anna. With that.
Would you like to come up and say anything?
All right, I do need a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Director Sakata. Thank you, Director Dutton. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
You do.
All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Motion carries.